Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good evening. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Chill stream time. I need this. How's it going, Anna? How's your day? I hope you had a really, really good day. I had a day stuck in a lot of traffic, so it was a day. I think I mentioned that our old gal, the car, not the dog, but the car, I don't think that it is Kaputski, so had to take care of that situation. It sucks. So, I can say firsthand that the car market is abysmal. It is like one of the worst situations that I've seen in a long time. I'm not sure if I've mentioned this. I have a little bit of experience in this field. Yeah. This is just ran into someone who was 33 and didn't know who Joe Rogan was. Lucky. I mean, okay, that is odd, because at some point you're gonna hear the name. Like, did they at least say, like, I've heard that name somewhere before, or was it just overtly like, no, never heard of him? Like, that's odd. But welcome in, Sean. How's it going, brother? Thank you for jumping in and liking the stream right away. You know I always appreciate you. Man, this is so weird. I'm not sure if it's because of like Streamlabs or what's going on, but I'm having some issues where it's just showing zeros all around for my view counts. And I know you guys are here unless you guys are ghosts. You guys are the ghosts. We had too much fun last night and we just created a whole bunch of ghosts. No, guys, I just want to say, hey, Fingerbell, what's up? Glad that you could join in. I was just about to say, had a lot of fun last night. Was not planning on doing an 8-hour stream, but that was a really good time. Thanks for hanging out. You definitely contributed. I'm pale enough to be a ghost. I feel that. Totally feel that. Me in my basement. No, I had a decent day. Like I said, I was stuck in a lot of traffic. I posted it on Discord. Wow. Stopped by one of the the second best hot dog stand in Chicago. First best is Superdog, but fortunately I was not in that area. But it was kind of funny when it was just like, you know what? If I'm gonna be stuck in traffic, I might as well get a good old snack. Nothing worse than getting a sunburn and not getting any brown. Yeah, doesn't that suck? Like, it turns into scarring. I have that. I got, like, a bunch of scars from, like, a fucking bad sunburn from when I was, like, 12. Got, like, a whole bunch of, like, just... It's not, like, bad, but you can tell. Where it's just like, what happened? It's like, I got a bad sunburn. Quick Trip Superdog. Quick Trip? What? Isn't Quick Trip a gas station? I'm sorry. No. There's no way that a Quick Trip frickin' hot dog will ever be better than any of what I'm talking about. Gene and Jude's is one of those really, really good ones, but you have to, like, grease, you know? I will say this. Gene and Jude's is the best hangover dog that you can get. Like, it really is. They put, again, posted in Discord if you guys want to see it. But Gene and Jude's puts the fries on the dog. So does Superdog, but they do it in a way where you're just like, okay, the fries are on the dog. The hot peppers, man. Ah, man. I was so happy to have something with some just like really good hot peppers today. You ever have that too? Like where you've had like a craving for something for a like, oh, you hate dill? Oh, yeah. Okay, you might have a problem. Oh. Hell. How do you hate dill? Dill in Chicago. God, I want to punch myself in the nuts for making that joke. Just come on. There's low-hanging fruit, and then there's just like, bro. This is one reason why white supremacy is silly. Being in the sun for 20 minutes defeats a good many of us. Superior genes, my ass. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know how many people like how many of those superior whites were taken out by something called melanoma? Awfully quiet. What's going on? Hey, Anna. I hope you have been doing well. You were first indeed, but I kind of miss having a chat. Like having chats right at the beginning. I'm sorry if you're busy. I don't want to put any pressure, you know. But thanks for coming and hanging out, guys. I did just kind of go with chill stream tonight because I want to just vibe and we'll kind of wing it. I have literally nothing pulled up right now, so what I see from the algorithm will be what we watch today. If we watch anything. What up, Etch? Let's go. Again, thank you for hanging last night, making it a real good time. Again, haven't done an 8-hour stream that seamless in a long time. Actually, that's bullshit. I think I did 8 hours like 2 weeks ago. My longest stream, I think, was damn near 12 hours. Like I said, I am looking forward to possibly doing a Friday takeover over on this space. And just bringing people in throughout the day. Seems like that was a good idea, folks. We got this in the works, so appreciate you also kind of pushing that. Pulling early Hassan numbers. Yeah, no shit. Well, I mean, they say consistency is good. Consistency. Man, why am I having so many problems with that? Where I'm second guessing and like, wait, that doesn't sound right. I think my stoned brain is just like doing the thing though, where it's like consistency. It's a weird word, man. Yeah. Last night's stream was epic, man. So much fun. It really was. I haven't, seriously. I woke up and my face was like sore from laughing so hard. You guys, like, I had such a good effing time with you guys, and then just Pinkerbell, I have to say, like, with certainty, that was one of the best endings I think I've ever had to stream. The fact that I got a callback joke and I was just like, you know what? I think I'm gonna leave it on that. That was awesome. So, like I said, yes, I did have a really, really good time. All right, so I also haven't really seen any news. I saw, okay, that's not a lot. That's a bit of a stretch. I saw one piece of news, and it was somebody freaking out about Donald Trump saying that he's going to go patrol DC. Okay. Is he actually, like, going to, oh my God, do you think he's going to put, like, camo? Like, do you think he will ever do that? Or do you think it's always just going to be him in his, like, his silly suit just pointing at things, just, there it is. There's some crime. Why haven't you cleaned up that crime? Oh my God, what if he starts doing that? He starts micromanaging everybody on the scene. That would be kind of funny. Bunker Baby ain't getting in the streets. Oh, that's a, wow. You know what? How come more people didn't just lead with that instead of just going straight again? Oh man, hold on. I want to get this right. I want to make sure that it was who I think it was. Ha! Totally was. It was Brian Tyler Cohen. Okay. Yeah, Brian Tyler Cohen was freaking out. He's just like, this just in, Trump is going to go and march with the soldiers, or no, this just in, Trump says that he's going to go on patrol, quote unquote, with the first respond. What? I'm going with the first responders. I'm going to be on the back of the fire truck. You ever seen a fire truck? They're very cool. I kind of want to get on that little ladder basket. They wear cool red hats too. You'll be in a Pulpmobile. Dude, they start they start wheeling him like I got one of those carts just in a box, and he's just like, there's some crime. All right, no crime there. Good job, fellas. Looking like Glenda the Good Witch. Oh, dude. Oh man. He starts waving, not even knowing that it's like, Mr. Trump, you're not in a parade. Everybody loves me. I see. It's like, it's playing into his whole dementia thing. It's like, does he see people? I know. Hello, everybody. I know you love me. You love me. I love me. You love me, though. It's like a child to go, I mean, come on. All right, I have to say this. One of the most adorable things, and it is the appropriate word for this, one of the most adorable things that Biden did was when he talked about Amtrak. I'm not even kidding. He made me excited for trains, where he's just like, you ever seen the Amtrak, Jack? It was just like, man, he really likes him some trains. He was just like, back in the day, they used to have real cool cars. You could go see, all of Americana. And he's not wrong. The thing is, I want high-speed rail, but there is something cool about low-speed rail, and I'm just going to say it, like, it's totally overlooked. You get to see shit. Like, you ever just, I mean, okay, for anybody that has had the, well, either benefit or non-benefit of traveling cross-country via train, like, I didn't have a choice when I had to do it. I have to admit, I was a little worried. It turned out to be one of the best experiences of my life. I had such a good time. I went from Arizona to Chicago, and it was a lot of fun. Like, they had like well, I couldn't use the bar cart, but they had this is before they got rid of all smoking things, so they had a smoking cart. That was cool, because I did, Amtrak sleeper car is so cheap. Yeah. I upgraded to a sleeper car because I didn't realize like exactly how cheap everything was. I was expecting everything to be astronomical. Food was actually pretty good, so it was overall a good experience. But my the thing that was really underrated was the fact that I just sat there. I had an iPad, or did I have an iPad, or I think I had just my oh my god, this is how old I am. I just had my iPod, and it wasn't even like an iPod Touch. It was the one where we would watch full movies on the screen with the little dial. Good times. These damn kids don't know how good they have it. But yeah, I didn't even use it for like watching any movies. I just put some music on and just watched like Americana just pass by me, and it was cool, man. I have to say, even like some of the corn got a little repetitive, like Iowa got bad. Jesus Christ. Driving through Iowa, at least you have Iowa 80, right? Iowa 80, I'm not sure if you guys know, is like supposedly the world's largest truck stop. Buc-ee's claims that they've beaten it. I'm not sure. I think that every time Buc-ee's adds something, Iowa 80 is just like, nope, buy the lot next door. We're expanding. It is insane. It's like a fucking theme park for no reason. Trump is getting away with the Epstein stuff. Not yet, Nate. Calm down. Everybody is up in arms right now. Just wait for the summer to calm down, and everybody's, all the kids are back in school, and mom and dad have nothing to do but look at their fucking phones. Trust me, it's coming back. This happens all the time too, by the way. Like, you know how everybody talks about like Friday and how they dump things on Friday because it's just like nobody's really paying attention. Everybody's geared up for the weekend. It's kind of the same thing with August, where it's just like, nobody really pays attention in August. This is why they take a recess. Like, this is why Piers Morgan and every other, schmo is taking their vacation right now. Except for one schmo that's sitting here with all y'all. Bucky's just has to be up its own ass because it's a Texas thing. It's not just a Texas thing, it's a Tennessee thing. Where did it originate? Okay, that's it. I have to know this because I loved Bucky's, by the way. Those Bucky's nuggets are fucking, like, those are legit, man. As somebody that's a connoisseur of good road snacks, damn, oh my God, having the beef jerky right there. And they have no business making brisket sandwiches as good as that in a fucking gas station. Just gonna say, like, I thought Wawa had, like, just the best food for gas station food, because I don't care what you say. Wawa hoagies are they're so fucking good. I'm a sandwich connoisseur. Trust me on this one. Holy shit. It makes no sense why, like, Wawa was just got in the sandwich game and was just like, oh, you're gonna, like, they judge you if you go to Subway. It's like, ew. Oh, 421 shit. Most Texas thing is yeehaw. Well, Nate, you don't get to say this. She is from Texas. You are not. I will trust the person from Texas. Although, I will also take somebody from that, like, another country, just like, okay, wait a minute. Most Texas thing is yeehaw. What is the most Chicago thing? I have a feeling I know. Wawa is pretty good. It is. Sheets ain't bad, but eh. Did I catch South Park? I did catch South Park. Finger on the pulse. Yes, it is. Dude, that last scene with Tally. Help me! Help me! Get me out of here! Duh, Bears. All right, I'll take it. Best gas station food is always from a place that isn't a chain. No, I disagree with this. Because also, how do I know to trust that? No, I like having word of mouth, and I like when somebody is a little up their ass about, like, their local gas station, especially, like, when they're talking about gas station food. That means that it is that good, where I'm like, oh, fuck it, I have gone out of my way when people, I remember the first time that somebody said that about Sheets. They're like, oh, you had Wawa? You should try Sheets. I was just like, really? I saw a few Sheet, like, I saw that on my way up or down here. They were just like, yeah, you didn't try some some sheet shit. No, dude. I'll say this: the Sheets that I went to, they had, like, melts. Those were fire. I will say. City Slicker MFer. You know what? Do you have, like, multiple Mexican restaurants in one plaza, like, you know, within walking distance of you? I didn't think so. Thing is, they're all good. They're all like different enough to where me and the wife, we will just be like, all right, which one you want to go to? One of them has quesadilla though. So that one is the one that, like, when they got there, you could tell that the other two were a little pissed. They're like, oh, that was a good idea. You're in Texas, so yeah. All right. Yeah, right. I forget sometimes, Sean. My bad. My entire town has one restaurant, and it's Tex-Mex. That's kind of unfortunate. Really? Wait a minute. You don't have a Chinese restaurant? I thought that was just, like, every small town had at least one Chinese restaurant where, like, I thought that was just kind of what happens, like, organically, too. And a DQ? Oh, you gotta have a DQ. Yeah, I grew up in a pretty small town, and we had a DQ. Still there. Like, it's still the same DQ. Like, that stand has been there for fucking, God, since the 60s? At least. Nearest Chinese place is at least half an hour. Nearest good Chinese place is more than an hour, right? Oh, that sucks. Oh my God. No, I like having these conversations because this makes me realize how I have been taking or not taking advantage. Well, I've been taking advantage of it for sure, but yeah, I've been taking it for granted. Just like how good I have it. You have no idea. I have almost all types of cuisine within either walking distance or like 5-minute driving distance. I'm very lucky. I hate to admit this too. I did kind of scout where I wanted to live based on that. I was just like, all right. Certain parts of the city are the worst, by the way. Okay, so there are certain like parts where it'll take you a half hour just to get to a good hot dog stand, which that defeats the purpose of living in the fucking city. I'm sorry. Like, I feel bad for those people where everything is traffic. Although it does harden you, that's for sure. One of my favorite things about, like, actually it happened today, where everybody was cutting everybody off, right? I did it too, and the second that I did, I just looked back and they weren't even mad. I was like, all right, that's how that should work. It's just like, it's understood, you left a gap. That's the thing I miss about living in the city, food delivery. Oh, good ethnic food. Yeah, that's, again, we have this Indian restaurant that, like, oh man, if they ever close, I will be, like, so sad. We also have the best Thai, like, oh my god. We really do have, like, the best Thai food. I don't know what the hell, like, happened, but we have just, like, the best shit all around us. I'm so lucky. I'm gonna gloat all day. Listen, the Cubs lost, like, really bad today, so I need something. To one of my least favorite teams, Milwaukee. Ugh. I actually got to watch a little bit of baseball today. That was interesting. I haven't done that in a long time. Oh, I also got to, I have harvested one of my plants. That took me a little bit there. I'm a little worried because when they say wait for, like, the trichomes, is when they say to wait for them to amber out, yeah, you gotta be careful with that, because if they get too amber, then you got yourself some CBD. My favorite place on earth was David Fong's. Ooh. In the 50s, looked like something out of a gangster movie, closed a few years ago. I was about to say, that just sounds good. Just a place called David Fong's. I mean, that's usually the best ones. Again, I think that I've said this, where it, like, we have, man, gotta be so careful. But we have one that legit, you walk in and it is just a counter. There are no chairs, and there is there's a faded menu that they've been using for at least 20 something years, that you could barely see, like, make out the dishes. They only do like 7 different dishes, and then obviously, like, they have their egg rolls are like burritos, by the way. Because I remember just ordering 2 of them because I was like, this isn't gonna be enough. Why? Like, it's just like, this is too, holy shit. So good though, and they give you like this giant, like, it's like a bowl's worth of sweet and sour sauce. I love it. But yeah, there may or may not have been a few times where I've been wrung out by a child, you know, sitting on his knees on a seat. Yeah, a little questionable. Everybody seems to ignore it because the food is fire. So, and it is, it's well known, like, in the neighborhood, where if they change anything, I have a feeling that they would lose all their business. Yeah, the only thing that they sell is, like, well, it's, again, Chicago, so, like, Pepsi products. A lot of that around. If you see the faded Pepsi sign too, then you know you're in a good establishment. I will say that. That's, like, kind of the key. I got trapped in Chicago once. It was a very dumb story, but it was the best and worst vacation I ever had, so I'm equally torn on if I want to go back or not. I would. I would definitely lay out a few things that you could do to make sure that it's a good experience, and that you really get like the best of it. Because the best of Chicago is around this, like, you have to get out of the city proper, like specifically like the River North area is kind of like the main one. Like, and that's tourist row. That's where everybody wants to go, you know? I get it. But yeah, you gotta get out from there. You gotta go like a little, you know how there's like outer boroughs of New York? It's kind of the same thing. Ooh. Should be gross, but that actually tastes... It's just like, ooh, lunch. The really old 80s Pepsi. Yeah. Where they have like the little slide letters that are all fucked up because they, like, all of them are broken. Hell yeah. All right. Yeah, let me see. I have more peace being in civilization. Me too. No, that's why, like, when you call me a city slicker, I don't necessarily... Hey, oh, Kirk, what up? I don't necessarily, like, take that as an insult. Yes. Like, okay. What an insult. Oh my god. I have comfort in lots of noise and, like... Oh my god, I just kind of realized that I have, like, the, like, if I get overwhelmed, or, like, even sensory overload, it's not from that, and usually that's what would cause sensory overload. No. I get sensory overload from, like, walking, like, being in a line, like, I'll get that sometimes, especially, like, if it's the lunch hour, and you're going to, like, a pretty popular place, I will get that. You city boys crazy. Again, I'm proud. I'm so happy that I get to just go out and, like, see comedy if I want to. Well, I haven't done that in a long time, I'll admit. Concerts, you know. Oh, it's kind of weird, I have to say. A lot of the concerts that I've been doing, they're all, like, in country parts, like they're either in Wisconsin or like country parts of Illinois, because I guess everybody, they don't want to pay like the fees to perform in Chicago, which is a thing. I know that's why a lot of you know, bigger acts specifically, they stay away. They've kind of revised it though, so like if you're like a smaller performer, you don't really have to worry about that stuff. I'm a city boy too, just moved to East Bum. Yeah, see? Like, I could be comfortable in either. That's the nice part, is because, like, I kind of grew up in a countryish area, and, it was like a countryish suburb. But yeah, like, that's why I can vibe either way. But that's, like, when I say taking the train, like, there's something about it that just, it puts my mind at ease, where I'm just, like, the second... There are a few things that are so, like, they're everyday moments of your life, but it's those moments that, like, they're split second, just euphoria, you know? And you could have quit. Sometimes it's like coming. It's like coming. No, but I'm talking specifically about, like, when you find your seat on the train, and then nobody else sits next to you, and the train starts moving, that is euphoria. That is just, oh, I get to do this, just kind of lean back. It's kind of rock. You know, on the Metro, we have like these little tag things. So like you just put your tag like behind your head. I use that, the little trick where I put my head like right against it, so if it moves, then I can just literally look and see if it's the conductor or not. Because yes, some people are scummy. They will like pretend that they're looking for a seat and just snag the tag and then go, and then you're out. Then they're just like, hey, do you not have your ticket? Where's your $5? It's like, So one thing that's still cheap and fucking in this entire city, though, is taking the fucking train. I will say that. Your Donald is slowly transmorphing into Arnold. Oh, well, that one wasn't. That was because I was thinking about like the Arnold Schwarzenegger. Have you ever seen that clip where it's the clip from Pumping Iron? It was when right before he became a star. It was when he was known primarily as a bodybuilder, where he was talking about the pump. Did you know that when you pump, sometimes you're releasing the endorphins, and when you release the endorphins, it's like coming. So every time I do a pump, it's like I'm coming. He verbatim said that. So now every time you see him going, it's literally just like, yeah, that's why he sounds the way he does, because he's always coming. Shit. I just saw him on I Love Lucy. Funny clip. Wait, was that like the 80s revamp of I Love Lucy? I remember when they did something like that, where they're like, yeah, we're bringing it back. We're bringing back I Love Lucy. It's like, what? And she was, she wasn't, oh, Ricky, wah. It was, oh, Ricky, wah. Hey, doll. It was his Pumping Iron days. It was, yeah. There's nothing wrong with the Governator. God, again, these guys said such weird shit, and they still somehow managed to, just grab power. 1970. It was. Oh wow. I thought it was the 80s. Okay, that's even okay. Shit. That was Jesus. That was almost 10 years before his breakout role. I'm pretty sure it was 10 years, because wait a minute. Did he star in Conan first, or was it Terminator? Let's see. Conan. It was Conan in 82, and then followed by Terminator in 84. Okay. So that's kind of crazy. Like, he went through a 2-year period where people kind of knew him. It's kind of like Glenn Powell. Like, Glenn Powell did that for a while, and now all of a sudden everybody's just like, hey, look, it's Glenn Powell. It's like, oh. When was The Running Man? I think that was 86. 87. Yeah. 86, 87 was my guess. One of those movies that was already, on video cassette for me to rent when I was a child. That was like some of my favorite memories, though. Like renting Arnold Schwarzenegger movies and watching them with my cousins. He's best known for his role in Twins. Dude, that movie rules. No, he's best known for the, oh my God, which one, where he was pregnant? Oh, fuck, what was that called? Junior. It's called Junior. Is that one had Danny DeVito in it? Yeah. That's why I always used to mix up those movies. Video cassette, my bones just creaked. VHS. Hey, you know what? My uncle was like a pretty big, media nerd, so I had a pretty cool upbringing where I got to watch Star Wars on Laserdisc. I got to see Star Wars on Laserdisc, Batman on Laserdisc, Empire Strikes Back, and Raiders of the Lost Ark. I got to see all those on Laserdisc, and the quality was there, man. Still holds up. Like, you want to talk about like quality that honestly translates so well? There it is. Schwarzenegger won a Golden Globe for Best Acting Debut in a Motion Picture, 1976 for Stay Hungry, but it was his true debut as where he played Hercules as Arnold Strong. I do remember that, where he was toying with that because he wasn't sure if his name would be marketable. Could you imagine if Junior was made today? Aneurysms abound. That should just be our answer. Men can't have babies. It's like, well, apparently you haven't seen the movie Junior. Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito would disagree. Boom. Oh, I see your point. Oh, that's a good argument. Yeah, because that would happen. Let's see. Monetize now. What do you guys think? I'll keep it free for now. Yeah, nah. Sorry. I won't embed ads, though. I won't do that for at least the first little hangout here. Because on chill streams, I kind of just like making it free, but... I was thinking the other day about that movie I pronounced You Chuck and Larry. Doesn't seem that... When did that come out? I mean... Not that long. Joanna Man. Yeah. Oh, there's a bunch of those, man. Fuck. The Martin Lawrence one. Big Mama's House. Like, that whole thing was based on, like, that. And then, of course, the famous Ace Ventura one. Fucking Larry. You would like that movie. 2007. Jesus, that was almost 20 years. You're kidding me, man. Damn. Well, that's crazy. All right, let's see. Oh, does anybody have a line on some of the Destiny stuff that's going on? Because... yeah, I kind of feel, Destiny allegations just got worse. Oh, here we go.
It was one of the...
Here we go. All right. So, as I said, we're going to wing it today. But what are you saying, Pap? I am so in love with my best friend. So? Well, wait, was that the whole, like, ending of the movie? Was that, like, they end up getting married because they find out that they're in love? Wait a minute. I'm just realized I don't think I've ever seen that. Yeah. So, yeah, spoil it. Whatever. 20-year-old movie. I'm sure we come off as more ancient simply by being born in the last millennium. Somebody said that. Or they're just like, you have a 1-9 in your birthday. It's like, and? They're like, you're pretty old. I'm like, oh. Ouch. They were not in love. The moral of the story was to stop gay bashing. Oh. Well, look at that. Well, in that case, I do think it could definitely be made. So to that point, I was wondering if I rewatched any of the Police Academy movies, if I'd chuckle once. I recall, yeah, Police Academy 2 is still funny. Police Academy, they weren't sure if they were trying to take it like half serious. So like, it's still a good movie, but it's more, I don't know. The more the Gutenberg's in it, the less funny it's gonna be. Is kind of my my take. Now 3 is where it started losing it, and then Police Academy 4. I remember watching that and just being like, this isn't funny. This is kind of cringe. We were born in the 1900s. Yeah, I know. It's kind of crazy to say that. I was wondering if I rewatched any of the. I recall every movie had a scene where a Joker relied on some kind of bad cops finding themselves in a gay nightclub dancing with men. And that was only one of them. And I'm pretty sure that was Police Academy 4. Yes, where they actually, the village people were in the movie. I think Spade is in. Is he? That's like when I watched Ninja Turtles, and I'm like, I kept pausing it. I'm just like, is it? Holy shit! Is that oh my god, Sam? Oh my, what the hell is his name? He was in Moon. Rockwell. Yeah, Sam Rockwell. There we go. Yeah, Sam Rockwell is in the scene in Ninja Turtles, like, as a kid. It was, like, his first role, where he's showing this, like, the kids the lair, which, again, how cool is that lair with the half pipes and the freaking arcade cabinets? Like, that, again, would be a badass lair today, just gonna say. Where he's just like, so you can do whatever you want. You don't have to answer to anybody, except for when we need you. Also, it's like, or it's like, do you have any cigarettes? It's like, regular or menthol. Which, again, kids movie-ish. I love Police Academy. Like, again, go with the, you can stop at 3. Every other one is kind of like, ugh. They do get progressively worse. Also a meta comedy about how ridiculous health insurance and employee benefits can be in the U.S. I think that there's actually a NBC show that's doing that right now. Fuck, it's got that lady from the Goldbergs in it. 4 was awesome. Sorry. Well, then I will not, I will not shit on the movie then. I can only remember the sound effect guy. When Michael Winslow. If he's not in the new Spaceballs, that will be a travesty. Police Academy. I just hope that Spaceballs 2 isn't a bunch of callback jokes. Like, that's one callback I'll allow, but Happy Gilmore 2 was cringe as fuck. Oh my god, I hated it. I hated every second of it. The funniest part was with Bad Bunny, which was like, that was a little weird, where I'm like, wait a minute, so you're telling me that the comedians in this movie are not the funniest part? And Happy was kind of a bummer. I have to say, there wasn't like a lot of funny Happy moments, so I did not like it. I'm just gonna go out and say that Happy Gilmore 2 was a waste of time and a stinker, in my opinion. So there was a high tower in Mahoney. Mahoney snuck the hooker into. I just want to watch Spaceballs again. I don't care about the sequel. You're waiting for Strange Brew 2. That would, if they did that, that would be wonderful. Although there is kind of like a Strange Brew 2. Didn't they do a series? I feel like those guys did like a bunch of those skits. Or like, no, they were on that's right. Strange Brew was pretty much based off like a Canadian like SNL kind of thing, and that they did a bunch of those skits, right? I just remember like looking that up one day and just seeing a whole bunch of those. Oh, I thought you meant Happy that show was great. No, Happy was a great show. Yeah, with Mahoney. No, Happy Gilmore 2 sucked ass. Happy Gilmore 2 surprised me in that I didn't despise it. I watched it all the way through. I did too. That's the best review I can give it. Yeah, no, it was a movie. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I should be a little less vitriolic about it. Okay, it's not like a give me my time back, but it was just not fun. I didn't have a good time watching it. What up, Troy? Talking about Happy Gilmore 2 and just how I didn't like it. It's not a great movie. It was ass. It really was. It was ass. It relied so much on just like the callback gags, and that was kind of sad to see, man. I gotta be honest. It was a waste of. Let's just put it this way. It was during an hour and a half period of my day or I think it was like a Sunday, which Sundays are my chill day. So, yeah, it wasn't that bad. I could have watched something else, but it was also during one of those moments where I couldn't really think of anything that I wanted to watch or check out. But now I'm like all back into watching like the Alien movies, Predator. Getting kind of ready for that because the new Predator movie looks so. Predator Badlands. I can't wait. I cannot wait for that movie. Alien Romulus was such a good movie. This Alien series is so good. It's reminding me of how I didn't get that alien head from the guy that was just going to give it to me. God damn it. If you guys don't know, there was a guy that was in a similar position where his wife hated the fact because he had one of the mounted alien heads, but it looked legit. It looked like it was movie accurate. It was so good. At first he was gonna I think he was gonna sell it to me for like $200, but he was then his wife just hardlined it. She's like, you have to get rid of this. And he was like, dude, I will just give this to you. And I asked my wife. That was the mistake. I should just ask for forgiveness later. And then just expect it to be on the corner. Damn it. No, I gotta be real. She hates she doesn't necessarily hate the alien. She hates the facehuggers, but the alien reminds her of the facehuggers, therefore. I was happy to see Christopher McDonald as Shearer McGavin. I love that actor since SLC Punk. Yeah. Yeah, wasn't he his dad? Yeah, I think he was his dad in that. Man, SLC Punk is a great movie. Holds up, too. I just recently watched it. Although, that Bob scene, man. That scene with Bob is just... That's rough. Oh, yeah, SLC Punk Part 2. Yeah, I remember that. There was a sequel. Yeah, I never did either. And, maybe it's because I grew up on sequels where I'm just like, nah, I'm good. I don't need to watch a bunch of sequels. Sandler is rich as hell and living the dream. He doesn't have to try, and there's no pressure. When you've already made it, you can afford to F around with your friends and call it a career. Yeah, but at the same time, that's not true of him and the way that he wants to be perceived. He wants to be perceived as funny again. He's going on a comedy tour. And he's doing it in a way where he's making all his tickets super accessible. I just saw an article about that where his tickets are some of the cheapest out there. Because he wants just normal people to come and see him. Which is admirable, but, that's where I was confused, where I'm like, wait a minute, if you want to remind people of how funny you are, then, or you could attempt to do art and be an artist. Yeah, not be lazy. It is unfortunate to see, people just kind of take the easy route, I'm just burnt out, and I know, oh my god, this is, breaking new ground. I'm just sick of sequels, man. Everything's a goddamn sequel of something, and if it's so needless, again, Alien, fine. I'm fine with it because there's just so many plot holes that it's all right. And it's not as bad as Star Wars, where it's just okay, so you guys are really trying to write an entire movie to explain one plot hole? This is a little different than that. 51st Dates was a masterpiece. That is a good movie. Spanglish wasn't that bad. I remember watching Spanglish and just being okay, so that was a little more serious. I didn't mind him going serious. That was never the problem. There's another movie he was in. Oh, Uncut Gems. Uncut Gems is good. There's no denying that Uncut Gems is just a good movie. Little Nicky. Oh, now that would have been funny. I liked Spanglish. It was an okay movie, but I remember, just as a teenager, I was getting to that point where I could see the art. Oh, I remember watching the movie About a Boy and just being this movie is very poignant. I was 13, 14. Wedding Singer, 10 out of 10. Yes, Wedding Singer is actually legit, one of the best comedies ever made. I will put that up there. Happy Gilmore again. That one's up there. Billy Madison, it's funny, but I don't know, man. I can't watch it and enjoy it as much. Because it was a slog to get through the last time I watched it. Tommy Boy still holds up that way, where Tommy Boy just gets funnier every time I watch it. God damn, that movie is hilarious. Oh my god. The bee scene. Hold on! Bees! Bees everywhere! I can't believe that worked. Oh, and then when he's just like, I think I just puked on an anthill. Oh, and they're pissed. Three great trilogies, Smokey and the Bandit. Nah, I like the first two. The third one was ass. Back to the Future, good. No, that one, all three of them are good, although some people like to say the same thing. Porky's. Listen, I love me some Kim Cattrall. I don't know. Porky's was one of the first times, like, even watching that as a kid, like, yeah, for the boobies and everything, but then realizing what the hell was going on, and, dude, no, it's not Porky's. Actually, funny enough, Porky's is nowhere near as problematic as Revenge of the Nerds. Revenge of the Nerds is straight up problematic. That movie and Animal House, they have great, like, they have SA scenes. That's fucked. And I remember specifically watching Animal House when I was a kid and just being like, what is this? Are you kidding me? Like this me. Oh, thank you for linking my stuff, by the way. I just saw that. Angela. But yeah, Osmosis Jones wasn't a bad movie. No, actually, Osmosis Jones is not a bad movie. Bill Murray, like, surprise performance by Bill Murray. Chris Rock, you know, great voice acting. Hand drawn was pretty good, actually. Surf's Up, great animated movie, one of my favorites. Surf's Up wasn't bad. It wasn't one of my favorites. Over the Hedge was one of the ones I remember watching with my roommate. Like, that was during the time where all those kids' movies were trying to be Shrek. So, like, they were legitimately hilarious. Like, especially if you were just a bunch of stoners. They're like, dude, you want to go see an animated movie? Yeah. Johnny Tsunami, best surf no, Surf Ninjas, come on. Are you talking about Panic? Oh, what up, Panic? How you doing? Ostrich eggs? Yummy. Had those once. Johnny Tsunami. Wait a minute. That over, oh my god, was the one with Keanu. Wait. What? More Americans would probably prefer to be Canada's 11th province than Canadians' 51st state. Yes, because you'd be, like, getting Chicago, New York, likely Seattle. Triple X underrated. It is. I will agree with you. Point Break. Point Break. That was the movie that. Yeah, thank you. No, Triple X is actually, like, not bad. Triple X, the one where him and Ice Cube meet up. What was it called? Head of State or something like that. No, that was the second one actually. It wasn't bad. It wasn't. Triple X 2, not bad. You know, like, it was a pivot away, but the fact that they brought it back, the third movie, made it better, and you were just like, all right, Xander's back. Cool. Anything with John Candy. Agreed. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is one of my favorite movies of all time. Also, that's one of, like, seriously, as much as I want to make, like, an impression that kind of sounds like I'm making fun, but, like, legit, when he breaks down and he's just like, listen, I like me. My wife likes me. When he's, like, and knowing the, like, when you know the ending of that hits, dude. That hits. It is so sad. But that ending is just 80s glory. John Hughes movies are just Stripes. It's funny, but the political slang irks me as an old man. I mean, yeah. Harold Ramis, yeah. Well. In college, got stoned and watched Gods Must Be Crazy. That was a good time. Sopranos ending. Oh, it is? No, actually, I thought that had ended great. Because they also, going back, they definitely foreshadowed it, and it wasn't as, like, in your face. At one point in the first episode of the last season, Tony just says, he's just like, yeah, you know, things go black and you just don't know when it's coming, and you're never gonna know that it came. And I was just like, damn. I remember it, like, thinking about death differently from watching that episode. I talked about the nothingness of death. Yeah. God, that was an intense scene, man. Dude. It's kind of funny when you go, like, you look back at the things that had an impact on you, and you're just like, damn, that last episode of the last season of The Sopranos really did hit me differently. Because you knew it was coming. That was one of the smartest things they did, was say that it was ending regardless. So, like, everybody was, like, that was Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones. Well, I still think it was, oh my god, what the fuck? It's the first dude they show walking into the diner. I thought it was him. Because the way that he goes around, he doesn't actually go through the front. So it's like the way that somebody walks by and then you just black. I've watched enough of the, like, breakdowns, though, so I'm cheating, because somebody did this where they slow-moed it, and they're like, that's the same jacket. I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't guarantee anything, because it didn't show the guy overtly just go, you know. Man, I want to watch the last season of The Sopranos again. I want to just watch all The Sopranos again, man. We should just do a watch party. And it'll take forever. Oh, God. No, Kirk, I'm not even kidding, bro. I want to do a watch party for the first half of Avatar on Discord. Like, one of these days, we're just going to do it. Get you guys all in VC, and you guys will get to see my very first reaction to apparently the good episodes of Avatar. Because I want to get into that show. Like, it's got really good lore. I love the fucking animation. Like, the animation is so damn good. I've always loved it, so. And then One Piece. When they do the One Piece Kai, I am going to watch that. Taco time? Oh. Why? I can't wait to. Oh, yeah. No, I'm definitely going to do that. Come on now. Somebody actually said, though, they were just like, you don't understand. They're like, don't feel bad that you didn't get to do that. They're like, I'm actually jealous of you. You get to experience this for your very first time as an adult, so you really, like, get to go for it. Oh, it's a show now? What the fuck? Oh, what? Avatar? Oh, no, I'm talking about Avatar The Last Airbender. Oh, my God. This happens a lot. No, Avatar The Last Airbender is, it's like a Korean anime, that is actually really, I mean, again, it kind of got me to respect, like, Korean animation. I remember seeing one of the fights, I think it was him and Zuko, where I was just like, holy shit. Is it Chinese? I thought it was Korean. Somebody had told me that was a Korean Korean art house. I mean, whoever did it, I gotta say, because I remember them saying that specifically, where they're like, this is not done in Japan, and I was like, this is really good. Like, holy shit. Because, yeah, it was the first fight with him and Zuko, and I did see that, where I was just like, whoa. Talk is awesome. American, LOL, but, oh, yeah. Classical Chinese literature in the show. Oh. Avatar is a movie that came out years ago, no? It is. So Avatar is James Cameron with the Na'vi. Yeah. No, this is a different franchise that's just called Avatar. I know this is very confusing. That is different, where it's about, like, every, 1,000 years, there's an avatar that is like the master of whatever element that they control. I don't know how it works. I actually don't. See, I don't know. Kirk could probably just go for it and tell you. The word avatar just means like a vessel for something. Well, yeah, I do know that. I'm just saying in general, like, I don't know. But again, going back to the idea that I get to watch this for the first time, and then also One Piece. Like, I get to see at least, like, because I watched the live action One Piece first episode, and it got me a little where I was like, all right, I get it. And it's not like I've never hated the art style. I've never had anything against it. It's just when my friends got into it, it was already like 200 or 300 episodes in, and they were just like, it's not that bad. Little did I know, it's like somewhere 1,200 or something like that, and that's insane. That's insane. My buddy told me about this one streamer that was like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go back and I'm going to watch One Piece from the very first episode. And they're like, to experience it again, they're just like, how many episodes? 1,200? Fuck that shit. While the show is animated by a Korean animation house, primarily all storyboarding and concept art was done in America. So the style is a style that is drawn up in America. Okay, that makes sense. So the movie, The Blue People Were the Vessels, Avatar The Last Airbender, is about people who can control earth, wind, fire, or earth, water, fire, and air. Earth, wind, and fire. Do you remember? Using genetic abilities, the avatar in the show is someone who can master all 4 elements. Oh, they're short episodes. Yeah. That's a nice part about some of those. Like, again, even One Piece, because I think it's like, what, 20 minutes? Because I thought that there was like a little bit too where you can even skip it, like between the intro, outro, all that shit. If there's a way, like Crunchyroll could just, I don't know, do this thing where they don't even give you the option. If they know you're binging, can they just go into the next episode? Ugh. I love Avatar: The Last Airbender. I've seen it multiple times. I'd watch it again still. Hell yeah. No, I like the fact that there's a smaller episode count. I like the fact that it is something that has more coming, as far as like, because I know about Legend of Korra and all that, and it gives me more to get into after the initial arc there, which again, I'm looking forward to it. This is something that I really find kind of fascinating, where now that I have that attitude of, no, guys, I get to experience this, and like, this is something that I like, it's kind of content for you guys, you know, you guys get to enjoy the just pure, like, the pure joy that comes from me because trust me, I get like amped up about stuff like this. Like, if there's any emotional scenes, there's a good chance that you'll see some, some tearing. But all right, so here, let me there we go. Moving on from chill stream, and then, damn it, I just realized I missed my Indivisible meeting. Oh no. Well, if you missed it, I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're hanging. That does suck though. Inspiration doesn't make it what it was inspired by. Oh, no, Kirk. I understand what you're saying, though, but Dragon Ball Z is technically the same thing. Dragon Ball Z is inspired by the Chinese journey into the West. You know, Goku's like, if you played that, what is it? Oh, fuck. I forgot the name of the game already. It just, what? Wolfang? No. Fuck. Monkey Warrior game. Wukong. Wolfang. Yeah, Wukong. Yeah, it's pretty much based on that. Like, well, Goku. Like, isn't that his name? I thought his name was literally Son Goku. I don't know. I used to be much, like, more adverse on this stuff, like, to the point where I could, like, do the trivia stuff, but I kind of, like, packed all that into, like, a box and just shoved it into the corner of my mind. And now I'm kind of, like, occasionally I'll have to dust it off like that, like Wu Fang, Wukong. Wu Fang is from Gundam. At least know that. Son Goku is the Monkey King from the old lore. Yeah, exactly. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so it's pretty much the same story. All right, guys. Well, I said that we were going to do a chill stream. We did for the first hour. What's going to happen now is we're going to cover this Destiny stuff. Although, I just realized I needed to... You know what? We will start this video in just one moment. But I forgot to use the bathroom before I started stream. So I'm going to be right back. Hang out for just 1 minute and then we'll watch this. There's a good avatar, and then there's the blue one. Sorry. Gotta take care of something. There we go. I can be a little pedantic sometimes and focus a little too much on certain semantics. Dog react. How was he? Was he good? I hope he was good. Nice. Let's start this up, and then I can finish this text.
The most insane things I've ever seen.
In the
which is, of course...
Oh, that's right, my headphones. Durr. Give me 1 second. I was like, whoa, that got loud. Much better. Here.
Expected from this weirdo.
Oops.
The Exertonox post, streamer Destiny has been accused of sexting and sharing pornographic material with a 17-year-old girl. Twitter users, including his own son, Nathan Bonnell, are sharing evidence of sexual chat logs between Destiny and the minor, which is so psychotic.
His kid?
Like the fact that this is a real thing in this industry is so unimaginably psychotic. Okay. But to add insult to injury, I saw a tweet from the biggest debate mind of the quote unquote liberals, okay, Epstein himself,
That's a banger.
retaliate against one
Epstein.
of his victims, who's currently
All right, Sex Pestiny was good. That might oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm gonna let that sit for a second.
doing in Pixie. Okay. Pixie posted
Epstein.
something like
That's a better one.
he knew, saying that it's a confirmation, like he knew that this person that we're talking about, Epstein, was actually in direct knowledge of this person that he was talking to was underage, right?
Dude.
That he was like trying to literally traffic over state lines, crimes in and of themselves, right?
Dude.
And his retort was,
Oh my God. Okay, so Sean, is this what you were talking about earlier? To give you guys a little context, Sean had a pretty good theory here where he had mentioned that this was indeed the psyop. I had said that earlier where I was like, this kind of feels psyop-y, where they platform him on CNN. They introduce him to people that are not in the know, like with the online scene, and then they just say, look, this is the guy who the left says that he's the leftist Joe Rogan. He's interesting, right? He's interesting. Well, it turns out he's a bad person, and so are leftists. Look.
so insane. I can't even believe it. Hold on. What is the...
This is nuts.
I think here it is. His retort to that was so unimaginably stupid. This is the brilliant mind, dude. Remember to check IDs, guys, unless, like, dog, people are
Dude, he's doing, oh my God, he's doing his thing where he's just going to meme it. He's going to try and meme his way out of this.
credibly accusing
Dude, seriously, what the fuck is with our planet now where all of a sudden people get, like, outed for this shit and it's just...
you
And then
of
people treat us like we're fucking crazy for caring.
soliciting
This is insanity.
Sam, child sexual abuse material, and your retort is that the person you're talking to, like the person who's credibly accusing you of this, who is a victim of yours,
Kirk, he busted out his dictionary for this, and he's doing it in a way where it's just like, hold on.
separately in a revenge porn distribution court case because you distributed revenge porn to the underage minor that you were soliciting sex from. Also separately told you that
Literally every single comment I see Trumpers talking about Biden smelling kids as if they didn't vote for a PDF. Like, what the fuck? No, seriously. They still have that where they're like, we get to pretend that we care. And we're going to try and troll you with it because that's all we really care about is just seeing you guys get upset because we don't actually have souls anymore and we don't have goals anymore. We just know that seeing you guys get Maddie McMadstein means that we are Happy McHappystein.
that they used a fake ID to get into a bar before. How is that a retort? Like I always think about like I try to explain to people that this line of argumentation does not make sense. It doesn't hold up in court. It just doesn't make sense at all.
This makes no sense.
Okay, these two things are not even remotely comparable. And especially when you're talking about a guy who claims to be like this brilliant debate mind, it's extra shocking when this is the best they got in terms of retaliation. It's mind-boggling. And I guess his fans, his cult,
All right, so what's the deal with his kid jumping in here? How old is his kid?
He's increasingly smaller, eats that shit up.
Wait a minute.
But to me, when I see this, I'm like, this is incredibly stupid. Like, how is this actually working as a retort for anyone that has two functioning brain cells they can rub against one another? It's just no you, but in an increasingly dumber, in the stupidest way possible. It's literally like, this is not an effective counter to someone credibly accusing you of soliciting CSAM, okay? It's like going to court after being charged with a murder, and your retort is, well, this other child.
Destiny doesn't even know how. To be fair, I'm pretty sure, like, my dad has no idea how old I am.
In a totally separate instance, defended themselves physically one time. So how can you say anyone is truly
The only people that even like Destiny are people who have not researched him are idiots or shitlibs. The last two basically being on the same rung and not researching him.
violent? How could you ever say that? I guess violence is permissible.
Well, you have to think about it. So if they're new to the DGG community and there's a bunch of people that have made it their life's goal to protect the man, they're going to do some, like, they're going to run interference for Destiny and just kind of be like, well, here's the lore. It's going to be skewed, and then they're just probably be like, yeah, it wasn't even a big deal. Like, it's just a bunch of, like, you know how lefties be.
Under certain circumstances. It's like, but that's not relevant to your situation at all. This has nothing to do with anything. It's the most idiotic deflection. You have to truly be like a Israel Dick Rider style person to legitimately go along with that as an effective retort and see it as anything but like victim
Sorry, my screen was only that big because I wanted to block his chat.
blaming.
I mean, it's already, like, blurred.
Oh, it's like when Israel came out and was like, actually, those starving children that you saw images of also had.
I mean, the DGG community, I tried engaging years ago and got shunned for something stupid. No. You're telling me DGG, like, got up in arms about something, like, they had a disagreement with you and they didn't actually want to come to, some form of
additional diseases as well.
Understanding?
Some of which born out of the occupation and genocide.
No way.
That we are subjecting the Palestinian population to. It's like, okay, that made the situation worse. You only believe that if you just like are desperate to believe it. You've built up this image in your mind of this person's infallibility, and you're actively trying to defend it instead of just letting it go. You could just let it go. Yeah, Pixie basically clarified.
George Washington tried to warn America not to start political groups. George Washington in 1796 and 97 knew that political groups would divide the country, not unite the country. The first official political party started in 1976.
He knew
1996.
he was
1796. Hello, dyslexia. How you doing?
pursuing minors, and his retort was, "Oh yeah, well,
Tucson Tamale Company. How you doing, man?
you were a minor at one time. What do you
Thank you for the chat. Appreciate you dropping in with some knowledge there. Also, very cool.
think his purpose is? Oh, it's to just maintain an increasingly smaller sliver of people who are not grossed out by this when they should be, and doing so by just turning around and attacking every single person instead of ever taking accountability for his actions that have seemingly gotten worse and worse over the years. That's it. As long as you have like a dedicated group of loyal fans who will just like keep giving you money. I mean, Dr. Disrespect's still popping,
That's insane to me.
Clearly it doesn't matter. There's no like accountability, and you can literally do crimes. And when you don't see any accountability, when you face zero repercussions.
I need to read that in like a New York accent. Yo, and I appreciate you appreciating me.
For doing said crimes, it doesn't even matter. You just keep doing the crimes over and over again. That's it. People have deluded themselves into thinking that he is like some kind of solution to this increasingly more radicalized, increasingly worse, increasingly reactionary media environment. And they truly think that he is like this prophetic figure who can take these guys to task, not realizing that he's not actually like shepherding people away from the right at all. He's just adopting the same techniques of the right, the edgy nihilism.
I'm trying to post the reason why I got shunned and YouTube is hard at work not letting me. Oh my God, is it really?
and
Dude, this new AI is so whack.
the endless pursuit of new
It's been like 4 days of this too.
victims, cyber stalking, harassment campaigns, and the like, and redirecting it to vectors that he hates personally. That's it. So if you were like a Gamergate guy and you loved spamming the N-word, you can still do that in this community, but you just say you're a Democrat now. But you still get to advocate to say the N-word as a white guy, and you get to be edgy, and you still get to do Kiwi Farm style like stalking operations and lol cowing, and that's it. It's a cult.
Multiple women, there are multiple victims. Now one of them may be a minor, and still we're getting like segments on CNN where they're like, as of this month, it was a couple weeks ago, they did like a piece on Destiny being like, oh, now to talk to the liberal who is trying to de-radicalize
Against an occupying military force. I cannot repeat this enough. Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank. 2 crimes in and of itself. And every type of armed
Well, I mean, Tucson Tamale Company, there was a double homicide in that was politically motivated in Minnesota, and nobody did shit.
resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in these raids. The violence that the Palestinians engage in an act of resistance against this illegal occupying force is literally legal.
Right, so it appears that he's talking in general about current ongoing violence there, but
Yeah, I think we watched this
the
yesterday.
call out to your favorite podcaster's wife has gotten a lot of attention because Hila previously served in the IDF. And this also has a little extra background
he's
here.
covering
Hassan and
both?
Ethan and
Here,
Hila
I
have
wanna
been
get to
very
the sex
publicly at odds
Destiny
over their
stuff.
clashing views with Israel and Gaza, as well as just, I mean, a number of other things. But in the here
Oh,
and now,
it
you had
leads into
Hila
it.
seeing
Hold
Hassan's
on.
latest remark and accusing him of calling
Alright.
for violence against
I'll
her
allow it.
specifically, with Ethan then later echoing that, posting a video yesterday saying,
Why even include a specific person who hasn't served in the military in
God.
20 years?
I'll be right back.
So someone in the Search Discord sent me this, and it was pretty mind-blowing because it turns out that Ethan Klein actually has the same position.
Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal. I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now. And these people are more or less valid military targets, in my opinion.
But it's not
Let's
rocket
get back to
science.
the IDF. You said
That's what Hassan said. He's saying that again, if you were a member of the IDF, if you were part of doing illegal raids on homes in Ramallah, then you are a valid military target. The same thing that Ethan Klein in the past had agreed on.
Why does he mix up past and present tense while he's discussing this? You know, is this a responsible use of his words and his platform? Don't you think that even if what you're saying is true and you meant only people on that raid would deserve violence, that invoking a specific person is really appropriate and true? And doesn't that have the risk for provoking the craziest people in your audience?
All right, those hot peppers are getting to me.
To think that maybe
They were delicious, but whew, boy.
it would be a good idea to kill my wife.
with that, then getting a lot of attention online, and even had the likes of Destiny discussing Hassan's comment in a chat, writing, I honestly think you could perfectly justify attacking / killing Hassan IRL for statement.
You realize that this is like present tense, right? Like Hila no longer lives in Israel. She no longer serves in the IDF. He was not saying you should actively now seek revenge on her. He never said any of that. Whereas this is, I honestly think you could perfectly justify attacking and killing Hassan in real life for statements like this.
Like this. With many then saying that escalated the situation to a whole new level, and you had a number of people calling out Destiny for seemingly condoning violence. With Hassan then also posting, this sociopathic cult leader is actively telling his audience that it's moral to kill me in real life because I said Palestinians have a legal right to resist against an illegal occupying force conducting a raid. When anyone joins an occupying force and participates in a raid in a legally occupied territory, the occupied people have a legal right to defend themselves through armed struggle. With them then also addressing the Destiny situation on a stream on Sunday.
that's definitely actionable, I'm pretty sure. It's also weird that this guy gets to have a YouTube account. Like, that is a real death threat. What I'm saying is not a death threat at all. What I'm saying is just what the law is right now.
And so you had Hassan arguing that he wasn't even trying to give an opinion, he was just discussing international law and acts of resistance. With Hassan then also claiming that many people were taking his initial remark out of context and that he by no means was trying to condone or encourage violence against Hila Klein.
There is no point where I have said violence against someone who is not actively in combat is permissible. I don't believe that. That is illegal. This is not, and also immoral. It's a big part of the reason why I also advocate against what Israel is doing. I have also specified that
By the way, did you guys see that the IDF is trying to recruit in the U.S. right now?
IDF veterans are not valid military.
That's insane.
Military targets. If someone were to attack Hila Klein right now, of course they should go to jail. What kind of idiocy is this?
So there you...
I don't know if he's being clear enough, to be honest. There's a lot of ways to interpret what he just said. I think he has to make another statement. I think he needs to clarify the clarification. Because honestly, I mean, did he actually, really explain himself?
Even had some who said, hey, I don't think that
they are trying to recruit dual citizens.
Yeah, calling for violence against Hila, saying that it's at the very least very weird that you would bring up your former podcast partner's wife, right, in the context of what's happening in the here and now. Also, something you saw is that when people asked him, why are you addressing this? Asking him, why are you feeding into people dragging you into drama? He said,
so it has led to people issuing active death threats to their communities against me. So I think it's a little bit different than just like immature online gossip slop. At what point does it turn into like a real crime? I think this is the point where it has turned into a real crime. But will you consider it to be something beyond online gossip slop when I either get deplatformed or when I get killed, potentially?
With Hassan saying it's the goal of the people going after him to get him banned and fully deplatformed. And in terms of...
Well, also, it's this constant thing where, like, I know this is just how Philip DeFranco does his shows, right? But, like, to try and equivocate all these things, again, as just morally neutral, as in, like, all right, so we have two cases here of pretty much the exact same thing, or at least similar situations, right? Hassan made a statement that for people serving in a occupying military, one that is currently engaged in doing a genocide, if you were to be a participant in that military, then you would be a valid military target. For him to say that is in some ways being interpreted by some people to be potentially a death threat to someone who once served in that military years ago, no longer lives in Israel, and happens to be married to one of his ex-podcast hosts. In the case of Destiny, he's saying in the present tense now that this is justification for someone going and attacking Hassan. So again, these two situations are incredibly similar. We now have a clip of Hassan. He's going to have to clarify himself. He does so, like, could not be more blatant when he's just like, I'm not calling for anyone to do violence against Hila Klein. I'm not calling for anyone to do violence against ex-military members.
Chicago's fine. Shut up.
I'm not calling for anyone that would not only be illegal, but that is not what I advocate for, blah, blah, blah. But then again, we're stuck back in this kind of like, okay, so these are kind of, similar situations.
Platform.
Maybe Trump should actually do something where he does like an expansive housing program for these people instead of just out of sight, out of minding this bullshit.
And deplatforming in the...
I'm kind of getting tired of the lack of humanity coming from people, and honestly, like people that have that kind of attitude,
video that Ethan,
you'll find yourself on the other end of the stream.
Ended up posting on Monday. He took aim at what content Twitch platforms in general, arguing that the site allows too many calls for political violence, including from Hassan. And then with that, suggesting that since neither Twitch or Amazon are doing anything, the sponsors who advertise there should.
If you use Twitch, if you're watching, when you get an ad, write them and say, hey, I would like to know why you are spending directly your dollars to support violent extremism. Why are you supporting a platform that sanctions, protects, safeguards, encourage, promotes language like what Hassan just deployed against Hila?
But ultimately, that's where we are right now.
But ultimately, it was the same language that, again, Ethan Klein was using in those clips that I just showed you, where he's saying that he believes the IDF, who were involved in illegal occupation, to be valid military targets.
Now, and in the meantime, I'd really love to know your thoughts on this whole situation. One, just in general, no matter who you are, but also two, I know there's at least some crossover of who's watching my show and who's watching these other three. So there's people that are more...
Okay, so that was that description. The other news was that for Destiny, aka Stephen Bonnell II, he has obviously at this point been accused by multiple women of having recorded them without their consent and distributed those recordings to third parties. Again, he is being sued by one individual. Another woman has filed a police report on him at this point. It's behavior that, is obviously, if true, incredibly not only fucked up, but illegal. to say the very least. Now, for a long time, there's been speculation as to is one of the individuals that Destiny was both talking to and who has like a lot of logs leaked of their conversations.
40 in 1,000? You are massively exaggerating that, my friend. Also, while you're focusing on my hometown, why don't you focus on St. Louis and then get back to me?
Logs are very, very sexual in nature.
Because people are, yeah.
Most of them are.
There's no bigger bunch of pussies out there talking about crime rates that don't live in a big city. I can't stand you fucking people.
Pretty disgusting, and
I really can't. Like, somehow, some way, I've survived every single day through this city, this mass crime ridden city.
I'm obviously not going to be reading them out because I'm sure a lot of them are in violation of the.
What are you talking about?
Terms of service here. Is that individual in fact underage? And the wild thing about the story is that a lot of the people who used to either be friends with Destiny or used to do streams with Destiny or used to be what you could consider Destiny orbiters, etc., are some of now the people who've been coming forward being like a lot of.
He doesn't go outside a lot.
What Destiny,
and when he does, I guess he's chasing, tornadoes.
He did in the past is absolutely fucked. It's reprehensible. I don't stand behind it. And one of the biggest problems I think he's going to have going forward.
Then move to a smaller community where you will also find that they have crime too there, pal. Did you know that if you go to a rural community, they also have a lot of crime?
Information comes out that this one individual.
It's a lot more noticeable because it's a smaller fucking town.
Individual who went by the username Rose.
It's almost like you want a military state to justify, like, because you have, like, some weird thing where you're scared of, like, everything, bro. Like, dude, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I don't know. Pump some iron, do something, do whatever the hell you need to do to get yourself out of that fucking mindset.
Turns out to have been 17 at the time when Destiny was both.
Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. When you're going per capita, they fucking do.
16.
When you have a town of 10 people and you have at least 2 people that get arrested, guess what that means? They automatically have, what's that? An 8.
Her, as well as potentially sending her, again, this unconsensual.
And they have an uncontrollable crime wave in the city of 10 people.
Material. Another interesting thing about all this is that of all the people.
That is kind of funny to think. It's just like, Carl's doing it again. Oh, God damn it.
People who are involved in this and accusing Destiny of a variety of sex crimes and other horrifying behavior. The one person he doesn't seem to be talking about in anything, where he is publicly attacking Pixie, he's publicly attacking Cherry, he's publicly attacking a lot of the women, including his ex-wife, who had, come forward to say that he had
Ooh, Bloodstone coming in with the hits.
Consensually shared material of them with third parties. He doesn't mention Rose and doesn't bring up Rose.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Violent crime is not on the rise. You're actually like, dude, this is where I can't stand people like you. You're ignoring the fact that, yeah, there's violent crime. Did you know that domestic violence is way higher in those areas?
Now, there was a clip that came out a while ago where, again,
it's almost like living like within,
people.
You have so many people around you that you kind of have this like almost community thing where, you know that you're not gonna.
We're watching other streamers talk about this.
You're gonna act right in that way, because a lot of us don't want to be seen as the asshole. Like in my community, we know who the assholes are. The weird part is, they tend to actually live in the nicer like apartments or the nicer houses.
There are clips on Reddit.
What up, Bryant? How you doing, brother?
This is according to J.A. Stalk.
So Jay Stalk is one of the people who, again, used to be.
Sorry if I missed something. I have Discord right too.
Destiny, and is now, is a drama YouTuber who's making a lot of content about how fucked up Destiny.
This guy
is, and he's one of the person who's come forward multiple times.
I hate to say that I don't like his content based on the fact that he uses that little avatar.
To say that he believes this.
That's just a personal thing.
Individual Rose happened to have been 17 at the time.
He said it about people in my Discord leaking logs about him or something, right? He made things up entirely, but he said basically like, oh, all these girls are like just out to get me, so I've started deleting messages. There's no reason to allow it. It's like, bro, that's evidence. You don't understand that's evidence?
Stanley is blocking Mike from PA, and I'm glad he is.
So people obsessed with Rose above everything else, it's a creepy KF conspiracy. No, it's not. I literally have DMs from Destiny saying I can beat all of this, I can sweep it all away, but if she's under 18, I'm fucked. What do you mean it's a creepy KF conspiracy? I have personal DMs with Destiny to this effect.
So Destiny may have been sending sexually explicit material to underage girls. That would be grooming, and that would be sexual solicitation of a.
You like virtual avatars? No, it's fine. It's a personal choice or a personal preference. I'm never.
What's the age?
It really depends. It has to be well done. I got so burned by the Illuminati like going down that I was just like, never again.
It's that Florida.
You know what's funny? I'm pretty sure that we have one of those plushies. I hate to say it.
18. So that would be sexual. That would be criminal.
Now, there's a number of accounts and YouTubers who come forward to say that they now have evidence that the individual in question, Rose, is 17. There's a massive thread on the DGG snark page that has confirmation that Rose is in fact 17, including news articles and that corroborate that evidence. I'm
more than just a political stream there, brother.
To put the information on screen because I'm just worried if any of it doxes her. I'm
a person, goddammit. Respect me.
It's in that you can find on the DGG snark page, as well as being shared in the leftovers Reddit subreddit, where they're basically posting all of the information that is now confirming that Rose is 17 years old. This is something that Bad Empanada has been battling Destiny with. So this was something recently that happened. Bad Empanada was like, the streamer Destiny, real name Stephen Kenneth Bernal II, is a confirmed pedophile. Here's a thread on it. And then Destiny was like, he attacks me just so he can maintain plausible deniability while he goes after Hassan, but I respect you, my Australian warlord. And then he says, bro, you literally say in the clip that she's 15. What the fuck? Have you seen 15-year-olds? They're putting out today, though. You know, I'm assuming a lot of Destiny fans, as far as
he does not, he has no idea how lucky he is.
It's like this,
like when it comes to that stuff, it's just like, dude,
keeps getting worse and worse. Like there are a number of clips of Destiny admitting that he's attracted to 15-year-olds, and you know, stating that out loud. For example,
it's funny because I actually have somebody over here. Well, they're not here now, but yeah, they've come in fact checking, and it's kind of funny. Like, I'm not that bad.
There's always the defense that like he's either joking or this whole thing is made up, all that kind of stuff.
Also, talking about misinfo, like you're sitting here talking about crime waves that don't exist, and you're just trying, like you always do this thing where you can never admit you're wrong. And that right there tells me everything I need to know about you.
Well, in the case of was he sending both, you know, sexually explicit material to an individual who turned out to have been 17? Was he sexting an individual who turned out to be 17? In those messages, was he requesting that he could actually have meetups and encounters with someone who was 17, which if the leaked logs are 100% confirmed, those are crimes. Like this goes far beyond, these are now just memes. This guy is just memeing. Oh, he's just joking that he's attracted to 15-year-olds. And technically, you know what that means. He is not a pedophile. All right, I'll have you know, he's an ephebophile. There's a big difference, okay? You just look up the whole comedy bit on it. It explains it very clearly. Massive difference between being, you know, someone who's into 15-year-olds and someone who's into children. Come on, big difference here. But even then, he's memeing. He's just, these are all memes. These are memes when he claims that he was attracted to a 15-year-old. This is a meme now when he's talking about how attractive 15-year-olds are. But in the case of him actually sending sexually explicit material to someone who was underage, I mean, once again, that is a crime. Much like the other things that he's accused of, these are crimes. Like, you know, recording women having sexual encounters with you without their knowledge, that's a crime. Distributing that sexual material to a third party without the consent of those women is a crime. These are sex crimes. Like, this isn't just a fucking meme or a bunch of jokes on the internet. This is an individual who seems to be actively engaged in committing multiple sex crimes with multiple women. There are multiple victims. Now, one of them may be a minor, and still we're getting like segments on CNN where they're like, as of this month, it was a couple weeks ago, they did like a piece on.
Yeah, I think that you're missing that though. Listen, I'm trying here where I don't want to make this do the whole conspiratorial thing, but this is kind of wild that they are doing that. The timing. And then like all this coming out like clockwork.
Destiny being like
starting some beefs in the left.
Oh, now to talk to the liberal who is trying to de-radicalize the right.
I swear to God, it's like they heard that Hassan was getting a GQ article and they were just like, well, we need something to counter this because we know what to expect now.
And it's just like, did y'all
we don't want people thinking that he's some Chad that they could follow. Like, look.
Have anyone on the CNN team who knows how to use Google,
dude,
who could have done a simple search on this and realized that this actually may be highly problematic.
Lindsey Graham is just sitting there, just like, yeah, look.
For a person who's currently undergoing a lawsuit for, again, unconsensually sharing sexual material, who's maybe the center of a criminal investigation, depending on where that police report that was filed goes, who, again, was recording a woman allegedly without their consent and then distributing that to a third party. Did you know now that that third party that may have been receiving that sexual material may have been a minor? And that was someone who Destiny was actively sexting at the time, which again would put him into the Dr. Disrespect category of just like, Jesus, fuck, this is a fucked up and a disgusting individual. I don't think that there's any reason why you should be trying to associate him or rebrand him or brand him as some kind of like weapon for the Democratic Party or the liberals who's actively, he's like the Charlie Kirk or the Steven Crowder of the libs. He goes to college campuses, he debates people, he has a change my mind signed, he's debating some of these Nazis, but he's also inviting Fuentes over to his house to have food and then hang out with his now ex-wife, and they actually have an entire segment where they were just buddying around. But then he did debate him, and so he debated him, and so clearly he's not on board with this whole neo-Nazi stuff. And it is now coming out and being revealed that his own son actually is an online groiper and a neo-Nazi, which is also profoundly fucked up. Because when you think about it, like, how good is the de-radicalization project working out for the thousands of people who watch Destiny, these thousands of young men who are supposed to essentially be getting de-radicalized through his process into libs, into Democratic supporters and stuff like that, pulling them away from the far right, when your own fucking son is coming out with statements about how you were completely absent during his life. He feels ostracized from multiple communities online. He doesn't feel like he can join, say, Hassan's community. He can't join your own community for some reason. And so now he's found like the only place that he's really found the lane happens to be the groypers and the Nazis and the alt-right. Well, that bodes really bad for all of these people who follow Destiny and who are supposed to be actively getting de-radicalized.
What up, Scott?
If your own son turned
Scott
into a Nazi.
I gotta, you know what? When I get my soundboard, you're getting your own welcome. And it's totally gonna be Frau from Austin Powers.
So what happens to the thousands of fucking young teenage boys who consider you their hero, who have a parasocial relationship with you, who now are supposed to be getting de-radicalized when that is the end result for someone who's supposed to be one of the closest members of your family? Like, this is all, again, supremely fucked up.
Can I just say that I'm not sure if this is going to work for everybody, but having a Canada Dry with a little bit of Tums instantly got rid of my Harper.
Destiny responded with this. I mean, if Destiny broke off all his relationships and only dated Rose, he'd still get super fucked, lol. Read the Rose was 17 stuff in the DGG sub. Shit is R word. He mentioned that he was 19 in the DMs, but she was selling stuff in DMs, even more R words, since using braces is mentioned.
Bro! At what point does he, like... Oh my god. Destiny has always been consistent with this, where he talks like his fucking audience. Like, holy shit, at some point, you're the fucking streamer, dude. What is wrong with you?
As evidence, he's using this because he needed it too. If he isn't underage,
God.
Omega lol. Destiny responds with, if Rose was 17, nobody in DGG would even care anyway. Lol. Omega lol. It's so funny.
On Discord while she fucked guys, and she would send me the videos sometimes after, and her boyfriend equals that guy 100%.
So the other part of the story is that one of the people who was initially trying to warn people that Rose was underage happened to be someone who was in a relationship with Rose. And again, this is one of Destiny's old friends who's now coming forward with this kind of information on his show.
So I did reach out.
Dude, this guy just needs to be banned from, like, using Discord as a platform, period.
I talked to him through it.
What the fuck?
Didn't he talk to me? Why didn't he say, like, hey, this fucked up? There might have been one comment about, like, this is pretty bad. I think it was like, this is pretty bad, but I can sweep through this and meme through it. Yeah. But, oh, that's what it was.
There it is. There it is. He literally says it. He laid it out where he's like, I can just meme through this.
I think he said something like, this is pretty bad.
God, he really does think he's smarter than the rest of the fucking... He is seriously one of the most insufferable human beings to ever fucking walk this earth.
But I can, like...
Jesus Christ.
Sweep and meme through it, unless she's...
It would have been so much better had he not ever, like, had this, like, his left, like, his being part of the left is what I'm trying to say. Holy shit, I am
a minor. If she's also yeah, he doesn't know if she's a minor or not, by the way. Just so you know. This guy's such an asshole.
Oh my god, yeah.
This guy's such a
He's such a fucking asshole. He fucking sucks. Every single thing that comes out of this dude's mouth is such narcissistic garbage.
fucking loser.
What the fuck? And every time it's like he does this thing where it's like, it's just like, yeah, whatever, man. Have you seen the way, like, he literally said it in that chat where he was just like, have you seen how they build 15-year-olds? Like, what the fuck?
God. Anyway, hi Kelly. Sorry, if I'm in the middle of a point, you start talking, then I'm probably gonna try to finish my point. Okay.
Well, I don't know what you said now because you fucking deafened.
I said that I warned him about those leaks.
You
He didn't feel
deafened
the need to warn Pixie or Melina or.
So this is definitely the most fucked up part of the story, and this is going to be, I think, the one going forward that if Destiny continues to ignore it, that'll make it worse. I don't know if there's going to be a criminal investigation launched in the first place. I don't know if this is of any kind of a concern to, say, like, YouTube, when you have one of your larger streamers who still has that audience of what, like 6,000 people who watch you live every single day. If it doesn't turn out to be true that he had been sexting a minor for a very prolonged period of time, or even a short period of time, or at all, I should add.
Yeah,
and was also sending sexually explicit
dude?
material to that minor. Sexually explicit material, I might add, that was non-consensual. So there's just like,
how the hell did the libertarians just not, like, literally be like, Destiny, you can be one of us, brother?
There are sex crimes within sex crimes, like, piling up here, to the point where, like, it's now just...
Did you bring up age of consent? Well, you just bought yourself a one-way ticket to the Libertarian Party.
It's like, it's completely indefensible. I still am getting people who I assume are like Destiny fans responding whenever I either do a show or talk about this, or I try to make a post about this, like, just so everyone is aware. Stephen Bonnell II is now accused of having sexted a minor, as well as sending, again, unconsensual sexual material to a minor. That's really fucked up. Like, take all of your, like, oh, but I hate you, sir, soy boy, fucking beta cuck, you're the worst debater on the internet, all that. Sure, like, who gives a fuck about any of that? Don't, like, take yourself out of the whole I hate streamer Y or streamer X. There were people who were replying, like, well, what about Hassan? This isn't about Hassan. Could you turn that part of your brain off for 2 seconds and recognize this is fucked? This is, like, as a fundamental principle, you should be against this across the board. And if you're not, then boy, has something wrong happened along the way. Like, this should be rising to, but like, I know there's a limited amount of massive streamers in politics, right? There's, like, on the left, there's Hassan. On the center right, there's Destiny. On the center right, there's Ethan Klein. And on the far right, there's Asmongold. And then I guess in the farm or whatever, there's Vosh or other people like that. But, like, there's not a lot of huge ass massive streamers with, huge ass platforms. And you're just trying to find which one you want to gravitate towards. And then in this case, well, I formed a bit of a parasocial relationship. I enjoy his debates. I enjoy his content. I love his edginess. I can enjoy all the slurs. It's so much fun. But he's a lib. He's a lib who uses the same slurs as the right. It's so great. And he defends using the N-word in private. And he defends how, like, incest is actually morally neutral and things like that. It's so much fun to be a part of that community. And it's like, if the person you've been following, I understand that this may be a difficult time and it may be a difficult moment when you're realizing that all of this is not only profoundly fucked up.
Seems like the ratios are against you, buddy.
Grooming, allegedly, pedophilia, this allegedly, not to mention criminal behavior. We're talking sex crimes upon sex crimes between the filming of women without their consent, the distribution of that content with third parties without those women's consent, and the potential sharing of that material with a minor. This is extremely fucked up. Like, if there was any time for you to now take a moment of reflection and be like, you know what? I'm going to find someone else to give me my memes, to give me my coverage, to like, if you got to find yourself...
oh, cool. California lawmakers actually approved Governor Newsom's redistricting plan.
A debater who is also on the left, please go watch Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar debates. He debates very well. So does Mehdi Hassan. He debates very well. Those are two very, very good debaters. They are on the left.
They dare I say, master debaters.
You don't have to keep following a potential groomer, predator, sex criminal.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. This video wouldn't be at all possible.
You're welcome, sir. I will also hit that like button and link to the channel. You guys can check out the original video here, and you can also subscribe to the Surf Times. Does good content. I think that I've said it multiple times, though. Like, I said it yesterday, where I was just like, yeah, there's like one thing that, like, you know, who's left sometimes. I mean, I have had a crush on Fran Drescher, and she has one of the worst laughs, like, known to man, so just because your laugh sucks does not mean that you are, in fact, a sucky person as well. Alright, well, this bothers the shit out of me. The fact that this Destiny stuff seems to be going the exact way that I thought it would, with him getting the exposure. Now, let's see what happens with the mainstream media and how they cover this shit, because that could be a major, major issue. Economic collapses here. Great Depression. Ooh. Let's see. No, I gotta watch this Tim Dillon thing. I saved the Tim. So Tim Dillon. Hold on. I gotta do this.
So Tim Dillon.
Here we go. Hold on. If we're gonna be talking Tim Dillon, you know what's up. I gotta put on my Tim Dillon fit. First off, we go, flat brim hat. Oh my god, I'm not going to be able to see because I can't see what I'm... Wait, can I maybe just do this? Let's see. This might hurt, but... No. Damn it, I didn't... Alright, guys. Alright, I'm in my comfort zone. I can say whatever the hell I want. Now, let's do it. Oh, that's the music, guys. Well, good thing I'm in my comfort zone, because, if I wasn't in my comfort zone, then I would be freaking the fuck out right now.
Has some thoughts about what's going on here in D.C. and around the country. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
They've already got the cops on the street that are, that are not cops, or that are the military. They've already got the National Guard on the street. They already have all your information in D.C., and now they just get to decide what is and isn't over the line. That should scare everybody. You're fucking nuts, dude. If this doesn't scare you, you're nuts. All of these things that Alex Jones, and I've had Alex on, I like Alex, but all these things that Alex Jones was like worried about when I listened to him in the late 90s, early 2000s
is literally happening.
Thousands are coming to fruition. And he, I don't know where he is on all of that stuff, but like, I know he's a big fan of Trump, but like, this is everything Alex Jones always talked about.
It's almost like they used you and played you. Oh my God.
Terry in the street, the FEMA camp,
Tim's on a diet. Oh, was it the chubby comment I made about his polos?
The tech company that monitors everything, the surveillance. This is all of that. I mean, not to sound like a fucking nut. This is everything a crackhead. And I don't even mean a crackhead like crack, but a guy smoking weed in a room with a fucking black light.
Oh, dude, did you see my clip? Did I make you mad, Tim?
He'd be
all
like,
right, man.
Bro, there's going to be military in the street.
No. Oh, my God.
They're going to put you in jail.
Is he doing an impression of me? Oh, dude. Oh, my God. I have to say, if this actually is what I think it is, that'd be fucking insane. Yeah, man. Fucking damn, man. I'm just doing Tim Dillon doing an impression of me, man.
Fucking thoughts, man.
Man.
You just say them, bro. You're going to be in fucking jail. There's going to be a fucking company that monitors everything you do.
The thing is, then yeah, we're right.
Ooh, bro. Like, this is literally the wet dream of every conspiracy theorist that has ever lived, and it's happening now.
Making a lot of good points there. I mean, the Alex Jones call in particular, it is so true that all of like sort of the wildest.
It's just weird how he's doing the disingenuous, just like, you guys should be freaked out, but it's almost like I had this thing where I was telling you to not listen to anybody on the left because I was saying how crazy they were, but now I'm saying how right they are without saying that, because that's why I said Alex Jones is technically right, because now with the stuff coming to fruition and all these people reporting on it, it's almost like I have to like package this like it's like a wild conspiracy theory.
Theorizing about what a government crackdown could look like. Like a lot of it is unfolding before us.
He's doing an impression of you while you were doing an impression of him. This
You
is
have
one of the most meta moments on Pep Talks.
the kidnapping of people for wrong thought, wrong
funny.
think on Israel, and the the crackdown. There was we're going to cover the fact that they're going to now screen everybody's social media before they come in the country for quote unquote anti-Semitism. Using the Department of Education and HHS to make sure you're cracking down on that as well. The National Guard, 6 different states' National Guards here in D.C. to we actually put C4 up on the screen. You had an MRAP that T-boned a civilian regular vehicle here in D.C. It's something similar that happened in L.A., by the way, where you had, I think it was ICE agents in a regular vehicle that T-boned somebody as they were speeding around the city.
I almost got T-boned today.
Just absolutely dystopian. Then you add in the Palantir contract and what all of that is going to look like, the deportations with no due process in a slave labor camp. And, Alex Jones has expressed concerns about a few things, but you can imagine if this was being done by a Democrat, it would be complete hair on fire, because it really is a lot of the conspiracy theorizing, worst case scenario over the years just sort of playing out in front of us in real time.
I think it's fair. It pains me to say it, but I do think it is fair. And when it is, especially because
I'll say this for Crystal Ball, she is always prepared for Easter.
Think back to January 6th and the federal occupation of our city, which I thought was
lots of pastels.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, we both
cost
said
hundreds
so
of
at the
millions
time.
of dollars.
Yeah.
And, it's very hard because
I'll be honest, never really been a big fan of pastel coloring.
Because on the one hand, I cannot stand people talking about how, DC is safe and it's great. No, sorry, ridiculous. The violent crime is still bad. Yes, it's down. It's still much higher than it was 5 years ago. Union Station is a shithole. It has been a shithole for 5 years. I've lived here since 2010, which, by the way, in retrospect, was the best year to ever live here. It's the lowest of the violent crime rate has ever been. By 2014, it's gone downhill.
I mean, the numbers actually disprove you here, but okay.
There's a lot of reasons for that. The crime.
They said that it was the lowest crime rate in fucking years, but I don't know. Whatever. Sagar is one of these guys that's afraid of potheads, and he's afraid of his own shadow. Let's be real.
Situation is bad.
You know how many times he's crossed the street because there was a black guy walking on the walking towards him, and he justified it in his mind, where it's just I just avoided getting robbed.
I lived on the block, literally, where Big Balls was assaulted or whatever. Somebody was murdered, shot in the head, innocent bystander, exactly 1 block away. The restaurant I took my parents to was the subject of a gunfight less than 3 days later, where somebody was shot and almost killed, bullet holes that were sprayed in the way. I'm not exaggerating. It's bad, and it's been bad. There are different ways to fix it, and this is general.
There are different ways to fix it, but I want some military authority in there because I'm perfectly comfortable with it. As long as I feel comfortable, I'm good.
Really not the competent way.
Dude, he has a house in the suburbs and commutes into DC. He doesn't live in DC proper.
And I think that's kind of been my, if you were to say my break with the Trump administration, it's that they have, in many cases, I think, points about illegal immigration, about crime in DC. But what they choose is the showmanship versus the execution. And that's actually bad for 2 reasons, and I'll explain, which is it negatively polarizes the entire country about the point that you're actually trying to make. And the point that you make doesn't even get fixed. So you kind of pair those 2 things together where, yeah, it's fun to do your little press conference, at Union Station. And what you do is you troll the liberals into trying to say that actually Union Station is safe, when in reality, it's look, if you live here, we have 2 huge problems here in Washington, D.C. Number 1 is juvenile offenders. that, and basically lack of prosecution. That is a literal Biden policy that was adopted and led to widespread crime throughout the entire city, carjackings, etc. That is an attorney general problem, which is very easily solved. In fact, actually, and I'm curious because this is where the libertarian and everything aligns. Jeanine Pirro, is that her name? Jeanine Pirro? Yeah, Judge Jeanine just announced.
Jeanine Pirro is the way that you have to say it, Sagar.
Yesterday, that DC will no longer pursue firearms charges against people in the city. And I'm like, well, the libertarian in me who's like, yeah, good. But the other hand is like, if we're all being honest, like gun charge is the easiest way to get most of these people off the streets.
Well, that's what the black 2A advocates often say, is that gun charges are the way that
it's how you go federal.
That's how the criminal justice system is. That's the entry point.
Yes, it's the easiest way to get somebody locked up.
A bunch of people, disproportionately black people. And I mean, I do think part of, so zooming out from DC, this country has much higher rates of violent crime in cities across the country than similarly situated, like developed nations around the world. No doubt about it. I think if you look at, the differences between those countries, one of the things is we are awash in guns. That is a big part of that is not something that Republicans want to do anything about whatsoever. And like you said, Pirro is going in the opposite direction here in DC in terms of actually, cracking down on the firearms here. DC comparatively has relatively tight firearm restrictions, but obviously it's, a city with Virginia on the other side. In Virginia, you can get any gun you want basically anytime with very few restrictions.
But this is the DC has the strictest gun laws in the entire country.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Okay. There's Virginia's right there.
Sure.
And so it makes it.
That's what happens with Illinois and Indiana.
Yeah, but Maryland.
Indiana has the lax gun laws where you just go to a gun show and then you just cross state lines. It's almost like, I don't know, that's not a great fucking thing, and it doesn't prove that like our gun laws don't work. It actually proves that the gun laws being so lax in the state next to us is part of the fucking problem.
Maryland has some of the Maryland has the same standards as California. So
the country as a whole is awash in firearms, and that is certainly, now it may not be all of it. I think.
Have you seen again the stories of coming out of St. Louis where there's an entire block where the gangs, they're using AR style weaponry and it is legitimately like a war zone and the cops won't even go in? Yeah, but tell me more about Chicago crime wave.
The mass inequality,
Notice how they're not sending in the National Guard to these red areas. Why would that be? Why would they be ignoring crime waves in red areas, where, I don't know, Republicans might see a little bit of this instead of just trying to troll the fucking libs with all this bullshit, which is insane that this is the fucking motivation. These motherfuckers were so insecure about Barack Obama that they were like, we have to embarrass them so bad that they could never win in another election.
You have this entrenched underclass, very little social safety net.
God.
I think
whose wife got,
that is part of it as well. I'm not saying that.
I'm not going to say it, but you can guess where I was going.
It's one thing, but that's part of the conversation. But, some of, to me, the most interesting reporting that's been going on, Sarah, and I think you would share this sentiment, is the journalists who actually went into, Anacostia, across the river, the neighborhoods that suffer the most from violent crime, truly, and talked to residents there. And we're like, how do you feel about this? And there's an openness to law enforcement.
They're like, listen, we're open to it. Yeah, that's true. It's on the record.
I mean, they're like, we would like to see more law. We would love it if this would help. But there is zero. I mean, first of all, there's very little presence there at all.
Or, you also tackle this systematically where, I don't know, you don't like homeless people? You don't like homeless encampments? Well, your solution is to set up big tent and send them all there and house them and pay for their meals and pay, the 3 hots and a cot. It's almost like you're admitting that we have the money to do this.
This has all been, MRAPs on the mall and outside of Union Station and protect.
It's almost like, I don't know, we could almost build housing. Make it wait, no.
Georgetown cupcakes or whatever, which is, not to say there's zero crime in those places, but much less than in other parts of the city. So that's number one. But number two, if they were serious about wanting to get no, you just can't take them seriously. This is the same government that stripped $1 billion in funding from the DC budget that is supposed to go to things like public safety. So lo and behold, we can put C5 up on the screen. They did a poll of DC residents, the people that this is supposedly meant to help, and 8 in 10 are like, no. Of course, we don't want this. 8 in 10 Washingtonians oppose Trump taking control of DC's police and federal troops patrolling the streets. You have the question specifically is, do you support or oppose Trump ordering the federal government to take control of DC's police department, and ordering the National Guard and FBI to patrol DC? 9% strongly support, 8% somewhat support, and then you have 79% who either strongly oppose. And by the way, the strongly oppose is 69%. So nearly 70% of the city is like absolutely not. And again, those are the people that they're posturing like they want to help, and everyone can just see through it. And Sagar, the thing that I've struggled with in sort of like communicating about this administration, or even intellectualizing this administration and really trying to like grapple with it in a way that's not hyperbolic or hysterical, is on the one hand, you have these preposterously authoritarian shows of force that are just meant to demonstrate, like, military crack.
Yes, and that's how it works in Chicago. We all have, we have an understanding of, certain blocks and neighborhoods where we understand that there's gang violence. But these gangs, they also do understand that, making the entire city that fucking war zone is going to get this, I don't know, man.
Back down. And on the other...
Also, for real, I haven't seen, the LA one. You know what I didn't see? Them going after gangs. I didn't see them going into, the really bad areas of LA. I saw them going to Home Depots in, areas that were perfectly safe.
On the other hand...
It's weird. It's weird. It's almost like they know that if they go into a gang-related area, they're gonna get into some fucking firefights. It's almost like these guys actually are the biggest pussies ever.
So incompetent and buffoonish. And so it's hard to take seriously.
No, I was about to say there's respect there. That's a reason why I do know this and it's not even the racket where they charge businesses. They literally just say they're yeah, don't fuck with these businesses, and if you do, then you're fucking with our block. They're protected.
The authoritarian nature of what's being done when you call in National Guard from 6 surrounding states and MRAPs in the streets and all this crap. It's hard to take seriously that. When on the other hand, they're like a bunch of idiotic, incompetent, trolling clowns.
I would say that is the critique that I am the most sympathetic to, and again, I think is also
Bag of wind
the one.
I just saw that comment.
Which is going to land the best because it's about the both. It's very
man. Twitch comments have been getting buried in my multi-chat.
Again, it's hard because I literally moved out here because of crime, and I know a lot of other people who.
Yeah, that's exactly why it was. It had nothing to do with, the high prices.
It's bad. And it's I can't sit and be gaslit by people who are telling me that it's not good.
You're also just a big-ass pussy, dude.
It's horrible.
Jesus Christ.
And I've lived here for so long that I actually watched the decline. It's quality of life, crime, and the general feeling of safety. And sorry, yes, that's an actual feeling of safety, which entails vagrancy and general just having to worry about getting stabbed by somebody mentally ill on the street is a real thing. Same in Union Station. You watched it go from a place of business people to bum showers in the span of 2 to 3 years. And it really still has not really returned to how it used to be. Now, there's a lot of reasons for that, COVID and all that one, but this is where I get frustrated, with the Washington, D.C. residents. They don't actually want to do anything about it. That's part of the other problem. There, DC City Council, the mayor.
I was just talking about Portland today.
Maybe
apparently Portland has big issues like this.
Cop. The city council shoots down every single attack.
Where it's admittable, the residents admit it too, where they're yeah.
To try and hire more MPD officers. The juvenile problem is the one that the city council members themselves are the ones who are fighting for more leniency, which is leading to all this truancy crisis. And by the way, this city spends more than every other.
Yeah, tragic. That's what. Yeah.
Public.
My buddy was just he just moved there, and he was telling me how annoying. He was telling me how, unfortunately, because he's not a hard liquor drinker, and he's just yeah, man. it's kind of hard not to drink when you live in Portland right now. It's just like, oh, really? He's like, yeah. But he was saying that he might have to go to like hard alcohol because like the aluminum can thing is ridiculous. He's like, yeah, so you have to turn them in and then you have to wait in these lines where you have, not just one, homeless person, but like you have a homeless person with like not just one cart, but like 4 carts full of aluminum, and they don't do anything as far as like prioritizing, residents or any of that bullshit. And he's like, yeah, this is how they make their money.
School per capita than any place.
And he's like, and they don't offer like on-site recycling. Like you have to go to these centers to do this. It's like, that sucks.
In the country, and they have the highest truants.
And honestly, it's like that, like it's a good program. I understand it. And I actually do think it's, there's a lot of merit there where it's like, yes, there should be like, a return on aluminum and glass and things like that. That's actual recycling. Also, it does actually help these corporations, which they don't want to do. They actually want to like fork over some money so it's like, I don't know, you spend less.
Right, some 30% of DC.
Because if they fork over more, then you could have some recycling centers at like every apartment complex, for instance, where it's like a vending machine, where it's just like each can, you get your money.
These students are truant.
Like an ATM almost.
Something that Delano Squire said on our show, which uncomfortable, but people always want to whitewash it. Like if you have a school district where 90% truant, that's a parent problem. It's true.
That is. And I got to be honest, man, like, the fact that truancy is what it is nowadays, he's also being disingenuous here. Do you know how many like upper middle class white parents will just keep their kids home now?
Ooh. And people
for like the dumbest shit.
But like, what do you do?
No. We have to get real.
I know,
like
but Sagar,
if you are 90% of you are letting your kids out.
But I actually thought what he said was so silly though.
Why?
Because he was like, his answer was like, the mayor should say parents should do a better job. And it's like, what the fuck is that going to do?
No, hold them accountable.
That's actually a more pathetic answer than like what lefties typically do.
No, hold them accountable. It's the same.
Actually, yeah. That's a good take on Crystal.
Same way. If your kid is 15 and they use your AR-15 to go and shoot up a school, you need to be prosecuted for that.
I agree with that. But
I agree with that.
His thing was just like, wag your finger at them. I'm like, that's not going to do anything.
It's not just, they need to go to jail. Like if your kid is out there carjacking and you have had multiple warnings from the school district and all of that.
Yeah, honestly, I will say this much. That would definitely get them to, maybe keep track.
I'm sorry, you need to be held accountable. And the truth is that they
stopped allowing recycling at more locations due to violence. Oh, great.
They have embraced all of these BLM Ferguson like anti-crime policy or anti-police policies since 2014. Not an accident. That's the year that the city went to shit.
But you do have to also acknowledge the crime rate has gone down.
It has gone down from the height of 2020. It's still way higher than 2010.
I'm not an expert on DC politics, so I don't know what the city council has or hasn't done or whatever.
They block
every
pro-police measure that the mayor tries.
Especially in neighborhoods that suffer more from violence, residents are open to more law enforcement presence. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And in fact, it tends to be poor.
It's not about locking them up. I'm talking about like severe penalties and fines. Like, for instance, if there was a civil penalty that they could like do a tax lien on your house or some shit if your kid keeps fucking up. Trust me. Do you know that as somebody who had a dad and like some parents that were kind of, hands off, if that happened immediately, they would not be as hands off.
For neighborhoods where, and those two things obviously, unfortunately in America frequently go together, where there's more receptivity to law enforcement presence. So I don't think when you look at the poll that's like 80% are opposed to Trump, I don't think that's like, oh, we just don't want more law enforcement. No, they see this for the buffoonishness that it is.
It has to be case by case. I don't know. Like, the fact is, there are a lot of shitty parents that essentially just abandon their kids and just like go and do say just like, no. Here, you go do your own thing.
A lot of it is also negative.
Like, this is also why I am a big advocate of like, get that fucking abortion, god damn it.
Certainly.
Like, honestly, if you're doing that and you don't want kids, and then 17 or not even 17 years later, what, like fucking 13, 14 years later, you're just like, I can't fucking do this. I'm sorry. That is what's really fucked up there, is that so many people have been convinced to just,
90% of the city voted for Kamala.
But they're right to see this as being ridiculous. And not to mention, if you care about law and order, look, it goes without saying that.
I mean, but that's also where, come on, Sagar, the obvious answer is right there in front of you, but oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
This is the guy that pardoned, all the January 6th rioters who were like beating up cops and whatever. So,
look, I'm with you.
And it's a fair point. It's a fair point to make, especially because that happened in D.C. But in addition, you don't just have the National Guard. You also have all these FBI agents who are being pulled off. Like, aren't they supposed to be doing real work? Not just standing around. I watched a video yesterday of I don't know what agency they're with because it's hard to tell in many instances.
Most of the time, it's money.
People just riding up and down the...
It's not race. Like, Sagar wants to make this like, he just so badly wants to just be like, black parents are bad.
Escalator.
No, it's literally money.
At a metro station.
Yeah, I know.
Or picture people just like these guys just like bored standing
money, opportunity
around in an empty metro station.
That actually was my old metro station. Safest one in the entire city.
There you
Thank
go.
you.
There you go.
For protecting my fellow drunken GW students. I'm sure that they needed it. Look, I agree. It is buffoonish, and the way that they execute it is preposterous. It's just about, but the problem has to be acknowledged. And like, that is the part where I can't move away from. The city and its residents basically seem to be okay with crime. I will never understand it. It's why I left. I said this place cannot be saved. Its own population basically is wedded to BLM signs over people not getting murdered. I don't know what it is. It's the sick.
It's almost like this capitalistic society has kind of done this thing that's caused the situation, and now you're just scared because you don't want to. I don't want to give up my stuff.
Psychology of the people who live here. But the thing is, and that's why
again,
exit was the only actual
DC
option.
It's not like outstanding nationally in terms of the rate of violent crime.
Well,
there are, in fact.
No, but you notice how he had to do, no.
Red states.
Because he needs to sell this idea that it's just like, oh, those mean, scary streets.
A number of red states have higher crime rates than blue states.
Also, again, what a bitch. Like, again, no self-respect, no, just like, yeah, I can handle myself. None of that. Just like, I don't want to deal with it. I'm big scary.
It's I think it's Memphis and St. Louis
Memphis is the worst
that have the worst violent crime rates in the country. And while I'm sure individual policy decisions do make somewhat of a difference, you can also see that a lot of this is national trends. There was a huge national spike in crime coming in COVID and coming out of COVID. And there's been a similar national decline in crime.
Well, what happened in 2020 though? It wasn't just
cities across the country.
It was also BLM. Like, see, there is a total obfuscation of the role that BLM played in the massive spike on crime. The Ferguson.
It has nothing to do with the fact that, I don't know, police violence was also increasing, and there was also this non-accountability for the police. Way to just ignore the reason that those protests were happening, you fuck.
In effect, is statistically proven. It's
Jesus Christ. I can't stand people like him. I really cannot. Like, motherfuckers like this want the military to be at every fucking protest because it makes him uncomfortable. He wants cops on, not just cops, he wants military on every street corner because he'll be comfortable then.
It's real.
Security. All the security. But then, one checkpoint. You add one fucking checkpoint to this motherfucker's life, guess what? All of a sudden, well, I think this is a bridge too far. I think that they're overstepping their authority. I don't like taking off my shoes.
Is that these BLM-style events, Trayvon Martin, Ferguson, led to the Ferguson effect, the cooling of crime enforcement, same back in 2020, which led to an explosion in violent crime. The cooling of crime
enforcement is mostly cops, not doing their job.
Do you understand that violent crime statistics are based on domestic disputes? Domestic disputes being the #1 form of fucking violent crime in any city. What are you? This really is pissing me the fuck off.
As much.
Okay, yes.
This guy legit thinks that there's just a man in the shadows just waiting to rob him everywhere he goes.
Because they're afraid. Now listen, I
have one of those little front packs because I don't want to get pickpocketed either.
I'm not some pro-police.
Those are smart, by the way, because pickpocketing is a problem.
Fanatic. My response when the police
I'll admit that one.
Police pull up is lawyer. I don't have a fucking thing to say to you. And that should be yours too. Don't ever talk to them without a lawyer present. Mm-hmm. 0. Even if it's a speeding ticket. Don't acknowledge. No.
Oh, so now all of a sudden you care about rights and, rights and liberty of the individual. But I don't know. You seem very okay with just ignoring those the second that they don't have a home.
Nothing. Just say lawyer, lawyer, lawyer. You don't have to say a word. Even if you pull out your ID, same thing. You can lawfully comply. You don't have to say anything. It can and will be used against you in a court of law. Look out for your own rights. I want to make that very clear. But it is also empirically clear that at a systematic level, lack of crime enforcement and specifically soft on crime do-gooder policies like, oh, these poor little juveniles has led to an explosion of carjackings here in Washington. It's a Washingtonian problem, and it's specific.
There is something that just needs to be said that, like, no, teens suck. Teens fucking suck. This is the reason that we have juvenile court the way we do, because we are very of the mind of when you are young, you have the we want to give you leeway to fuck up, because honestly, nobody's perfect and you're just learning. Your brain is mush. You have the body of an adult and the mind of a child. So it is kind of like, maybe you shouldn't like hold them to, unless, you know, it's a capital offense, then maybe that's a little different, obviously. Even I will say that, where it's just like, no, they commit, you know, rape or murder. Yeah, they should be tried as adults. Hot take.
Specifically because of the federal government. Joe Biden.
But what like in Chicago, we do have a bunch of these like weird rules where essentially they can't. Like, for instance, I know that like when I've mentioned this before, they have like these teen takeovers in the loop. I know that those are the big like problems because they can't just do like mass arrests. So they essentially will try to combat it by just setting up a bunch of barricades, and a bunch of that's been kind of working, but
like BLM style leftists said, oh, well, we can't prosecute these.
It seems like they just kind of move farther like into the suburbs at that point, because like I know that like Lombard's been dealing with this for a little bit now.
Poor kids, and they wreaked havoc across the city. Everybody I know is
either be a Washington specific. I'm genuinely. I don't think.
No, it's a bunch of like just I mean, teenagers suck. Hot take. Teenagers fucking suck.
It can be a Washington specific problem when you see a similar dynamic happening in cities across the country, regardless of what their
leadership
we
have to disaggregate.
Like, here's the thing: if I saw a group of 5 black dudes that were walking towards me, and then I saw a group of 5 teenagers walking towards me, I would 100% just start walking towards the black dudes.
Violent crime from quality.
Fuck those teenagers.
Quality of life crime. Carjacking is
white teenagers, I should specify, just like bro-ass white teenagers.
Included in violent crime, but vagrancy is not. So San Francisco is a shithole. Can we all agree on that? At least major parts of it. The Tenderloin.
Unpredictable, and you never know.
Etc. San Francisco has a very low murder rate. They don't have a big murder problem. They have a high violent crime rate, but it is, in my opinion, the most unpleasant city in the United States to be in. Why? Because of violent, mentally ill drug addicts everywhere who are constantly harassing you. They may not kill you, but look, we can't just sit here and say it's acceptable. I mean, I recently had dinner in Washington in a place which I had been to.
Even those stats are down in California as well.
But you're talking about violent crime. I'm talking about quality
I'm talking
of life.
about homelessness too, like public visible homelessness.
And part of that is
across
because of
the country as well.
Part of that is the repeal of the Ninth Circuit in California, which basically allowed the California authorities to go in and clean up some of the areas. It's not just local. This again is soft on crime policy, which led to a massive explosion of the permissibility of fentanyl addicts being on every corner.
But
I just can't live in a country where it's acceptable.
Do you understand what creates these fentanyl addicts, though? And like how half these people came from like suburban lives?
So Baltimore is on.
And like now they just see it as being easier to do. That's what addiction is. Like, honestly, this is what really bothers me is, like, as I said, the lack of humanity, the lack of understanding, the lack of wanting to understand this, the lack of wanting to even like look at the systematic oppression that has caused these situations. No. Get those homeless people and those drug addicts off the street. Don't care where they go. Just, I don't want to see them.
Track for, and Baltimore has historically been.
That's all this is.
In the modern era, one of the worst cities in the country in terms of specifically murders and violent crime.
This is the same thing. Sagar's that asshole that would totally come to your house and tell you that he doesn't like your garden and that you need to get rid of it because it's an eyesore.
And
he's one of those assholes. You know, your joy is ruining his life. Do you get it?
I mean, you know, The Wire we all watched, like, and it's unfortunately too
Stephen Miller. It's literally the Stephen Miller mentality.
close to or was too close to reality in Baltimore. And they are on track to have their lowest murder rate in documented history.
Yes.
And it wasn't just we're going to flood the zone with cops. It was a range of approaches, including, you know, more after school activities and those sorts of things that might be stereotyped as soft on crime. So, you know, there was a model there that has been very successful that I think needs to be looked at as well. But I do also think, like, you know, the national crime rate is much higher than other similar countries. And I think a good part of that has to do with guns. I think a good part of that has to do with inequality and socioeconomics. A good part of that has to be lack of social safety net. A good part of that has to do with lack of upward mobility. And then, you know, you have had these national trends. So again, I'm not doubting, I'm not an expert on DC politics. I don't know what's been done here specifically. I'm not doubting there aren't factors that have contributed to some of the specific dynamics here. But it seems like overall, the more important dynamics have been like national, global trends, which have led to all of these cities moving in similar directions.
See, I would agree, but my point is that the national trend is BLM, and like that was the singular most important thing in the history of crime enforcement.
BLM. These people standing up for the rights of people. Because do you understand the repercussions of if BLM didn't do what they did? Well, then, you know what? George Floyd, and he would. Oh, wait. Derek Chauvin would have not gotten arrested. And then, oh, wait. There was a lot of pressure there. Oh.
Aggregate that from COVID.
No Diet Coke.
Well, look, I mean, that's part of the thing. Because the truancy
There's no Diet Coke.
rate, that to me is
Man, first Tim Dillon, like changing up his thing, making fun of a stoner, and then Sagar, no Diet Coke. Is my content getting out there to these guys, and they're just like seeing the little bits and clips?
Directly attributable to COVID.
But those are two conjoined factors, because it's not just truancy, it's the
pep talks effect,
lack of enforcement, and the do-gooder. Oh, we shouldn't do anything about these poor children, and that's it's like that is the toxic empathy
everywhere in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. But DC.
As I said, it has to do with COVID, where these, like, a bunch of these parents got very okay with their kids being home. All right, I'm going to be very careful with this, but I know somebody in my life, right? I dare say that he needs his kids to be home more than his kids want to be home, because he got used to having them there. He's a great father. He really is. And this is kind of where it's like, oh, well, so you want to spend time with your children. I understand that. But I asked him one time, I'm like, how much of keeping your kids home every time that they get like the sniffles is for you?
Outlier. That's my point.
Out of COVID, truancy rate is up across the country because it just became.
And also they do, he did inform me that they have a lot harsher rules as far as not letting your kid just be sick and come to school.
Like it used to be, you go to school every day. And then, you know, the message that was sent was basically like, well, it's kind of optional. And actually we're doing this thing from home. And schools across the country have been.
Bitch. It's almost like your whole capitalistic ideal and all the, you know, training the next wave of capitalists has, you know,
struggling with
Conservatives will be mad at me for saying this. We should take a lot of lessons from New York City. It is by far the safest, cleanest, and the most livable of the big cities in terms of quality of life. There's a lot of reasons for that. One is they don't tolerate this San Francisco, Los Angeles drug addiction. The vast, vast majority of people who are homeless are drug addicts. It is not a housing issue. That's one of those that I've probably switched on the most. In particular, watching it here in Washington, I watched it go from methamphetamine and like drunkenness to fentanyl.
Again, cleanest. Like, no, Dude, one of my good friends lives in Brooklyn, and he sends me pictures of the giant rats, like, scurrying across the street because of the non-garbage cleanups, which, guess what? We don't have problems with our garbage unions. We don't have garbage everywhere on the street, despite what, you know, Panic might be thinking here. Like, I can go up and down State Street, not see a single garbage bag on the front.
Has wrecked this place.
Weird.
The fentanyl lean and what, you know, just look, anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about.
Again, Oh, it's the fentanyl. The fentanyl. It has nothing to do with what caused these people to go and want the fentanyl.
You can Google it. It's hard.
Like, you're such a, like, dude, you really are the worst. The fact that you have, like, granite countertops and, like, you go home to your fucking 10,000 square foot home in the suburbs and crow about how dangerous the city is for people that have no opportunity, who have, that are literally at the bottom. And here you are just like, you know what? Let's make it a little harder on them. Fuck you.
Horrific.
Seriously, fuck you. And you wonder why it's like they have nothing to lose. So why wouldn't they react that way? Honestly, I've thought that way, where it's just like, if I was at that fucking point, why the fuck would I care?
If you ever been
Jesus fucking Christ, Soccer.
to Skid Row,
It's almost like you want to fix society for these people and then they'll want to participate. But no, not a single fucking word about that.
San Francisco, it is entirely a fentanyl crisis, which has taken over these places.
Fucking this dork is literally, and this mentality right here is what's wrong with the fucking country. Guys with suits like him.
Which leads to
The crime. It made my commute a little bit worse. I had to see a bunch of homeless people. They were dirty. They smell bad.
massive amounts of petty crime,
What a fucking asshole. Seriously, what a fucking asshole.
massive quality of life problems, carjacking or car break-ins, breaking into
Carjackings, yeah. Like, this guy's literally, like, he saw his kid playing Grand Theft Auto and was just like, oh my God.
cities. I mean,
I must go report on this. This is the state of America.
this stuff has like massive cooling effects on commerce, on the ability of people to have children. My own sister lived in San Francisco. I stayed in her apartment. I go out the door. This is a nice neighborhood. And there's a guy literally taking a shit on a stoop at 4 a.m. in the morning with a needle in his arm. I'm not joking.
Well, I mean, it's 4 in the morning.
Like, this is
Be fair, what the fuck you doing?
real stuff. And this is the stuff that happens
Wait a minute. You going to get your fix at 4 in the morning? Are you just mad that you have other people taking your stuff there, Soccer?
every single day. That isn't an
Maybe he will be joining these people sooner than later, and maybe he'll have a little bit of that humility when he is at his bottom.
enforcement.
Maybe he'll be begging for help, or maybe he'll be, asking for a few handouts. But a conservative will come up and tell him how much of a piece of shit he is for asking him for handouts. That's the justice that I want. I want true fucking karma for these assholes.
Problem. Like, clear and simple.
This is why I could never be Buddhist, is because, no, I actually want bad things for these people. I want bad people to feel bad things.
New York does not tolerate that, even with all of their,
Sounds made up, pooping while doing drugs.
Democratic.
The thing is, if he was doing drugs, he probably would shit his pants, like, instead. Like, this guy, like, dropping trow on her stoop. Like, again, this sounds like the cat litter story from Joe Rogan. Like, and that's part of the problem, dude. Like, guys like him, these dweebuses that have absolutely, like, no tolerance for, like, people that are down on their luck or, like, see any of that shit.
Mayor.
I'm accidentally
New
Buddhist.
York also has a requirement, a legal requirement to provide housing for everyone.
But they don't accept drug addicts in that house.
That's an important
and they
part
also
of it
have
as well.
major crackdown on home. Like, people,
But
you
I
cannot.
think
This guy is literally all about, like, curbing drug use, but he has no answers for it. Like, honestly, guys like Sagar need to be just shouted at and told that he's a fucking asshole.
Not walk your way.
Like, it does kind of bother me sometimes how Crystal just really doesn't push back with a little bit more aggression. Just like, Sagar, you really do come off as a callous, just, like, dweeb who lives in the suburbs that wants to protect your little bit there.
Way out of this with right to housing. If you give, quote, right to housing to drug addicts.
I mean, again, in a perfect world, just based on his name, like with Donald Trump's crackdowns, he would have gotten fucking deported. Honestly. And I'm dead serious about that shit. Because guys like Sagar are the ones who need to learn that, because then they go on their fucking podcast and go, well, it turns out that Trump is actually not really that great. And you know what? I don't like this feeling. This feeling sucks. I don't like being marginalized for my skin color. I don't like being marginalized because I have a name that's different than, John Smith.
Rip it apart and they'll use it as a drug den. I hate to talk
but the other thing,
it's like, God, these guys who just, like, they teeter on the edge of white supremacy while having brown skin, it is like a total mind fuck to me.
Sagar, is that there's just not, you're
like him, Clandis Owens, just waiting to sell out their own just so they can just be like, I'm one of the good ones. Don't arrest me.
Sufficient rehab programs
I agree,
for people to go into. And I actually, maybe we'll agree on this. Like when Eric Adams.
No, you can't get it into these people's heads that they will not get sober while living on the streets, that you need to provide them housing, and that once you provide them housing and stability, then all of a sudden they are a little more open to not taking those drugs, and they are more open to being a productive member of society. This has been studied, practiced, and proven multiple times over, like Crystal was just saying, in certain sectors of LA. No, don't want to look at that, because that requires you to even think about maybe paying a little bit of extra taxes. But no, focus on the fentanyl, focus on the crime, focus on how you just want to, again, out of sight, out of mind, send these fuckers to the desert, and I don't care. As long as you say that last part, that you don't care. If you ever try to be like,
I'm just trying to solve the problems of society, and maybe these people might actually, get a leg up through this system.
Did the criteria for the ability to, deem someone like a threat to themselves or to others, and to be able to put them into an institution, like institutionalize them and get treatment. Like, I actually support things like that, because I do.
Weird. It's almost like, I don't know, supporting treatment means that you actually support, like, having people get better, and then also, again, become productive members of society. But Sagar Sagar's really, like, he's one step away from just saying, no, kill them all.
I do think that.
Like, what the fuck? What's your answer? Seriously, what's your fucking answer, Sagar?
That,
out of sight, out of mind. That's the fucking next step, you fucking dildo.
First and foremost, I care about those human beings.
He's such an arrogant prick.
Who are unhoused, who
Honestly, I would have such a hard time not just popping off and just want, like, he's somebody that never did get hit. Like, you can tell he has never taken a punch.
Struggling with it.
Which I have always hated people that have big mouths that have never been hitting it.
Addiction.
I can tell you with certainty, I've talked myself into a few punches.
And who are clearly living like really a miserable.
But then again, I was a hockey player, so statistically that was bound to happen.
Miserable existence. And I do think sometimes they're
chirps will get in
an effort to be, empathetic and not to have, like, often the right just wants to, like, criminalize or invisibilize or push out or whatever. And so
one of my favorite chirps was I told this guy that his girlfriend looked like the girlfriend from the brother of Home Alone, and that guy was just like, that's it.
In an attempt to push back on that, there's actually a lack
That's
of
one of my favorite. That was honestly one of my favorite insults that ever got somebody riled up. I was just like, that's what did it?
Empathy
All
for
right,
what
let's go.
that person is going through and the type of help that they need. And so, I think I am in favor of more ability to, get people help even.
I'll say that with Portland just legalizing drugs and then not having more treatment programs and not doing, like, not investing more into the home, like,
when it is
housing and stuff.
It's against their will. I know that's a
Woof.
controversial
Yeah, bust your girlfriend. Woof.
thing to say. But I think if you truly have compassion for people, like, you wouldn't want
Funniest part is she totally did look like it.
someone that's your family member to be living in that state. And so
they fucked up the treatment part again.
In case this has gone
like they don't incentivize the treatment. Like, we do that in Chicago here.
kind of far afield. But
it is because it is about the show. But remember, the Trump MAGA and all the support for this type of stuff, and the reason why a lot of
Trump ended funding to rehab facilities in his first not like blanketly.
People even went along with it. Maybe unpopular here. I need to see nationwide polling. And yes, I'm not saying they've
it's unpopular nationally too.
It may be in terms of the, but like people in 2024, they were pretty fed up with a lot of this stuff. And
they were pretty fed up. Yeah, they agreed with me. They went to the city. They tried to go see a concert, and there was a homeless guy on the street. He was taking a pee-pee, and I was very offended.
I will never walk away from that.
Meanwhile, it wasn't even a homeless dude. It was just a literal drunk concert goer. And he was just like, mind your fucking business. Like, this motherfucker, dude. Like,
good impetus. And even like what you were just talking about, the rehab and the confinement. That the most important shift.
Does he have kids? Because if he has a son and he's ever taught his kid, like his son, that it's okay, like you can take out your weenus and just kind of pee wherever you want, then you know what? You're part of the fucking problem. You just taught your son how to be homeless, dude.
That the left needs to make is to going from
teach your kid to always have his fucking diaper. For real, because then he'll need his diaper and he'll always need to afford his diapers. Therefore, you know what? Sagar.
Toxic empathy to paternalism. And yeah, you're going to hate me for saying it, but the countries you all revere, like Portugal, your ass is going to jail. If you sit on a public street corner and you shoot up heroin, mandatory rehab or jail. We need to shift to that mentality. If you are...
I will admit that would be good if the mandatory rehabs didn't just turn into like state facilities the way that they did a la One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. There's a reason that we don't have those institutions anymore, because you do realize that there was mass criminality in all of them.
In Skid Row,
like to the point where they were like, no, let's abolish this system so we don't have to deal with this, because if we go case by case, we're fucked.
And there's a needle in your arm and you're raping women, trying to basically so that you can give them fentanyl, you are going to jail. Those fentanyl addicts who have been reduced to that horrific state, you're getting locked up for 2 years in mandatory rehab, not some 90-day program. 2 years. If you look at the recidivism rate on heroin and fentanyl, it's already sky high. There needs to be a basic social contract agreement for all of us where it's like, you have a problem. That problem is solvable, but it is one where we need to take away a lot of agency from you. And I'm sorry. And
I don't know. How about you solve their fucking life problems by just, I don't know, giving them a UBI? At this point, that's a better solution than what you're doing, you fucking Nazi.
That is a huge problem.
Lock them up. Lock them up. I don't like the dirty drug addicts. Lock them up. We gotta teach these guys a lesson not to put the needles in their arm.
Because it conflicts with a...
Like, dude, seriously, honestly, man, if Sagar ended up on the street doing some fucking form of, heroin or something like that, just gonna say, yeah, that would be justified. Fuck this guy.
Current legal system.
So much karma needs to hit people like that, like specifically him, but it never does. That's why I don't believe in it. These people like literally live in their little, their little suburban castles that, they got to make sure that they don't have the trances in his daughter's sports. And he's totally good with the authoritarianism because he knows that in his country that's not going to be a problem until he gets stopped at a checkpoint. And they're like, oh, Sagar with 2 A's. Well, Americans don't have 2 A's in their names. All right, Sagar, on the boat.
But this current system...
I got separated from my family. Where am I going? Why me?
Does not work. And it has destroyed them, and it has destroyed tax-paying citizens, businesses, and others who deserve the right to live in a safe place. So
private prisons? Yes, private prisons. Yes, because locking them up for 2 years in a facility incentivizes that facility to actually offer some form of true treatment. No.
That would be my main thing. It's like you have to embrace the uncomfort of telling someone we are going to deprive you of your rights for quite a long time. It's for your own good.
It actually dovetails somewhat with the anti-eugenics monologue.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Because there was, this progressive era.
Notice how she had to say that to him because he's dangerously close to fucking calling for eugenics.
Push to institutionalize anybody and everybody who were seen as basically based on poverty, and sometimes it would be genuine mental illness or whatever. But there was this mass push towards institutionalizing people. And then there was a backlash against that because it went way too far and you were just...
That just told me that you know absolutely nobody that actually works in prisons.
Completely depriving people of rights. And again, it would be someone who...
One of the most conservative dudes I know would tell you how big of an idiot you are.
Who just was, their crime was being poor. And then you're locked up for life and sterilized, by the way. And
God, the amount of people that just want straight up authoritarianism, just the insane Big Brother fucking want cameras and robots just policing your every fucking move is fucking sane. Meanwhile, this dude's sitting there drunk at a keyboard just yeah, I'll be okay. Yeah.
And, you know, now
again, dude, in a perfect world, Donald Trump would look at your marriage and just immediately be like, we got to do something about these fucking gays.
You're at the point where, number one, I mean, our healthcare system is shit. There's
again, people like you need to feel that, man. God damn.
Not nearly enough rehab.
I'm gonna that's honestly, that's like the theme of tonight's show. Apparently, is just like shitty people need to feel shitty.
Available, like even people who want to get clean and sober, they don't have a place where they can go to try to avail themselves of those services. There are way too few psychiatric beds. There are way too few rehab beds. All of those sorts of things. But I do think we've also gone too far in the other direction of, you know, sometimes it genuinely is in a person's interest, and you have to have protections in there for civil liberties, et cetera. It's a difficult balance to strike.
It's very hard.
In any case,
it's very hard. It's very hard. Yes, those pesky civil liberties that you should just,
you should only get, honestly, Sagar is one fucking step away from doing we should go back to if you have property, then you get rights. Like, seriously, what the does he not see it? Does he not see it? I guess not. Like, again, whatever. Yeah. Insane. In-effing sane. That's a good idea. You sub, I twerk. I almost want to steal that. Big J Okerson's doing that. You sub, I twerk. Although it'd be like the worst twerk. I would have like it's the whitest twerk ever. It require me also to kind of have an ass.
No matter how many distractions that Donald Trump has been hurling at you, there are people who just will not forget about Jeffrey Epstein. And there's a reason that I've been calling it Trump's Joe Rogan problem. Because in addition to Joe Rogan still being the, if not one of the biggest podcasters in the world, seeing which way he goes on this, it gives insight into—
I can't wait for the day where that's not the case and he becomes irrelevant.
To how a lot of people go on this. Right? People who jumped on the Trump—
Do you know how many men he convinced to take testosterone that lost their hair, though?
Trump train.
Like, there's a lot out there. I saw an entire Reddit, like a subreddit, just talking about how Joe Rogan convinced me to take these steroids, and all of a sudden my hair fell out. Thanks, Joe.
In 2024, but now that they're getting the product, they're not happy. At least with certain key things or with Trump's responses to stuff.
I don't know. I heard as a Democratic hoax.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
But
well, it's certainly not a hoax if you go to jail. Certainly not a hoax if Ghislaine Maxwell's in jail too. So like she's in jail for.
I love how that one guy is uncomfortable and he's like, I heard it was a hoax, man.
Sex trafficking. Excuse me. She's in jail for sex.
God, I feel bad for the up and coming comics that like are getting booked on his podcast right now because they're just trying to get into the fucking comedy mothership.
Sex trafficking, but the question is to who? Who's she in? Who? You have to be sex trafficking to somebody in order to go to jail, right?
Yeah.
So who?
Because that's definitely not the first time that Joe Rogan has criticized Trump's response to the Epstein scandal. And if things keep going the way they're going, it probably won't be the last, right? Especially because now 3 federal judges have all shot down the Justice Department's request to unseal the grand jury transcripts from the Epstein and Maxwell case. Last month, the first judge in Florida denied it, saying that the request falls outside the bounds of narrow exceptions to rules about unsealing testimony. Then last week, the second judge in New York said that nothing new would be revealed from the documents, that the public would come away feeling—
that's bullshit.
Disappointed and misled, and that the request was simply
I've heard the opposite, and I've also heard the opposite about the new mothership coming to New York, that like that's his pet project right now.
Diversion tactic. And then finally, yesterday, another judge in New York said that the grand jury transcript—
and he's doing that because he's worried that the guys that are living in Austin are going back to New York, like Shane.
Quote, pales in comparison to the Epstein investigative information and materials already in the DOJ's possession. Or because the transcript, it's only about 70 pages long. The Epstein files proper, they're about 100,000 pages. And so you have the judge arguing the government is the logical party to make comprehensive disclosure to the public of the Epstein file. And adding, by comparison, the instant grand jury motion appears to be a diversion from the breadth and scope of the Epstein files in the government's possession. The grand jury testimony is merely a hearsay snippet audit of Jeffrey Epstein's alleged conduct. And for that very reason, it was unlikely that the transcripts would have satisfied Trump's critics anyway, which is why Congress has already begun issuing subpoenas for the actual Epstein files. And in fact, the DOJ's deadline to send the files over to the House Oversight Committee was Tuesday. But the committee's chairman, GOP Representative James Comer, said on Monday that the White House would begin handing over the documents this Friday, right, which is tomorrow. With him writing, there are many records in DOJ's custody, and it will take the department time to produce all the records and ensure identification of victims and any child sexual abuse material are redacted. Though there, you have many noting that way back in March, Pam Bondi reportedly directed the FBI to prepare the files for release, with agents working around the clock, overnights and weekends to redact sensitive information. So you have people saying it's unclear why they needed more time this week. Plus, it's unclear whether the committee is receiving all of the files, and it could take a long time for them to be shown to the public. Meanwhile, Ghislaine Maxwell's testimony, which was originally scheduled for mid-August, has been postponed while she appeals her case to the Supreme Court. Also, you have 3 former attorneys general testifying before the month's up, followed in September and October by several more officials, including Bill and Hillary Clinton. Also, you've got Republican Thomas Massie and Democrat Ro Khanna planning to bring some of Epstein's victims to Washington for a press conference on September 3rd, which also happens to be the day that Congress returns from its summer recess, so that could bring Epstein back into the spotlight just as Republicans are coming back to Capitol Hill.
This is what I've been saying, guys. Like I said this earlier in the program, when August hits, everybody's on recess, everybody takes vacation. So for everybody that's just like, because Nate Slays said it over on Twitch that, oh, it looks like Trump's going to go away with this. It's like, no, he's not.
According to the 2 lawmakers.
No, dude, no. The more that the longer this goes on, it's going to get worse. And also remember, recess is in effect right now. Once these guys come back, they have to answer for all this shit.
Several of the victims will speak about their experiences publicly for the first time, or likely adding to the chorus of victims and their families who've criticized Trump's bungling of the case, including Virginia Giuffre's brothers. With Trump there so far biting his tongue, though in private he's allegedly becoming annoyed at their statements, with 2 sources telling the Rolling Stone last week that Trump had repeatedly criticized Epstein's accusers and their families, claiming that they were just trying to make him look bad. And at times he reportedly accused them of clearly having a Democrat political affiliation, while wondering aloud if some of them are coordinating with prominent liberal attorneys or groups. And actually, the journalist who broke that story told MSNBC,
whatever is going on the political or personal landscape, he always values casting himself as the victim, as the besieged one, even in a situation as black and white as this, when it's pretty clear who the survivors are and who the victims and alleged victims and the accusers are.
So there you had the White House denying the report and calling it, quote, just another desperate attempt by the failing Rolling Stone. Meanwhile, having weathered the Epstein storm so far, Attorney General Pam Bondi has now emerged from her self-imposed exile to reassert control over her Justice Department, with Bondi announcing this week that she's creating a new role at the FBI co-deputy director, and that Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey would be taking it up. So he'll work alongside the current deputy director, Dan Bongino, who I guess is about to be knocked down to just another co-deputy director, with some even characterizing it as Dan getting a babysitter. Though also there, it was reported that Dan had a heated confrontation with Bondi over the Epstein files last month and even threatened to resign. And so then with that, you had officials saying to CNN that they believe that Bailey's appointment is a signal that Bondi won that power struggle and Bongino is likely to exit. Though that is, you have others saying that her position was really never in doubt because she's just far too valuable to Trump, being one of his most sycophantic henchwomen. And now, after nearly a month without taking any questions from the media, Bondi gave 2 interviews to Fox this week, but neither Sean Hannity or Larry Kudlow asked her about Epstein. But notably, if she ever testifies to Congress, Democrats have promised to grill her and other officials about the files. Meanwhile, Massie and Khanna are also planning to file what's called a discharge petition, basically something that would bypass House leadership and force a vote on a measure compelling the White House to release the files. But for that petition to work, they'll need signatures from a majority of the House, or at least 218 lawmakers. So we'll have to wait to see what happens there, because they do appear to have more than enough support to succeed, but you had the Times noting that they can't actually begin collecting signatures until next month. And so, we're going to watch out for that, as well as all these testimonies, the DOJ's internal politicking, and the relentless clamor for more transparency from both left and right alike. But I will say one thing is for sure, and that is that next month, the Republicans, they're not going to be able to run away from this the way that they have for the past 5 weeks. Right? And that also because Congress has until September 30th to pass a bill funding the government and avoid a shutdown. And so actually, if lawmakers are determined enough, they could use that as leverage to push for votes related to the Epstein files, especially if Democrats on the House Rules Committee, it's
almost like this is the time for Democrats to really amp up their fucking attacks and listen to guys like Philip DeFranco. I swear to God, it wouldn't surprise me that the Democratic Party would hear this and be like, that's a good idea.
That determines which legislation goes to the floor, paralyze it again by threatening to force a vote. Notably, this week, a spokesperson for the committee's top-ranking Democrat told the Times that they had, quote, no plans to let up pressure on this until Republicans release the Epstein files. Right, and all of that as Speaker Mike Johnson is rapidly running out of excuses not to hold a vote on the matter. Right, first, he said they couldn't do it because they had to protect the sensitive identifying information of Epstein's victims, but then many of those victims themselves said they support releasing the files and that the information can just be redacted. So next, you had Johnson arguing that the House couldn't do anything anything related to the files while the courts were still deliberating on whether to unseal the grand jury transcript. Of course, now all those requests are dead in the water. And last month, Johnson actually promised that if the courts did nothing, quote, we'll take appropriate action when everybody returns here. And so, we should know shortly if he is actually going to follow through on that or if he finds another way to squirm out of it. We will say, even if he does, we're seeing movement from Democrats in the Senate as well. Because last month, you had lawmakers invoking an obscure law that says that if at least 5 members of the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee request information from the executive branch, it must hand it over. So Minority Leader Chuck Schumer actually sent a letter to the DOJ giving it until August 15th to comply, but obviously that was last Friday. And so now Schumer has been pressuring Majority Leader John Thune to appoint a lawyer who can take legal action.
I've been pressuring them to get to work because I saw some polls recently that made it seem like I'm not gonna win re-election
against the White House. With Schumer also writing last week, if he chooses complicity, we'll take them to court ourselves. For now, that's largely where everything Epstein-related stands. And of course, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reaction to everything that we're seeing here. But actually, that brings us to more news about another headline-dominating saga because Senator Amy Klobuchar wants you to know that she did not say this about Sydney Sweeney's jeans.
If Republicans are going to have beautiful girls with perfect titties in their ads, we want ads for Democrats too, We want ugly, fat bitches wearing pink wigs and long-ass fake nails being loud and twerking on top of a cop car at a Waffle House. Just because...
Oh my God, Kirk, are you still here? Can you please clip some of this and put this in the next iteration?
We're the party of ugly people doesn't mean we can't be featured in ads.
To that, I'd hope, if you looked at the video, is a pretty obvious deepfake. The senator did not say any of that, but the deepfake got so circulated that Klobuchar just wrote an op-ed for the New York Times. 1, to note that it wasn't real, and 2, to warn about the dangers of AI. What they're saying, as anyone would, I wanted the video taken down or at least labeled digitally altered content. It was using my likeness to stoke controversy where it did not exist. It had me saying vile things. Studies have shown that people who see this type of content develop lasting negative views of the person in the video, even when they know it's fake. And on the note of the video, you had TikTok taking it down, Meta labeling it as AI, and X/Twitter refusing to do any of those things, instead suggesting that she try to get a community note on it, but really not helping her in that effort. And so you had Klobuchar continuing. For years, I've been going after the growing problem that Americans have extremely limited options to get unauthorized deepfakes taken down. But this experience of sinking hours of time and resources into limiting the spread of a single video made clear just how powerless we are right now. And asking, why should tech companies' profits rule over our rights to our own images and voices? Right, and this, as she noted, it's just the tip of the iceberg. Deepfakes, they're becoming more and more common, and they're often much more serious than just talking about Sydney Sweeney's American Eagle controversy. So interesting, with that controversy, it did cause a small wave of AI being used against Democrats. Because Klobuchar wasn't alone, there was that one of AOC previously.
And the American Eagle Jeans campaign is blatant Nazi propaganda. I mean, watching that sultry little temptress squeeze into a Canadian tuxedo, 3 sizes too small.
And I know it's really easy to look at some deepfakes and be like, only a fucking idiot would fall for that. But the problem there, there's a few. One, it makes me think of the George Carlin quote when he's like, think about how stupid the average person is. And then remember that half of people are dumber than that. But then also in cases like that AOC clip, you have people like journalist Chris Cuomo actually getting duped by the video and accusing AOC because of the video of fueling culture wars. And then wildly, when he got called out for being duped by the video, he was like, okay, I got duped. But then he doubled down and he tried to make it about another thing, saying that she ignored the part of the tweet that mattered, which I guess wasn't him boosting a thing that was never said or happened. But then all of that,
No, it was literally him just being like, I know I got fooled, but the merit still stands.
Brings us back to how people with bad intentions can shape conversations and culture wars and pin issues on whoever they want. And so you've got Klobuchar calling for more to be done to regulate AI and noting that, yes, Trump actually did sign the Take It Down Act this year. That's big. It matters. It gives people protections against intimate image abuse. But Klobuchar also noted that it's really just the first step, and so she and other senators are currently working on...
Well, all it's going to take is Donald Trump being deepfaked, saying a bunch of lefty shit. Honestly, we need to get on that.
On legislation that, quote, would give people the right to demand that social...
Have him commie Trump. We need an AI commie Trump out there. Like, seriously, anybody that knows how to do that, get on that immediately.
Media companies remove deepfakes of their voice and likeness while...
And credit pep talks when it's time.
Making exceptions for speech protected by the First Amendment. And adding, in the United States and within the bounds of our Constitution, we must put in place common sense safeguards for artificial intelligence. They must at least include labeling requirements for content that is substantially generated by AI. AI. Which I will say, I think it's important she included the free speech aspect of this. Because usually one of the big arguments against trying to rein in generative AI is, hey, well, we're just memeing. And so with that, it
I used to hate that microphone, but now it's grown on me, and now I kind of want to look into it.
appears that the top level argument from Klobuchar and others
I
is,
like
okay,
my
hey,
mic.
meme away. But let's also make sure people understand the difference between an AI-generated meme and just blatant misinformation. But even with that, that's easier said than done. Right? I mean, some states, they've already made individual efforts to restrict AI. But even just today, we're seeing things from Bloomberg about the many ways that tech companies are trying to block those laws and limit regulation. And so, really, this is just yet another chapter in this push and pull that we're going to continue to see play out over the days, the months, and years. And then there's more that we got to dive into right here. But first, I got to say, you ever lay down after a long day and your mattress is just there? It's like, hey, I'm just here to ruin your sleep. Well, thanks to today, just solid, restful sleep. It's like the
I hate to say yes.
mattress actually knows what I need, and now I'm waking up feeling rested and ready to go. So hey, if you're ready for some solid sleep, check out Helix's Labor Day sale at helixsleep.com/DeFranco. Or even easier, scan the QR code for 27% off site-wide plus free shipping. But then diving back into the news, we're gonna go from the chaos of deepfakes to one of the most chaotic campaigns for re-election that you've ever seen with the
Sure looks really soft.
battled mayor of New York City. These Eric Adams scandals just keep on keeping on, giving cash to
Dude, the fact that what's his face was talking about supporting Eric Adams possibly, I was like, what?
journalists,
Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries was like, well, I haven't talked to Eric Adams yet.
forging signatures, even more corruption and bribery charges. So let's start with the cash. Because a top advisor to New York Mayor Eric Adams was just booted from his re-election campaign after giving a journalist a potato chip bag stuffed with cash. With the advisor here being Winnie Greco, Adams' former director of Asian affairs at City Hall and one of his best fundraisers. With Winnie having returned to Team Adams on the campaign trail as a volunteer as he runs for re-election. And yesterday, at an event in Harlem, she handed a journalist from the outlet The City a red envelope tucked in a potato chip bag. And in that envelope was a wad of cash totaling more than $100, with the reporter Katie Honan saying that she was hoping to get some information from Winnie about the new indictments against Adams' associates. But when they met, Winnie just
they gave it was $100 in small bills.
handed Katie a bag of chips, which the reporter tried declining, but Winnie reportedly just walked away. And then when Katie opened the bag, she said that she found the cash and immediately tried calling to return it. So I initially hoped it was a note, a tip, and then I looked and I go, oh my God, it's money. And according to Katie, Winnie laughed at the attempt to return the cash, and that's when Katie took the envelope to her editors and told them the whole story. From there, he had the outlet reporting the incident to the city's Department of Investigation, and federal prosecutors in Brooklyn contacted the outlet's lawyers, with them then taking the bag with the envelope and cash in it. And as you can imagine, the campaign was quick to try to do some damage control, with a spokesperson saying they were shocked and adding, Winnie Greco holds no position in this campaign and has been suspended from all volunteer campaign-related activities, and saying that Adams has, quote, always demanded the highest ethical and legal standards. And then as far as Winnie's side, her attorney said that it is customary in Chinese culture to give reporters cash, and saying that it was a gesture of friendship and gratitude. And that's also exactly what Winnie told the outlet whose reporter she gave the cash to, insisting it was cultural and asking them not to publish about it. With her attorney saying, I can see how this looks strange, but I assure you that Winnie's intent was purely innocent. Winnie is apologetic and embarrassed by any negative impression or confusion this may have caused.
I'm going to be honest. I have never gotten over the faker that is Charlie Bucket's grandfather. He's sitting in that bed with the other grandparents, which, again, because that was a thing. And that motherfucker just, gives up the goat right there, where he's just, I got the golden ticket. We got the golden ticket. We got the golden ticket.
Pause. But whether you believe that,
it's like, no, you didn't, Grandpa. What?
Or not, we should talk about the information.
Also, I thought that you were sick and decrepit.
The reporter was actually looking for from Winnie.
Don't get me started on Charlie Bucket's grandparents. I mean, yeah.
There's really anything about
what a weird situation.
Indictments coming down the pipeline for several of Adams's close associates and supporters. So I will say, notably, it doesn't include the mayor himself, but it does include his closest political ally and former chief advisor, Ingrid Lewis Martin, and her son. Because Ingrid, she is facing some bribery charges that accuse her of exchanging political favors for cash, home renovations, and a speaking role on a TV show. With her accused of accepting more than $75,000 in bribes during her tenure as one of the most powerful people in New York City. And she's been hit with a total of 4 counts of conspiracy and bribe receiving, and that's on top of the wave of bribery charges from last year that resulted in her resigning from her position in December. And with this, you had Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg saying, we allege that Ingrid Lewis Martin engaged in classic bribery conspiracies that had a deep and wide-ranging impact on city government. As alleged, Lewis Martin consistently overrode the expertise of public servants so she could line her own pockets. So then with that, you had a statement from Ingrid's lawyers responding and saying, Ingrid Lewis Martin is facing charges classified at the lowest level of felony in our justice system. Her only so-called offense was fulfilling her duty, helping fellow fellow citizens navigate the city's outdated and often overwhelming bureaucracy. At no point did she receive a single dollar or any personal benefit for her assistance. We will vigorously fight these charges and ensure that the facts prevail. But Ingrid is also not alone here. There are also charges against Adams' friend and former state senator Jesse Hamilton, who Adams put into a powerful position in the city, as well as siblings Gina and Tony Argento, major supporters and donors to Adams. So again, there we saw similar proclamations of innocence from their representatives. But also a huge thing is that this latest cascade of legal drama, it's happening as Adams is frantically trying to sanitize his public image while he lags behind in the polls. And so with all this, you had a spokesperson for his campaign.
You mean severely lags behind in the polls?
Saying Mayor Adams.
Dude, the fact is, he should not even be the mayor right now. Like, that scandal was like any other political scandal that was on the level of his would have just been like, yes, I'm resigning. Nope.
Adams was not involved in this matter, and
that should tell you how fucked everything is.
Has not been accused of or implicated in any wrongdoing. He remains focused on what has always been his priority, serving the 8.5 million New Yorkers who call this city home and making their city safer and more affordable every single day. But they're then reiterating specifically that Ingrid Lewis Martin no longer works for the administration. But then also, as that's playing out and we're waiting to see how it develops, I mean, there's also another Adams scandal we have to talk about. A few weeks ago,
oh my God,
Gothamist published a report claiming that
wait, he gets two? He gets two Philly D segments?
That his re-election campaign submitted faked and fraudulent petition signatures to get him a spot on the ballot as an independent.
Dude, you're so fucked.
Because under state law, Adams needed at least 7,500 signatures from voters who wanted him to run as an independent. And to get those signatures, Adams' campaign reportedly hired several companies to send employees across the city and gather signatures from registered voters supporting Adams' re-election. But according to the Gothamist, there were some corners cut, with them reporting that an executive from one of those companies said that he told the campaign they should run quality control measures beyond just, the signature from the gatherer promising they were all legit. With the executive then saying the campaign rejected the idea. And as far as the campaign, they responded to the Gothamist inquiry saying they expected the companies to follow the law. But then with that, promising they'll be investigating themselves. And as far as what they'd be investigating, when the Gothamist reviewed the petition, they reportedly found 52 signatures that were fraudulently obtained or outright forged, with thousands more that weren't properly vetted. They also said they found issues like strikingly similar handwriting between residents of a specific building, or just dubious numbers coming from campaign workers, or things like one who reportedly got 700 signatures in a single day. And the Gothamist saying they spoke to several people who had seemingly signed this petition but claimed that their signature was forged. One of which they reported was out of the country the day she supposedly signed. And in some cases, signers' names weren't even spelled right in the signature. And that's nothing compared to the fact that there were...
Oh my God, they just literally went like, okay, so this looks like it could be a legitimate one, right?
Dead people supposedly signing this. Or with the Gothamist reporting that they found the campaign turned in signatures from at least 3 people who were already dead. So with all this, I'll say, the truth is, well, petition...
Let me guess, nothing's going to happen. He's still going to be on the election ballot. And yeah, that's just how things work now, right?
Fraud is illegal. It's also not likely going to have much impact on Adams' campaign. Or because Adams got some 50,000 signatures, obviously well over that 7,500 requirement threshold. That and these petitions rarely receive too much scrutiny anyway. So from here, it's up to local prosecutors on whether they want to investigate this or not. And amid all the other chaos and scandals that Adams is dealing with, this one's probably the lowest of the bunch. But then from that, let's zoom out from New York and let's head overseas to talk about the insanity that's happening in Gaza and the role that the United States is playing in it. Because Trump's government will not say that it opposes the forced displacement of people from Gaza, and it's now punishing international judges for calling out war crimes. The White House announced new sanctions against the ICC, and it's increasingly clear that Trump's unprecedented backing of Israel has only emboldened Netanyahu even further, despite domestic and international outrage, with it even resulting in part of Trump's MAGA base saying that Trump appears to be Israel first. But the starting point for this whole conversation is the U.S. State Department, and specifically there, the recent firing of its top press officer for Israeli-Palestinian affairs, allegedly after his loyalty to the administration's stance regarding Israel was called into question. There were reportedly several disputes about how to talk about America's foreign policy, but one of the big ones, it came up when this employee drafted a response to a question from the media about ongoing discussions regarding the possible relocation of Palestinians from Gaza to South Sudan, which one, like Gaza, is a war-torn part of the world facing a hunger crisis, and two, is a country...
Don't you just love it how they're doing the same thing? Don't you just love how obvious it is that these rich and powerful motherfuckers are out there just saying, I don't like the sight of this X person, let's get them out of here. I don't care where they go.
That's already received immigrants deported from the U.S. despite the...
It's almost like they don't give a fuck about us, and we're just sitting here watching Philly D just going, I wonder when it's gonna actually boil over and people realize that this is a sign of something much worse.
The fact that most of those immigrants actually aren't from there. And so the draft response reportedly included the line, we do not support forced displacement of Palestinians in Gaza, which I will say notably is something that Trump and envoy Steve Witkoff have both said more than once in the past. Although, of course, they've also backed what Israeli officials have described as voluntary voluntary relocation, which rights groups say wouldn't be voluntary at all. But there was at least some idea of at least saying the US was opposed to potential war crimes. This time, however, the department reportedly rejected the idea, with this now fired employee arguing his termination begs the question of whether the country's Israel-Palestine policy is about to get even worse, including an unwillingness to take any stand against ethnic cleansing, and adding, the future looks bleak. And then beyond that, you reportedly have American officials saying that the firing has sent a chilling message that communication straying from ardent pro-Israel messaging, even if it's in line with long-standing U.S. policy, will not be tolerated. But that's also just one of the ways that U.S. support of Israel is going to a whole new level. With now another thing that we're seeing this week being those new sanctions against the International Criminal Court. Because back in February, you had the White House announcing sanctions against the ICC's former chief prosecutor, Karim Khan, after he sought arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Israel's former Minister of Defense. With the U.S. then imposing sanctions on 4 ICC judges in June, 2 of whom authorized the arrest warrants. And now you have this latest round of sanctions being leveled against another 2 ICC judges and 2 more ICC prosecutors. And you've got the State Department saying in a statement that one of the judges has been sanctioned for authorizing an older investigation into U.S. military personnel in Afghanistan. But then the other one has been targeted for authorizing the arrest warrants. And then the 2 prosecutors, they were on the list for continuing Khan's investigation into Israel's actions in Gaza, including upholding the warrants. And you have Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying in a statement announcing the action, these individuals are foreign persons who directly engage
Marco Rubio is not looking good
in efforts by the International Criminal Court to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute.
This is what happens when you forego your Cuban heritage and all the, the good moisture.
Nationals of the United States or Israel without the consent of either nation.
I mean, dude lives in Florida, one of the most humid states ever, and he looks like a fucking dried out raisin.
And then adding that the administration will continue to, quote, take whatever actions we deem necessary to protect our troops, our sovereignty, and our allies from the ICC's illegitimate and baseless actions. But then you had the ICC hitting back with a statement calling the sanctions a flagrant attack against the independence of an impartial judicial institution.
He looks like a Terminator.
Calling it a, quote,
the little bit of loose skin there. Yeah, you're right.
Against the court state parties, the rules-based international order, and above all, millions of innocent victims across the world. Though this is Netanyahu, of course, loved the move from the United States, describing it as a firm measure against the mendacious smear campaign against the state of Israel and the IDF. Right, and there he's seemingly referring to the fact that more and more world leaders are condemning his actions and the actions of the Israeli government. Though despite the condemnations, Netanyahu and his allies, they're more emboldened than ever. And of course, that may have something to do with a level of unconditional support that seemingly goes even beyond what we've seen from previous presidents. And with that, you had Netanyahu saying in an interview yesterday,
thank God President Trump has proven an exceptional friend of Israel, an exceptional leader. I think we've been very fortunate to have a leader in the United States who doesn't act like the European leaders, who doesn't succumb to this stuff.
Now that said, we should take a look at what's happening on the ground. For one, you had the Israeli government officially approving a West Bank settlement explicitly aimed at undermining the prospect of a Palestinian state. Or with that involving the construction of more than 3,000 housing units in what's known as the E1 area, and it would effectively cut the territory in 2. With the minister who announced the project saying afterward that the idea of a Palestinian state is, quote, being erased from the table, and adding every town, every neighborhood, every housing unit is another nail in the coffin of this dangerous idea. Right, in the E1 project, it's been under consideration for more than 2 decades. The fact that it's never happened until now has been partially attributed to international and especially U.S. pressure, including in the form of sanctions against individuals and organizations involved in illegal settlements introduced by Biden. Sanctions that were promptly gotten rid of when Trump returned to office. So now, despite most countries having their frostiest relations with Israel in years, it's going forward. And then moving on to Gaza, Israel has seemingly abandoned any pretense.
Hate to say, I mean, that kind of disproves the whole, okay, so Biden being that disaffective. No, that means the sanctions did something.
Ends up working toward a deal, with Hamas saying that it's accepted a ceasefire proposal by Qatar.
It wasn't what we wanted, but it was way more than what the fuck is going on now. And this is what bothers me is I don't like the cowardly attitude of, well, Trump, we have to deal with the fascism and Trump is a lot harder of of an opposition. It's like, yeah, that's the reason that we were trying to get Kamala in. And you remember that whole fucking argument?
Qatari and Egyptian mediators, which would report
easier enemy.
Involve
but now we are dealing with literally Gaza getting wiped out and a lot of people kind of just doing the thing where they backed off or they homered into the bushes.
The halts and
that shit makes me kind of disgusted.
Violence and exchange of prisoners and hostages. The Israeli government, they haven't said anything. Instead, it's just told 60,000 reservists to report for duty. And
that's also why, I've been calling it out consistently. The people who feel comfortable going and putting the Palestinian, to go and put the Palestinian flag at a Bernie rally and then call them out on the genocide thing, fine. But then they have this simultaneous, well, we don't go to MAGA rallies or we don't go to any Donald Trump events or go to we don't go march on the streets of the White House because what's it actually gonna do?
September and is moving forward with a plan to take over Gaza City. And you've got the...
And I get it. The whole, we have to move the Democrats.
IDF's chief spokesperson claiming the military has begun the next phase of the war. And that is, you had another...
The thing is, we have a bunch of libertarians and people like Piers Morgan and people that listen to Piers Morgan that now are against Israel and have seen the images of the starving children in Israel. Or in Gaza. Sorry.
The operation would be, quote, gradual, precise, and targeted, and saying that it would extend into areas of Gaza City where Israeli soldiers had not previously...
That's what I'm saying, Chi-Town. I'm saying that technically... For anybody that actually gives a damn about the Gazans and protecting them, that Kamala would have actually been better objectively as far as less death and a easier politician to pressure into, moving on our positions. Whereas we have Donald Trump now, who's just like, I don't give a fuck. Listen to him complain. The left is always complaining. Complain.
Obviously been. Although notably, there's not many areas the IDF hasn't already been. Right? The IDF claims that they have operational control over 75% of the Gaza Strip, but the UN says the number is actually closer to 90%. And of course, in the process, it's killed tens of thousands of people and virtually leveled the entire territory, which seems to now be continuing. With, for example, one resident telling the New York Times that Israeli troops were sending remote-controlled vehicles packed with explosives to blow up buildings block by block in the neighborhood near where he lives. And while thousands of Palestinians have already begun to flee, you have the UNRWA saying that nearly 1 in 3 children in Gaza City are now malnourished, with the head of the agency saying that children in Gaza are extremely weak and that many will simply not have the strength to undergo a new displacement, and adding, it is a manufactured and fabricated famine. It is deliberate. Food has been used as an instrument of war, which, to be clear, is the prevailing opinion among reputable experts and rights groups who not only say starvation has been used as a weapon of war, but that it's one facet of a genocide against the people of Gaza. So with that, you had Netanyahu saying this about the allegations of genocide.
If we wanted to commit genocide, we would have done it in one afternoon.
Jesus fuck! He is the devil. Look at him. Take it in. Perfect pause face. Do you see the horns? Do you see it? Look at this demon. Look at this demon.
We have the capacity, but we don't do that.
Which I will say, of all the arguments he could have made, it's not a genocide because we could have done that in an afternoon, is a very weird defense. But ultimately, it appears that that is where we are right now, is this...
I hate, again, don't cover these stories if you're not going to be a little outraged, Phil. It kind of shows that you're just as bad. Dude, you're complicit too. You sit here packaging it in such a isn't that just palatable? Is it just, this was just so palatable, guys.
The situation continues to develop. But with all of that said,
because I would like to make the argument, it's no, he's actually doing good at bringing that, I'm glad he's focusing on it and bringing it up, but it's that little bit of narcissistic callousness where, is he going to move on to an ad read?
Switch gears to a different piece of news from all those
Oh, thank God, at least he has some decency there.
Fire updates and talk about actually a very rare piece of news. Senator Bernie Sanders has come out and agreed with the Trump administration on something. And that thing...
Yeah, I already covered that. And he's starting to piss me off, so... I'm moving on.
All right, y'all, welcome to the show. I hope you're ready to have some fun today because we're going to be...
Thank you for subscribing, Desiree Martinez. Appreciate that. Oh, you know what? Fuck this. We'll cover this in a second. All right, guys. You want to see something really fucked up? This landed on my radar, so therefore it needs to land on yours. Okay. Don't know how this didn't become a fucking instant national story via, Philip DeFranco. Florida woman accused of having sex with 15-year-old stepson loses nursing license. Interesting. Marion County, Florida. Didn't have to really tell me that. A woman accused of sexually abusing her 15-year-old stepson has had her nursing license suspended months after her arrest. Alexis Von Yates, 34 of Ocala, was arrested on November 6, 2024, and charged with lewd and lascivious. I've never heard this or seen this term. Lascivious? Yeah, lascivious? What the fuck? behavior targeting a minor aged 12 to 16 after allegedly engaging in unlawful sexual activity with her stepson while he was visiting her father in Florida for the summer in 2024. Wow. Dear Penthouse. The affidavit states police received an anonymous tip about oh my God, the dad caught him and he totally called. The affidavit states police received an anonymous tip about the alleged sexual activity on July 30th, including information that the alleged child's victim's father had walked in on the incident. Deputies reported that alleged abuse began when the alleged victim was when the alleged child victim and the suspect were relaxing and playing a video game together while his father worked as, oh my God, this is literally like a fucking prawn scene. That's crazy. During the movie, the suspect allegedly told the teenager how horny she was because she had not had sex in 2 weeks. Oh, what the dear Penthouse indeed. What is happening here? This is, by the way, completely legitimate news story right here. He recalled that the suspect had been making sexual jokes for approximately a week leading up to the incident, continuously saying how horny she was after the alleged abuse began. The affidavit Donald Trump has come out and literally said, like, this isn't abuse. That kid just got lucky. And, like, literally the South Park thing of, nice. Affidavit but this kid's going to be fucked up for a long time. States that the suspect said, oh, man, I wish you were 18 because you're not old enough before continuing to have sex on the couch. When the child's father walked in on them, confronted the suspect, the suspect said, according to the affidavit, that his son looked just like him when he was younger. Oh my God, this woman is fucked up. The alleged child victim said during a forensic experimental trauma interview that during the week leading up to the abuse that the suspect had stuck her tongue out at him while eating whipped cream, as well as stating, I bet everyone thought you were my little boy toy when the pair went to the gym together. When the teenager's father had taken him to his grandparents' house after the alleged abuse, the document said that he called the suspect and she allegedly told him she wishes his father had not caught him. Oh my God. Dude, she like kept going, huh? Wow. Florida Department of Health online license verification records. Liz Yates is having her single state license suspended per blah, blah, blah. I like how that's like the story here. That's literally the story there. That very detailed story. Yeah, no shit. It's just like, that little bit there about like the whole, like how she walked around just being like, me so horny. Jesus. Oh my God, that's just creepy. Her arse wouldn't be around anybody, animal, basically anything that has breath. What's wrong with these people? Florida. I mean, listen, coming from my Chicago stronghold, I look at a story like that, and I hate to say, immediately when I saw Florida, I'm like, oh, that tracks. And then I saw that it was Ocala. I was like, Ocala, Florida? Lots of trailer parks and gators. Just going out on a limb there.
Be doing exactly that. So in just a second, we start off a wee bit serious.
Oh, no jacket today.
Because the Trump depression is upon us. We're beginning to see the red flags. It's looking ugly. So I have some...
That was wild, by the way.
Data that will...
I'm moving on to, like, we're heading towards a Great Depression. I don't have much to say about that other than, yeah, like I said, I had that on my radar. Now you do.
We'll talk about on that front. Then we'll get to Israel is seizing the entire West...
Society really does not care about kids wishing for alien invasion? Yeah!
West Bank.
For fucking real.
Building new settlements. The U.S. is...
Like, what the...
blessing them on that.
I just have to say there's like... Again, Florida. What is it with Florida?
And then we also have some psychopaths.
Why is it not a surprise to me?
In Israel, religious fundamentalist freaks who are trying to usher in end time.
I like that tie too, to be completely real.
With a red heifer. I wish I was kidding, but
Against the blue?
We live in hell world, and these people rule us, bro. They rule us. So we'll talk about that. Then later on in the show, we have Tim Dillon finally wakes up to Trump's bullshit. Sorry, I don't usually cover close to 2 million subs, bro. Help get us over the hump. Help get us to the big 2 million number. I'd really
like girls that wear Abercrombie and Fitch.
Appreciate that. Please support the show on Patreon.
Dude, do you know how dead on I was with that joke?
And thank you to everybody who does do that. $2 a month or $5 a month goes a long way. I've never talked to any advertiser, never done an ad read.
Him and Crystal, if they were ever at a party and they heard that song, they're grinding on each other.
Very proud of that fact. Zero selling out on this show, bro. And you guys supported from the ground up. Again, I'm deeply appreciative for that. Also, sign up on Substack for Crystal Kylan.
Lamenting her low-rise jean days.
We have Richard Ojeda coming on this week, the world's most charismatic man who's running for office. Again, I can't wait to talk to him. That'll be a lot of fun. So sign up on Substack for that. And go support the Corin's World YouTube channel and subscribe over there because we're doing live Kylan Corins every Monday at 8:30. All right, y'all. Let's dive into it. So let's start with this. We were told when Trump launched his trade war and did his tariffs.
Does this goose egg go to anything?
We were told it's going to bring back American manufacturing. You're going to have jobs exploding all across this country. They're going to explode. Well, guess what? The data's in. How many companies moved 100% of their manufacturing to the U.S. because of the tariffs? Ready? 0.
I thought it was going to count up.
Donut. Zilch.
Yes.
Zilch. Nada.
Okay, that is legitimately hilarious. It's been 8 months.
So the thing we told you would happen is what actually happened. And what Trump said would happen was dead wrong. Dead wrong. So as Melanie Diarigo points out here, $3,800 is how much more the average U.S. family will spend this year because of tariffs. So no
fake data. It's all fake data. They're using MS Paint. You see how they have that? They can't even afford a good program. They can't afford Adobe.
Manufacturing jobs, but you got to spend $3,800 more. Now, by the way, it's actually even worse than this. It's worse than this because Trump outsourced 200,000 jobs his first term in office, and then this time he gets in there. One of the first things he does is he cuts off the funding for Joe Biden's bills. So the CHIPS Act, for example, the infrastructure bill, for example.
The stuff that was objectively good for our country.
So Biden was creating 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, and Trump gets in there, cuts off the funding for those bills, and boom, now we don't get those jobs. So he lost us 200,000 manufacturing jobs in the first term, lost us 800,000 in the second term, right? And now we know the tariffs are going to cost you $3,800 more on top of all that. So he could not have been more wrong every single step of the way. But we're just getting started. So on the manufacturing front, we're cooked. And in fact, there were some other companies that were going to build factories here. And they announced, when Trump did the tariffs, they came out and announced, well, we can't build them anymore because we can't afford the raw materials to build the factories now because of the tariffs. Okay, so he's cooking us in 1,000 ways to Sunday. More. July had the highest number of corporate bankruptcies since the COVID pandemic in 2020. So it actually eclipsed that, which means that Donald Trump is worse for the economy than a fucking global pandemic, y'all. That is mind-boggling.
Isn't that wild?
That's mind-boggling. The U.S. has now seen 446 large bankruptcy filings in 2025, officially 12% above pandemic levels in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
In July alone, the U.S. saw 71 bankruptcies, marking the highest single month total since July 2020. And then they do a whole tweet thread about this, and they basically explain, look, yes, it's the trade war.
It's the same thing that I keep saying anytime that Trump says, if an article starts with Trump says, that's it, I don't even read it.
The trade war is the culprit.
I don't even read it because it's just bullshit. I want to actually do an experiment. I'm going to do this for the channel. I'm going to read, and this is going to hurt my brain, but I'm going to look up a whole bunch of Trump articles where it says Trump says and see how many of those actually had something that came to fruition as opposed to him just saying shit. He just says shit all the fucking time.
And that's pretty fucking obvious. They also go on.
At some point, the people that are so sycophantic towards him should get really angry when our fucking economy is on the just cusp of collapse.
To point out.
Fuck!
Out the different.
But Biden bad.
Companies that got
God, the fact that they focused on that aviator wearing fucking old fuck so hard should really just be a national embarrassment.
Got hit.
And how we just let it go.
As a result of this, unfortunately,
God damn it. Like, for real, I don't even like the guy. I do not like Joe Biden, but the fact is, we just kind of went, meh, fuck him.
A lot of them are like,
and let them think the bullshit and win that narrative.
1990s and 2000s, like legendary type companies, like Forever 21, for example. In fact, let me see if I can find it. Several once popular 1990s and 2000s brands are included in the list of bankruptcies. Forever 21, Rite Aid,
good.
Party City,
good.
Claire's. I think like these earrings I'm wearing, I think are from Claire's, and they cost like fucking like $10 or whatever the fuck. All going under.
He got pierced at Claire's. That means he got pierced at Claire's.
All going under. So directly because of the trade war, it's now happening. Everything's unraveling.
I did too.
All right,
So
we got more.
I got my lip pierced.
Talk a little bit about the inflation portion.
They weren't supposed to do that, by the way.
Listen to this.
Wholesale prices for domestic fresh and dry
But she worked at a tattoo parlor and gave me like the
vegetables skyrocketed nearly 40% in July compared to a year ago. You normally don't see a big move in
I used to have it right here.
1 month that much. I mean, the biggest 1 month move for a summer month since I think 1947. That's a big move. Three things happening here: weather and drought. So you've got supply issues, worker shortages, and you've got farmers saying that there are fear on some of these farms of deportation. So they're having a hard time getting some of these crops in, and then tariffs on imported vegetables and food.
So climate change, mass deportations, and trade war. Those are the things that are leading to the spike. In other words, all things that the right is making worse. It's insane. Like, they're destroying the country on...
My school had a policy against having earrings, but they didn't have anything for, like, facial piercings. So there were a few of us that got, like, eyebrow piercings, and then that's when I did my lip.
Purpose.
That's something that can make prices rise for domestic as well. So this is producer
I did not look nearly as cool as I thought I did.
level. Will it be passed on to the consumer? Unclear yet, but we'll know pretty quickly. Very thin margins for food
Yeah, Trump's going to solve Yeah, exactly. Trump is about to solve obesity.
items. So
Yep.
this means that
No one's eating.
grocery store chains will have to eat the costs, pun intended, or we'll have to pass it on, and we'll know pretty soon.
All right, so that's just vegetables. We discussed on this show the other day, coffee. Prices for coffee have skyrocketed. Minimum 14%. I've seen as high as like 25%. It's happening, y'all. It's all happening. How about this one? Breaking. A home buyer.
Claire's is that, like, it's mostly geared towards, like, girls getting their ear pierced.
Now must earn.
Like, it's in malls and shit.
$114,627 a year to afford the median-priced U.S. home, per Redfin. This means the average U.S. household income would require a 42% raise to afford the median home. In other words, homeownership is officially a luxury. Homeownership is a luxury. The American dream is so cooked, it is so dead, it is so gone. It's never been more dead and gone. And I think everybody senses that, everybody feels that, everybody knows that, because everybody's struggling. And when there's no hope, that's when you see this increase in political extremism. That's when you see people turning to, some solutions that are pretty out there, because they know, hey...
Weird part is, I read that as cankles.
Politics as usual hasn't served us well. Politics as usual has actually destroyed us. So that's incredible. All right, I still got another one for you. So this one is kind of sad, but it's also, a bright red flashing indicator that we're in for a world of hurt coming very shortly.
Hi, everyone. I thought I'd share another non-traditional economic indicator that is sounding an alarm, and it's absolutely heart-wrenching. And this economic indicator...
Yeah, you know what happened? You bought a whole bunch of stuff that was close to being either closed out or they ordered too much of it.
Indicator is a surge in pet owner surrender.
Just wait, dude. Like, honestly, it's already hitting that point. Like, the beef prices are already at that point, but honestly, like, you're already a contrarian douchebag, so talking to you about any of this shit is kind of like a waste of air.
Shelters across the U.S. are reporting a surge in surrenders with financial hardship as the primary driver. The financial hardships are happening.
Lipstick is on the rise. Like, all the indicators that are classic indicators of people, like, abandoning, like, their skincare routine, but going to lipstick so they can emphasize their lips. That's always been a thing.
As their
lipstick theory, look it up.
Job losses, as the everyday cost of living has
My wife taught me about that.
gone up, and also the cost of caring for a pet have increased. The cost of pet food and treats, beds and toys are all affected by tariffs. So institutions like the Animal Care Center of New York has suspended all intake because of capacity issues. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Animal Care and Control in North Carolina has reported a 43% surge in animal surrenders versus this time last year. And the Chicago Animal Care and Control has reported that if their surrenders continue at the pace they're at in 2025, they will see 3 times the surrenders in 2025 versus 2024 and 6 times the surrenders versus 2023.
Yeah, and the no-kills are the ones being really slammed by this.
And on top of this, adoption rates are also declining, which is heartbreaking. So if you have the resources and
I'm gonna try to adopt a new dog, but this sucks because I'm in a position where like literally I have to put a dog down and then trying to get him acclimated to a new dog.
ability to adopt a new pet, your local shelter likely really needs your help right now.
So we're already in a recession, bro. We're already in a recession.
It's the hidden recession, and the thing is, it's only going to get worse. And on top of it, next time Trump comes out and has like his little press conference about the economy, he's going to tout his fucking new jobs numbers, the new economic numbers that are always on the rise suspiciously, but everything else is getting worse. But too many people fooled themselves into going, that's perfectly normal and okay.
It is. It's already rough out there, but...
And they'll fight for it. You got people like Panic Studio that will literally fight for that shit. Like, Panic does not make any money that he can just, like, live this luxurious life of fuck it all. I get to just talk shit and just live because I did everything right. Fuck you, dude. Seriously, you're going to be, like, in this with all of us, and you're still going to be a contrarian douchebag.
But I hope everybody's ready, because this is going to get a lot worse.
Can you tell he pissed me off?
This is going to get a lot worse. And I know all you guys, because I've experienced this too myself, I know all you guys have stories from your personal lives of, hey, this guy I know, or this guy I know who's a...
Nothing. You won't fight for anything, because you are literally just a contrarian douche.
Friend of my friend.
So you'll fight for the opposing, like, you'll fight for whoever is, like, causing the problem, and you'll just devil's advocate it, like, all around, and just because I don't know what you're, like, dude, whatever happened to you, like, I think that you fell off a Razor scooter and hit your head, like, in a way that just, like, rewrote your brain to always be contrarian.
Friend or this family member or whatever, somebody you know is feeling it. Somebody you know got laid off. Somebody you know...
I know 2 people that got laid off just like this week.
Is desperately trying to down...
I also know I have a friend that is preparing to get laid off because he sees all of the fucking signs coming.
Downsize or being evicted or whatever the case may be. Because, your government effectively stabbed you in the back. Your government effectively screwed you over. Right? Every decision I've made this point 1,000 times, but I'm going to make it 1,000 more. Every decision Trump is making, it's like he's trying...
Ooh, I always like when I actually do get under his skin.
Trying to destroy the country. If he was a Manchurian candidate, there would be literally no difference between how he's acting now and if he was a Manchurian candidate. He might as well be.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Luxuries are only for the people that, that do the right thing, and they invest in just the right firm that made a bet against the right people. Go fuck yourself.
Because, and here's another big part, which again, very few people talk about, but they should.
Thank you, Angela.
Is how much longer is the dollar going to be the world reserve currency? How much longer is that going to be the case? Because I got news for you. Everybody fucking hates us now. We're not good to our word. That alone sort of destroys you in the long run. Pulled out of the Iran agreement, pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement, stopped abiding by the USMCA, which was the trade deal with Canada that Trump himself negotiated. Then he pulled out of his own trade deal, right? Our word is worth
90 days. 90 days. I'm going to have another 90 days because I like the 90 days is enough time to just be like, I'll put it off. But then we get to that back end where they're like, oh, sir, we only have 7 days. And I'm like, another 90.
Nothing. It's worth a dick. And so in a scenario like that,
Dude, why'd you abandon Dickie McGee's ex? Can I just take that now? If I ever get to interview him, I'm gonna just ask him if I could have Dickie McGee's ex.
The world goes, we don't trust the
I
Americans.
always like that.
We can't rely on the Americans. The Americans are liars. The Americans are psychos. The Americans are unhinged. So they're working around America, making deals with each other, looking more towards China to be a global leader.
It's almost like that was actually the plan. It's almost like Trump got played by the world powers, and now we're at the end game, guys. Like,
and in that scenario, they're
Trump ushered in the end of the U.S. superior. But you know what? Fuck it.
They're merely tolerating the dollar at the moment as the world reserve currency. But, you know, they're not going to, nobody's going to keep investing in the U.S. Nobody's going to keep. And the other thing is, and this is an even longer conversation, but now we're beginning to see some evidence. There's some articles that came out over the past couple days, some evidence that the AI bubble is about to burst. And woo, buddy, when that bubble bursts, ooh, it's going to be a lot.
I always love these assholes because that's a Hassan thing. That are just like, leftists can't have nice things. Leftists can't have things that they enjoy. Like, also, this asshole doesn't understand that, like, all that Warhammer took me years to fucking collect. So I was maybe spending, like, $60 maybe a month on a set of figures. Like, seriously. But tell me more how you care about the fucking working class, you fucking asshole.
A lot of pain, dog.
Jesus Christ, these people. I can't stand them. Like, seriously.
It's going to be a lot of pain.
And on top of it, this guy likes to talk about, like, how he understands comedy, but he doesn't seem to make a actual joke, like, ever. Love that shit. I bet he has some, like, he has some
I don't know
opinions.
how many of you were old enough to remember this, but the internet bubble burst. Remember that?
Whatever happened to DeepSeek?
I believe it was in the late 90s that the internet bubble burst. And that was a lot of pain for a lot of people, right? Then you had this.
Oh, God. That's when penny stocks made a comeback.
Subprime mortgage crisis in the Great Recession in 2008. A lot of pain for a lot of people. Pandemic, same thing. But now, basically, one of the few things propping up the economy is this colossal bubble, all of this malinvestment that's happening with these AI companies that are promising the sun, the moon, and the stars. They're promising AI is going to solve every problem we've ever had, and it's going to suck your dick, and it's going to, finger your asshole.
Oh, yeah. You remember when Trump said that if you have DeepSeek on your phone, that he's coming for you?
It's going to do whatever.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right? And come to find out, a lot of these AI models are absolute trash. Not only that, China has already proven they're way ahead of the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, the fun's going to stop, the party's going to stop, and the bubble's going to burst. And then at that point, we're going to have a massive economic downturn. Massive economic downturn. So that's where we're heading now. And
being left isn't about not owning things. It's about giving people dignity. Everyone deserves dignity. Well, apparently, with all the bullshit I own.
The question is, what thing is going to give out first? Because we have so...
My God, this guy likes card games and collects like, literally, everything I fucking own, I've been collecting since I was 7. Like, yes, I may have misspent some
many issues.
Like, I may... coming up have been like, okay, this new game just came out. I might not eat. That's the fucking decisions I made. You want to talk about fucking working class, you motherfucker? Where is he? Seriously. I can't stand these fucking assholes that are like that.
With our economy and working people are
struggling. Fucking real, man. I didn't realize how much I hate these cocksuckers, but Jesus fucking Christ.
Struggling so hard to get by, and it's already the fucking gig economy. There already is no safety. Back in the day, it was like...
And how dare he? How dare he even try to be like, I thought the left... No. At least with Hassan, it was his own community that was just like, well, a $2 million house, which they're also fucking wrong.
You had a factory town. Your dad had a union job at the factory. You
Fucking
could then have a union
Christ
job
almighty.
at the factory. You can make enough money, live a decent life, etc. Now it's the fucking gig economy. Now it's like, everybody now is either going to be like a DoorDash or Uber Eats driver, or they're going to join ICE and start rounding up innocent people and sending them to concentration camps. That's what's happening to our economy.
Chicago, sorry, Deke. I was talking about Panic Studio just being a ripe asshole.
Right now, right? That's what's happening. That, or you work a cashier.
I can't stand people that literally do that shit where it's just like, oh my God, you own things. Oh my God, you bought a house at a fucking good fucking interest rate. Oh my God, you have it a little bit better. How dare you even have leftist fucking values? How dare you want better things? How dare you?
Somewhere in the service sector. You're a waiter or some shit. Like that's it. That's it. Is that, and then you got like, you know, Elon Musk, who's gonna be worth it.
I can't stand these cocksuckers. Honestly, at this point, I might be banning fucking Panic because he's pushed me to like a limit that, like, this is it.
Trillion
like, the guy just sucks.
Dollars in short order. So
also, like, for real, he's banking on his husband to die so he can just take his money. That's why he married an old dude.
The insane Gilded Age income and wealth inequality. And why aren't we grabbing our pitchforks? I don't know. You tell me, dog. You tell me. As soon as
I just picture his relationship being very much like the Donald Trump and Satan dynamic from South Park.
Americans realize, hey, the problem isn't trans people and
hey, Satan!
immigrants. That's what MAGA wants you to believe it is. As soon as they realize that, then we're having a conversation. Then it's like, oh, wait, the problem actually is the billionaires and the fascists. Yes, wake up. They're the ones that are destroying absolutely everything. Hey, y'all, do me a...
Attention-seeking asshole. No, I didn't realize how much that pissed me off. Like, that was all just like 1000% just like, no, I can't stand this anymore. I can't stand people who make those arguments. This idea that like, oh my God, you enjoy like even little things in life, little things. They equate billionaires wanting tax cuts to us wanting a PS5. Yeah, because they're fucking retarded. I said I was going to be better about this, but no. No. Honestly, I think I just want to ban him from the Discord, too. I really can't stand that shit. Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to make that a little awkward there because, like, yeah, I legitimately got mad. Instead of supporting the real economy, I should invest in crypto? Exactly. Yes, yes. You know, the game store that I constantly support, a local business. My comic store, a local business. But this cocksucker wants to sit there and tell him. And honestly, you know what? He's going to try and pull that thing like, you're using a derogatory slur because I'm gay? No. Just because you suck cock doesn't, like, that doesn't make you a cocksucker. Not in the way that I'm saying it. What makes you a cocksucker is the fact that it actually is, it's like a visceral thing that I get to say to you. Is literally that you just do not understand basic fucking humanity. And you suck cock. Which is no problem with that. You can have all the fun with that one. But it's your old man cock that you're sucking just because you know that's the only thing that you're going to get. Fuck. What up, Ryan? Hey, thanks for stepping in. You know what? He got what he wanted out of it. He got me, like, he wanted to rile me up. All right, fine. It's literally the last time they'll be interacting with the channel. Good morning. Good morning, man. How you doing? I gotta run upstairs real quick. I gotta pee. We are about a half hour out from the 420. Okay, relief valve activated. I just can't stand people like that, man. Don't worry about it. No, Angela, I'm glad that I got to, like, get that out of my system because, like, I cannot stand people like him. I really can't. The gay guys that will constantly throw the gay community under the fucking bus. The trans people that will fucking, like, all of a sudden they get their passing card and then they throw the trans community under the bus and say how the trans community's so fucking crazy. Mexicans that literally get their fucking green card and go, wow, I don't like illegal Mexicans. Anybody that has had the benefit of having a door open for them, but then they kick it shut, I want to kick every single one of those people in the face and push them out the door again. Just give them a nice fucking reminder of how it feels. Jesus. I'll be right back. That guy has well actually tattooed on him. Fuck. No, again, this idea that it's like you make so much money, you should only buy X. Like these are motherfuckers like him are legitimately like, you should only have what the government gives you. Oh wait, but that's my tax dollars. No, you should only have what you work for. But we need to take enough from you so you don't have what I have, because I need to feel better about than you. I need to feel superior to you, because I don't want to look at the objective fact that billionaires and fucking everybody that I never see, because I will never interact with a billionaire in my life. Those are not the problem. It's the people, the takers that I see at the grocery store, the takers. My rant's done. But like I said, man, I got very low tolerance for that shit. PS is something else. Yeah. You're missing the O in that. He's a POS. Again, I could engage. Occasionally, he would let the mask slip and show some normalcy where he would engage about weather or maybe something a little like nerdy or like comedy. He would turn normal then. But anytime we start talking about talking about comedy, about politics, he has to do that contrarian douchebag thing. He's probably white. I know that he's in his 30s. He's dating. He's married to an older guy. Like, you figured that out. Would you like the tiniest pick me up on the Discord? Sure. Although Bandit already won with the yippee-ki-yay meme here. You guys should all check that out. I refuse to see my friend's grandparents because I would probably say that they are kind of redacted, and that's the issue with America due to her repeated sin races. Sorry, I know, guys. We had that conversation yesterday. No, it's just a reminder that people like this, because it's not Panic Studio himself. The fact that he represents at least 1% of the country, that's too much. Like, fuck. I'm stealing memes from other servers. It's alright. Just try and give credit. Don't steal content or art. Now, borrowing to make us laugh, we're good with that. Look, I don't want someone, what I do or have, just because of jealousy or being a control freak. You do you. Please leave me Leave me alone to my own devices. Yep. Yo, Deke. By the way, since I have an idea of where you're at, did you hear the Bananas game? Like when they set those fireworks off. I was wondering, I was watching part of it and I was just like, when they set the fireworks off, I was like, oh, I wonder if Deke hears that. Occasionally. Something will happen out in the real world and I'll just be like, that reminds me of a chatter. Oh, does it? Sorry, try. I wasn't actually trying to, like, call you out. I don't think that you steal content. From what I see, for the most part. No, yeah, it totally has a tag on it. Stan giving the biggest side eye while Pep is ranting is one of my favorite things, for real. I didn't know that he's just like, oh, there he goes again. Wow. As a side note, I appreciate your passion, at least here. If you have an opposing thought, the first reaction isn't either you time out, berate, or banning you from the channel. Nope. No, you really got to do something to piss me off. And, like, that's what you guys just saw right there. Like, this motherfucker has, like, a special lack of humanity. Under the TV? Oh, Star Bright Night. Oh, this guy? He's a giant pepper with a crown of pot leaf thorns because he's very on brand for my channel. So, yeah, he's a giant squishmallow pepper. I also got some hot sauce and I got a Snorlax here, but yeah. This was a gift. Somebody got me, so. He's technically a ghost pepper. Get it? He called me a sociopath. I think he was projecting. Yeah. Look like a pumpkin. It's interesting. Yeah. What's a Snorlax? What's a Snorlax? This is a Snorlax. It's a Pokemon. Also a gift. I will stop going to left-leaning channels because of them being brickheads and having soft asses. Well, I appreciate the fact that you at least come here on my effing. I'm not gonna lie, there's been the occasional stream where, like, maybe tonight after having that little blow up, I'll probably just fall back into him and just lay there. He's very comfortable, I will say that much. Big sleepy Pokemon. Yeah, he's a big sleepy Pokemon. Whatever. I call my dog a Jigglypuff. Well, then yeah, so there you go. Although Jigglypuff is like one of the creepy, like, you want to talk about creepy Pokemon? Jigglypuff, like, sings their victims to sleep. Like, it is actually really funny to play Jigglypuff in Super Smash Brothers because your friends all hate you for it. Good times. I call my doggo a pretzel. Well, he's a pretzel right now. Here. He's pretzel. Sleep, eat, sleep, sleep, sleep. I appreciate that, Star Bright Knight. Because, yeah. I kind of made the joke yesterday, but it's true. Like, if you guys catch me in MR chat, popping in and I just say good morning, and then I'm like, I'm brewing my coffee. But those are usually the nights that I mornings that I decide to stay up until like 5 a.m. because whatever. Couch, your bulldog. Oh, you got a bulldog? Oh, I love bulldogs. They're so, oh my God, they're so adorable. I love the little ruff that they do, like the Pinker, what up? Pinker Bell, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the content that you hopped off for, or you did whatever you needed to do. You missed me blowing the fuck up. Like for real. I blew up at Panic Studio because I can't take the disingenuous bullshit anymore. Been playing PG3. What did I miss? Yeah, no. I blew the fuck up at Panic. Like, you can rewind it a little bit. I think that it was maybe 10 or 20 minutes. Not even 20. I think it was like about 10 minutes ago, right? When you guys can pop off and chat here and maybe give a timestamp. Because honestly, like, I let my passion come through sometimes. And yes, my passion comes through as straight up like anger and rage. And I cannot stand when somebody is a disingenuous fuck that is constant. Like, he made a comment about how, like, I have a bunch of shit, right? And he's just like, oh, technically, like, you're a bad leftist because you have a bunch of shit, or like, you have a bunch of stuff, and you're just contributing to the problem, blah, 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 blah. It's just like, I can't stand that, because right there, it's already, like, the EBT police, or it's like dude, I am working class as fuck. I have mentioned this before, where it's like, you know, with my Warhammer stuff, did I make a few bad, you know, financial decisions before where I was like, well, I don't need to eat lunch today. I can skip lunch and buy some Space Marines. You know, every Warhammer guy has done this at some point, especially if you're working class. What you hate is when somebody is not, accuses you of that bullshit, and then is just like, oh, well, look, I bought all the fucking stuff. Blah, 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 blah. Like, ugh. Why you participate when you live in capitalism? I can't stand it. Apparently, no. Apparently, I'm supposed to, like, because I'm a leftist, I have to be Jesus. Like, legitimately. That's the goal. That's literally it. Like, they want every fucking leftist to just be like, I am Jesus, therefore, come to me, my children. Like, no. I see that for the psyop bullshit that it is. Oh my God, you're participating in capitalism, something you disagree with. Hey, now your hair is already there. Thank you. Never saw the connection between Herb and Jigglypuff before. It makes perfect sense. I think it was a cool cup. No, it wasn't. It was such a scam. They throw that out. Yeah. We want everyone to do well, not everyone to live poor. No, that's the difference. We want everybody to be able to live a comfortable life, where these motherfuckers, they see it at, it's the same thing that happens when they say, well, if we raise the minimum wage, then what about my job? It's like, I don't know. What about your job? Maybe you should go do something about it. Protest your fucking job. Maybe talk to your boss and ask for a fucking raise. Ask him why he is taking such advantage of this capitalistic society and making you a slave. I don't know. But by all means, take it out on the lower class, buddy. Fucking A. Go to your local grocery store and make sure that, you know, that woman with her kids wasn't buying a steak with her EBT. These fucking ghouls, dude. Meanwhile, supporting billionaires. Again, they can't conceptualize what a billionaire is. They cannot literally conceptualize it because they'll never interact with one. You ever notice that? How these guys fight for something that they will never even interact with? They're such shit that they won't even be part of the slave class that they need to run their bullshit. They're that useless to these fucking assholes. They're only useful up until the point that they convince all of us that it's like, oh, no, there's no point to it anymore. There's no point. And once they get to that, once they realize it's like, oh, they abandoned me. Huh. Well, they left me with all these bullets. Good for that. Fucking hell. Unionize, damn it. You know how many working class people I've seen convinced that like unionizing is somehow like the worst thing because they heard a story about fucking, Jimmy Hoffa. Imagine if they were born in El Salvador, Karma. Yeah. They can't. The thing is, they can't conceptualize that because they don't have empathy. They don't actually have they don't know how to conceptualize empathy. Can we have an early 420? Fuck yeah, we can. I already took mine. But yeah, I will totally cheers with you. Sorry, I'm not trying to make this a stressful, I literally marketed this as a chill stream at the very beginning, but just Jesus fuck, man. This is because this reminds me of a lot of the people that I interact with, these middle-class assholes. These upper middle-class assholes. I think I've mentioned this. I got lucky, right? And I'll admit it, I got lucky. When I bought my house, I had a pretty decent interest rate. I bought it at a time interest rates were low, and I'm not in the worst position. But I'm seeing a lot of these right-wingers who are starting to move into the area, and they're paying way too much. And they're bragging about how little they paid. And then they find out. And it's just I like watching you shed your liberal skin. Oh, I'm not a liberal. What? Oh, no. If you've ever thought of me as a centrist or a liberal, then you have to understand that I'm trying to, literally play the devil's advocate on that part. I've always been a left. Pretty much since I started this channel, I have been what I would, consider a leftist. Now, whether it's, DSA or, I hate the label bullshit, but, realistically, it's, I guess I do, caucus with the DSA now, so whatever. Ugh. I keep saying, love me some communism. It's just going to take some time, and I don't think it's going to... if I can see communism hit when I'm, 90, I'll be happy. If I make it to 90. But it's such a lack of imagination, too. Some people, or so many people, have been convinced they don't deserve a good life by people who have much better lives than them. Yeah. Yeah, and the people... do you understand the people that, again... They hear just an anecdotal story, right? Or they'll see it on Facebook. And then they have EBT and they're like, well, I don't want to get judged, so they don't get them, they don't get their kids, the better meal or whatever the fuck. It's insane. What's the difference between a liberal and a leftist? Honestly, at this point, I'll just say my conceptualization of it. A liberal is somebody that does not want to pivot to the left because they're afraid of the word communism, and they do not like socialism because they have been literally just taught to fear it. So I'm like, oh my God, Pep is going off. And then I was like, oh my God, Pep is going off. Yeah, liberal is much more corporate bull. Yeah, and that's the thing. Yeah, exactly. Liberal is fighting for a system that you know is hurting you. So, for instance, it's the idea of, well, we can't get rid of the insurance companies because 6 million plus people will be put out of a job, and that's very bad for them. They don't deserve that, which is inherently true. But when you look at the actual outcome of what that would, produce, it almost seems like a worthy sacrifice, right? I don't know. I just want to do both sides, everything. Well, yeah. Republican with a fashion sense. All right, God damn it. Thank you for that. Their ties aren't too long, and they actually have suits that fit. They go to somewhere besides Men's Warehouse. Jesus Christ. Those are PC and want to listen to everyone. I have EBT. I buy what I like to eat. If someone says something, I just ignore them and I go about my day because their opinion ultimately means... Well, no, Star Bright Night, I'm glad that you do that, but you have to understand, like, my mom was like that. When she was on EBT, she was already ashamed of it. She tried to hide it a lot, to the point where she put a gold sticker on top of her EBT card. And yeah, the shame that I saw her live with, like, for that, like, no. And this is why I feel the way that I do. Like, I've been there. Like, fuck these people. Especially because I've seen how these people live. Like, I still can't disclose what the hell I've done. All right, as far as just like jobs in the past. Outside of like retail jobs, but I have done work where I have seen how the other side lives, and it would radicalize the most right-wing person because they don't understand. They don't understand. Anytime that I heard the term waste come out of any right-winger's mouth, made me just go, "Ha, that's cute." Why would you want someone to determine your life outcome based upon a stupid, lazy layabout that didn't even take care of his own family? Let's take all from someone to give it to others. Makes a little sense to me. I just want to be left alone without government doing things. And the thing is, how... Deke, what percentage of your income goes to EBT? Without Googling it. Since you apparently like feel it so badly, how much do the takers ruin your life? Let me know exactly how much you think, on average, out of your paycheck goes to those takers. So sick of this shit. People trying to get by, already getting fucked by their jobs, already getting fucked by like the entire system that has been set up to just fuck everybody. And then again, nothing makes me more disgusted than when a working class Joe goes, as long as I have it better than the other John. I don't know, man. Their excess spending at food. Honestly, you live in a state I subsidize. I'm not even kidding. Chicago, we subsidize a lot of Missouri. And I'm pretty sure that you live in an area that we do, so. You know, those damn blue cities. These liberal hellholes with all the crime. Cheated. Went early. Yep. Does that not upset you more? No, it doesn't. It doesn't upset them more. Again, because they can't see it. What they can see is somebody like me who is complaining about it, and then they think that they're making a good point because all their lives are about is ignoring the fact that they're being taken advantage of. They need to fight for that system because they need to feel like somehow, some way they are on top. Somebody fed them a piece of information that was like, did you know that if you make X amount of income, over, $60,000, that you're technically within the top 1% of the world? And that made them feel great. No, the thing is, dude, I've known these people. I've seen this shit. And the fact that this, you got guys like fucking Panic that fight for that, I'm sorry. And there goes my lighter. 2 minutes. Pinkerbell, these MAGAs see that stuff on reality TV and are like, oh, that's so nice. Yeah. Why do you think that everybody has, the... Alright, I hate to say this, but, the Midas Touch guys, when they made their money, do you think that they needed, he already had a really nice mansion-style house. Did he need to go buy a fucking $4 million house on Long Island? Convenient how that's the time that he gets married, too. It's always weird how these fucking, fugly dudes that, had a hard time before, all of a sudden, I will say that is a little odd. All the Mycellus brothers got married at right around the same time, right when their channel takes off. It's sad that you just think everyone on EBT or government assistance programs are lazy people. There are people like me that physically cannot work, and people like you would be happy to see people like me not exist at Chicago D. Yeah, no, it's insane. I can't stand that. Yeah, exactly. You can't fucking... Alright, it's 4:20. I need to smoke again, because, I don't know, I'm about to punch my monitor. Okay, the double hit hurt, but it worked. I'm on EBT, it sucks. I've been on EBT too. And that's why I can't stand people that just The fact is, I have been in a position, I could say this much, where I went from making more than your average person to then needing EBT. And had I thought like these people, I would have deserved every second of it. I would have deserved every second of my fucking, my misery and my, you guys know how it is. You guys know how it is. Pulling out your card. You guys also know how it is to look. You ever done this one where you're looking at the grocery lanes and you're looking not at how long it is, you're looking at how much they're buying, and then you kind of determine, oh, wow, they have a lot of money. And I don't want them to see how little money I have. You ever done that? 'Cause I have. I've moved lanes when somebody pulls up behind me with a cart where I was just, and I'm like, oh, I forgot something. Excuse me. No, this shit is insane. The lack of humanity is insane. And the fact that they always like do this weird thing where they're just like, again, it's easy for me because I'm a streamer and I put this out there, but they're just like, oh, you have plastic figures and you just got a bunch of, tchotchkes, which again, I don't need to reiterate this as much as I do, but that's fucking insane. I have explained this enough. All that shit right there, that's my childhood toys, fucking, like, that I have saved since, like, because I'm lucky and, I don't know, my mom loved me enough to save my toy box. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's obviously a green screen. Why you even gotta explain this? I don't know. Because that shit just, I don't know. You're right. Guy doer, this is one of the rare times that you're kind of right. It's like, that asshole in chat really bugged me with that, though. I can't stand people. All right, so I worked for a gaming store. I'll just say this. I almost said the name. That's why I was like, I rarely talk. I'm over here gaming. It's all right. I'm just saying. So I worked at a gaming store, right? And there's a lot of the same attitudes. Where it's just like, oh my God, like, you complain about not having money and then you go spend $80 or $70 on a fucking game. Shameful feeling of going up to a cashier and asking if they take EBT because you couldn't see a sign. Yep. People guilt trip about this stuff. Yep. That's a statement I can get behind. I hate people. I don't know, man. This one touched a nerve because I watched my mom be there. I was, there personally for a little bit, and it's just, no. And the amount of people that are just like, no, do away with these programs, do away with all this stuff. It's like absolutely fucking insane. My ex wouldn't let me use coupons because they reminded him of food stamps. All right, the only annoying part about coupons is like, if there's a line, it's like, oh, can we not? My wife also likes to count out an exact change. I don't know. I have like anxiety. Like I have line anxiety. So when people are just, the second that I hear I'm like, oh, I kind of know, man. I'm sorry. I'm bad. Say, I'm trying. Lazy layout. I was referring to Marx. I know. Just, I'm a little high now, so like I can take it a little less serious. But I didn't realize, like, yeah, that's finally it. That hit a nerve. It finally hit a nerve. My grandma, like to give change, which freak him out. Yeah. Ugh. Sucks because it shouldn't feel shameful, but it does. Exactly. That's why I am kind of like the advocate that I am for, homeless people and not doing this shame-based bullshit that's like soccer's kind of what did it. Like hearing soccer's bullshit made me just go, oh, fuck this guy. I live off $950 $1 a month. Since the 4th of August, I have had 8. I'm so sorry to hear that. If I didn't have EBT, I would starve. Exactly. Starve right night? Don't mean to sound like a jerk here. You know what's free? Hitting that like button. I have to. I just felt like that was the appropriate time, but maybe not. It's okay to take up space in the world. I also get line anxiety. Just the thought that I could be bothering someone else or in the way. Ah! Yeah, no, exactly. It's like, I'm sorry. I like that comparison. We all pay into those with our taxes. That's what they're there for. I'm glad you have them. I doubt it. That costs calories to move the mouse. Oh, shit. Starve right now got me. Hey, make up... Oh, wait a minute. I was about to say, eat some celery, but that's negative calories, isn't it? Oh, damn it. I'm bad at this. The like button is free. That's a great price. It is a great price. It really is. For how much it helps out my channel. Come on, guys. Although, I have to say, let's see. Real quick. Because I really appreciate the support, guys. Channel's been seeing a little uptick. The Letter Hack interview episode, we had 525. Not bad. Last night we ended with 158. It's way more than like, I gotta say, the Wednesday streams are usually way less. So I was like, oh shit. And then my video has been popping off. So you know what? I really appreciate the support, guys. Especially right now. At least I can help with laughing and trying to make you guys laugh. Sagar is an elitist prick. I can't stand his goofy ass. I mean, Pinkerbell, were you here when I said, just straight up said, I'm like, no, I usually don't like, I don't like wishing bad upon people, but it's like, no, people like him, I actually do. Like, I'm just like, no, I want you to, like, experience some karmatic justice. I really do. Like, if there's people out there that truly are like, I cannot put that kind of hate on people, it's like, man, you gotta go into the, like, the running for being Jesus. Like, holy shit, that's crazy. It exists for you. You paid for it yourself. Or you paid for it for yourself. Yeah. Again. All right, wait. First off, I'm a single older man in his early 60s. Did not know that. And only used government assistance once and only for a month. I managed without it. There are families that need it more. Let them access it because they need it more than me. I'm okay. No. I was in a position where I would have been fucked without it. Dude, I lost so much weight during that period of time, too. Like, there's already the stress of, like, I don't know, not having... Especially if you, like, were used to making a certain amount of money. That'll do it to you. I need help. I mean... Somebody was, oh, yeah, somebody today just asked me about, just like health in general. And they were just like, yeah, you know, you still smoking? And they meant cigarettes. And I was just like, no, I haven't smoked in over 14 years. And they're just like, really? And I was like, how the hell? How do you not know this? I guess they just assume because they'll occasionally see me, you know, smoking, doing this, but I do have the habit where I'll just, you know, and I think that they're not used to seeing the new ones with the filters, so yeah, that was weird. I want to turn my front yard into a food forest with fruit trees and community vegetable beds. I wish I could do that. Unfortunately, my city won't allow it. They just... As one of the bitches, I live in one of the biggest HOAs called Chicago. Fucking assholes. Let the Cubs do whatever the fuck they want. They really do. Anytime Wrigley's like, we want an expansion, it's like... It's not actually the ballpark, though. It's always bars and, like, they bought up all the rooftops. But... I have a feeling the Old West wasn't like Tombstone. Yeah, no shit. I wasn't gonna ask. It's alright. It's more so just knowing that I can't do it. I might be able to do it in my backyard. Been looking more into it, but they have like a bunch of these, like, you can't do a certain number of like invasive plant species, which I looked into it. A bunch of like our local plants are on that list. It's like, wait, what? We have an HOA, it isn't active. Lucky. HOA is such a wild concept to me. It's your fucking home. Who the fuck asks you? Yeah, trust me. Especially when you pay your tax bill and you're just like, you want to tell me to do what now? And the fact that there's a lot of fucking, you know, don't tread on me, you know, don't step on snack. They never think about that. Or they don't bring it up. It's convenient. His Trump daddy needs his money. Now that Trump daddy's in charge. It's so stupid. It's fucking dumb. It is so dumb. Dude, I had to ask for... Oh my god. Alright, get this shit. I had to ask for a permit, right? To put a new mailbox in. With concrete that was already there. Dude, our fucking city's so dumb. It really is. And of course that permit costs fucking $40. That bureaucratic bullshit that just makes you go like, what the I don't want to do this. This idea, like, you bought your home, you own it. It's like, no, I don't. Even when I own my home. No. You guys do this weird shit where you're just like, oh, through taxes and blah, 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 we still technically have this lien on your home. What? Like, that's what happens when you, like, get old, pay off your house. It's just like, fuck. Dude. We were sold the American dream, right? Trust me. And I recognize that it's like, that's why I did that thing where I strove for it so hard. But if you guys understood what I sacrificed, like, fuck, man. 18 to 26? I didn't have a life. Because I lived that grind mindset. I really wish I didn't listen to those people. I really do. You understand how much bad advice I got that was all financially driven? was insane. And they did it with like this weird thing where they're just like, oh, did you know that by X amount of time, you're more than likely going to be making, you know, way more than your age group and blah, blah, blah. I was just like, what? Guy hit the sack, catch some Z's. Night tragic. Expect a visit from the Sandman later. Yeah, probably gotta. I'll hit the sack here in a minute. My boyfriend's HOA makes you get a written permission to put a... Oh my god, the window AC. Yeah. We have that too, though. We have a whole thing where, like, they do... Yours actually doesn't sound that bad because it made me realize how bad ours is. We have to have a very specific kind of a window AC. And if you don't get the right kind, you're fucked. Dude, the city sucks sometimes. I love Chicago. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's just... Fuck. It is so dumb sometimes. I'm just thinking of the one time I heard it. Dude, my neighbor... So this is how I know this. My neighbor got pegged with this. So he had a window AC unit, and he has a dual level, right? So he had it on the front of his building on the bottom level, that's no. It can only be on the side, right? So they come out, they're just like, they're doing this assessment on it. You just hear this dude fucking screaming at him. Same shit. And he's a disabled Marine. That's my favorite part about that. Like, oh my god. Hearing him just pop off at those guys was so funny. Like, all right, man. You guys called out the fire on that one. It's silly. If the house I am in is HOA, they would kick us out. Oof. Up until the neighbors graciously mowed our lawn, or our dead lawn. Our house was the house that you can mow the lawn and find a boat. Ooh. Yeah. Wait, what? I got a window AC in my house and no one said that shit to me. Was it on the front? Because it's the front bottom level. It might just be our neighborhood, Deke, but dude, he did not win. Just gotta say that much. Now it's on the top level. Lawn mowing is a scam. Yeah, it is. I haven't mowed my lawn in like a few weeks. But we've had like a drought, and like I hate this because we had that big storm, right? A lot of people are doing it just because they want to see the manicured lines. Fuck that. Yeah, guess whose lawns are dead? Mine's still green. Go fuck yourself. Lawns in general are a scam. Yeah, they're stupid. They're so stupid. I say boat because the owner of the house, who lives in a different state, has a boat in the backyard, and I couldn't see from the window. I like how that's just like, oh, well, that got kind of lawn. Oh. Well, yeah, no, unfortunately, we do have city ordinances, and even in our backyard, we're not able to do that. Yeah, nah. That's why I can't wait to get the fuck out of Chi-Town. Keep the name and leave the place. You say that now, man. Grass is greener on the other side. Quite literally. And I don't know, man. I have a love-hate with the city. I will admit it. Like, every once in a while, I look at the city ordinances, the taxes. The taxes are something like, bro, dude. I'm a leftist, and I'm just like, no, fuck this. You know how much my fucking taxes went up with our assessments? Jesus. It's insane. Moving to Mars. But I couldn't imagine living anywhere else. Like, dude, I love this fucking city. Like, that's the other part about that, though. Like, yes, we have bad taxes. We got other shit. But, man, I love it. Like I was talking about it earlier, man. I like being able to take the train and just fucking relax. I like being able to go wherever the fuck I want to go as far as like, you know, see a baseball game, go to a fucking hockey game, go to any concert I want to see. Like, dude, I couldn't imagine it. Like, I got a buddy that moved to an island, right? Like, legit. He moved to a fucking, like, like a Midwestern island. You know, one of those Michigan ones. And it seems cool until, you know, winter hits. Number one. And then just in general, it's like, I don't, like, for him it works because he likes peace, like the peacefulness and like the isolation. I don't. I actually kind of freak out when I don't hear like a lot of noise. Like I recently went to Tennessee and stayed like in like, you know, a very quiet wilderness. And I was like, this is weird. I don't like it. Like, I like hearing a train. I like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't sleep well when there's not like something going on. I want to live in a rural farmette. Only me, my animals, and peace. Dude, look into this town called South Elgin. For real. Like, I saw like a dope ass farmhouse. It was pretty affordable. Like, as far as like Chicago, you know, if you're moving from Chicago to the suburbs. I'm never gonna live there. But it's like fucking, you know, it's like on the border of like farmland and, you know, proper suburbia. Seemed all right. But yeah, it was a nice ass farmhouse there. Check it out. You might not even have to leave the state. I think Kansas is cheap and farmy. Lame AF. I don't know. It's a drinking game, I know that much. Wait, I think neighbors mowed it. To find the many dice that they lost on our side of the fence, they play a game where they throw dice in the air, it lands on a table. I don't understand it. Wait. Do they look like this? Let's see. What do I roll? I rolled a nat 1. Get the fuck out of here. In my 60s, how much time you think I got on this earth? Statistically, maybe 15 to 20 years. Then again, I got a family friend that is in his mid-80s that was playing bingo today and was more than happy to hang out and reminisce. So I don't know, man. You could be one of those cats. If you're truly Chicago born and bred, brother, then I'll tell you, we are built different. I mean, you're in your 60s, so you sucked up some of that, you know, good old Chicago lead from the fucking gasoline days. So I was lucky enough to not have that. I was born in, you know, post 85. I was post the smog era there, dude. Oh my god, that's such a local thing though, and it's fucking true though. I saw the pictures of, like, dude, there's a picture of my dad, literally same spot, and you could barely see his ass. It's just like, fucking A, man. How bad was the air quality? God bless him. I hope I last that long. Nah, dude, he's a straight, like, I love that man. Family friend. He was I think he was my grandma's mailman for a long time, and I don't know, we just got to know the family, and that guy's literally been in my life my entire life, and I don't know. That's why I was like, yeah, I got to watch the Cubs game. Good dude. Just drink whiskey every day. That's what all these people say when they're 130 years old. The funny part is, bro, he's sitting there with a brewski just going, hey, you look at him. Look at as I said, it was the Brewers though. Like Milwaukee and like I don't know. The Milwaukee Brewers and the Cardinals. I got like a special thing where I don't vibe. I'll watch a Sox game any day, like as far as, versus Cubbies, but Cubbies all day. I don't actually have like a vitriolic hatred for the Sox the way that like most people think. It's a friendly rivalry. What's your secret? Every time I'm drunk, I don't give a shit about anything. I don't know. I had a conversation again. Brought up like your generation. It's like you guys don't want to age. I'm like, well, I kind of brought this up recently on the stream here. I said the same thing where I was like, maybe I just smoke enough weed and moisturize enough to where I stopped aging. I don't know. The fountain of youth is apparently just getting stoned all the time. Suck it, repentant man. The lament of the Cubs fan. God bless my dearly departed dad. I'm glad he saw the Cubs win a World Series before he went. Hell fucking yeah, brother. That makes me like... That hit me right there. I thought about that. When they won. I was just like, oh my God, if people... The amount of old folks that are just like, yes, I can die now! Woo! Oh my God. Don't ever say don't ever say that. It's like, I do not understand. No, man. The lovable losers. You know how much of you want to talk about cope? Once we won the World Series, we're just like, yeah, you know what? It did suck to lose. Go fuck yourself. But fucking Rizzo just taught you a lesson. Yeah. Fuck. See the Cubs players pick Charlie Kirk. Wait, what? No. Oh no. Did they take a bunch of pictures of Charlie Kirk? No. Oh. Oh no. 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 That can't be no, you photoshopped it. No, that can't. No wonder they lost today. Fuck. Too many MAGA bros in sports. Yeah, there really is. It's because dude, think about it. They all have these contracts that, like, they don't want to get taxed. Balls. Come on, man. They already made the fucking bleachers almost unaffordable. God damn it. What the fuck is happening in my city? Charlie Kirk talks about being from Chicago, but he hates everything from Chicago. He's from Chicago? This is the first I'm hearing about that. I didn't know that. I knew that Tim Pool was. Like, I happen to know that one's real. I legit wonder if he remembers me. Like, that would be so wild if, like, that time comes where it's just like, Yo, man, you remember the stoner from a skate park that you like chewed out for ruining the the sport of skateboarding? Because you're an embarrassment. You shouldn't even be hanging out here. Oh, he was such a prick. Whatever. Funniest part was, and I'll be completely real, he was a prick, and he wasn't that bad. There are people who skate and don't smoke. Yeah. Believe it or not. Yeah, the purists. Shark is from the suburbs, I think. Oh, shit. Let's see. He's from fucking Arlington Heights? Oh, get the fuck out of here. Arlington Heights is like, seriously, like, that's some rich people shit. Like, damn. Yeah, he went like right by Highland Park there then. Oh, Wheeling High School? You went to fucking Wheeling? Oh, come on. Oh my god, 2012? Oh my god, I'm that much older than that guy? Ew. Wait, what church did you go to? He was a Boy Scout and not an Awana? That's how I'm already calling bullshit. He's not a true Christian. He wasn't an Awana kid. Awana cubbies. What happened? I don't know. I actually remember it. I just remember Awana cubby and like we're happy all day long or some shit like that. I don't even remember. I really don't. I just remember I was a fucking cubby. Which I was always happy to, you know, to have. I just remember that they were just like, yeah, we're the Christian Boy Scouts. I'm like, I thought the Boy Scouts were Christians. Like, wait a minute. Oh, he went to Harper? He went to, oh my god. Oh my god, I think I went to a community college longer than fucking Charlie Kirk. Woo! Who's the better Charlie in this scenario? This guy. Oh, suck it, bitch. Good night. Gotta work. Good night. Yeah, I'm gonna end stream in 5 minutes, but oh, that's wild. So if he went to Harper, I'm guessing that he went to Willow Creek. He went to the super church. Mega church. Super mega. Like, seriously, super mega. Like, I wonder if, like, dude. Oh my god. Huh, that's wild, dude. What is with that? Oh my god, I just realized him and Tim Pool. What? This is small world bullshit. Good night, going to do stuff I was supposed to do 2 hours ago. Good night, Starbright. Yeah, I'm kind of having a real moment here where I'm just like, wow. We all grew up within like a 30-mile radius of each other. Huh. That's fucking wild. Oh, man. Well, at the next Charlie Council, the Council of Charlies, I will just be like, you are not of the Council of Charlie. You will revoke that I and trade it for a Y at the end of your E. like a true fraud. It's okay. I'm here to be exceptionally far. I still can't believe that, man. Damn. That's... Oh, we got some new music from Kirk, guys. Check it out. I've been wanting to play some of his music, and he did not disappoint, so let's go. I'm bringing it back, guys. And the stream with a good Kirk song. Also,
she says she keep it fine, I know she says she love me, yeah. I ain't stupid, I'm a savage, best to wise up like a match. She been wanna pull up on me, fucking came about to pay. Look, when she used to do that, I pull bags like shorty itching. Now I was finna dump her money, yo, she said she wanna stay. I was about to do it, she know that I've been on her every day. She just on that need some money, I'ma calling up my bank. Look, that's a flex that I'm on a hoes taste, so flex, that's dope. That's dope, like she cashing all my checks. She got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed. She told me, yo, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex. That's dope, like she cashing all my checks. She got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed. She told me, yo, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex. Way too flame, now come taste this, ay. So much bag, I can't waste this, ay. Peep the chain, now come take this, ay. Way too flame, now come taste this, ay. I said you always feeling down, now you winning. And I ask you if you used to stacking bins, man. That girl changed my mind. I said she want me, but she could do me out, it got me and my family. If you flex, you want it bad, best play all the time. But you know I'm stacking racks here all around. When she ain't all about me, say she be gone. When she step to me, that's no fun at all. So flex, that's dope, like she cashing all my checks. She got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed. She told me, yo, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex. That's dope,
I'm right there with you, Ryan.
she got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed.
Every time you hear that pep talks drop.
My baby, unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex.
Dude. Here, before I go, little bit of overtime. I just want you guys to hear and actually see this one because he's got a music video for this one. I can see him getting mad at this because the longer that you don't listen to his music, he's just like, I get more critical about it. This in the outro? Yep.
Tell me why I gotta end, oh, playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end, oh, playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. I know it's wrong, but I need this to work, cause I'm cashing out dirt, she gon' put in the work. I got plenty of baddies who fucking with Kirk, got them passing out perks, never trying to be Kurt. I took away all her pride, I said she was mine and I make her my bride. I made her work heavy, it's making me cry. I thought making money was all of my life. I changed what I did if I wasn't this rich. I made all this cash off it thanks to this bitch. She should've been cautious and seen all the signs. She ain't going anywhere, one of us dies.
His music is fire.
Tell me why I gotta end, oh, playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. No, I ain't a pimp, no robbing, I'm blind like I'm popping a pimple. Breaking the ice with a bottle of Winslow, making it hot so I open the window. Giving me all them Pimbani and Clyde vibes. We got them tickets, we taking a night ride. Stolen Bugatti and Smith 45. My bitch is collateral, take her alive. My contrabandista, pills in the keister. Making a whole lot of dose in urethras. Business is always, she walking sideways. She want it different, but it's gonna be my way. It's gonna be my way. Tell me why I gotta end, though. Playing with her like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end, though. Playing with her like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end, though.
Damn it. I'm gonna do it. I hate to do this, but I have to. I want to go down this rabbit hole now. Oh shit. Go back to this channel. Let's see. Last one, then I gotta go, but I haven't done this in a
Got my
while.
eyes made out in soap. My whip drive like a pole. Might seem a little low. Drop bands like I'm Wells Fargo. Not coming home without a couple racks missing from the bank. I see a bag and I'ma buy it, don't even have to think. You need a one, I'm here to make sure you got all you can take. The bag you want in Cali, fly you out, you ain't gotta wait. You know I'm grand. I wipe my ass with 100 bands. Can't help but notice I'm the man. You wanna be me, but you can't. Act like I'm rich, but I'm a broke. Oh, ain't got a dollar to my name, they call me no dough. Driving around in my Camry, photo. Yeah, all the people in my city call me Joe Schmo. Yeah, got my necklace from the thrift store. Jacket say Gucci, but it's stitched.
You have no idea.
My Yeezys really just Oswego.
And just real quick, he has been challenged on this one. He does not use autotune. He is just this good.
Bring my girls to Papagino's. My wrist so cold from my new Fitbit.
We literally had like a digital detective come out and just be like,
Staying healthy is key. Ain't got no money for that product.
yeah,
So
my theme song is made by him.
I rock plain white tees. My wallet fatter than my
much all of
homies
it.
from the bus or receipts. You know I'm fly. Got so much room in my Levi's. Got girlies dropping like they flies. Cause I smell like a homeless guy.
I love that line.
Got my eyes made out in soap. My whip dry like a polo. Might seem a little loco. Drop bands like I'm Wells Fargo. Not coming home without a couple racks missing from the bank. I see a bag and I'ma buy it, don't even have to thank. You need a one, I'm here to make sure you got all you can take. The bag you want in Cali, fly you out, you ain't gotta wait. You know I'm grand. I wipe my ass with 100 bands. Can't help but notice I'm the man. You wanna be me, but you can't. Act like I ain't rich, but I'm a broke. Ain't got a dollar to my name, they call me no dough. Driving around in my Camry, photo. Yeah, all the people in my city call me Joe Schmo. Yeah, Schmo.
All right, I lied. Uno mas, and then I go. Because he dropped a song. This is the first song that he technically like gave me permission to play. So I consider this one kind of like the first, Kirk hit that was debuted on Pep Talk. So, as I said, go follow him. He has a Spotify, so make sure that you also check him out there. Do not worry, all this music is going to be okay to play on any replays or anything. I have all permissions. So this one is one of my personal favorites. Gotta hope he watches the replay. He's gonna be like, whoa!
Calling out and settled on a weekend. I told you you could come on over if you need it. I'll break
This
you,
popped
we
up on
mix
a
it
party
up and then
playlist.
repeat it. I'll
My
tell you
favorite
there
thing
ain't
was like
nothing
when
better
everybody
than
was
this
just like,
feeling. Calling you up is not a problem. Give you everything. I got you, got desires. I'm
Man's
solve 'em.
legit.
We could chill out by the ocean, sipping gin right out the bottle. Mosey on down to the water, fucking you on full throttle. Watching comets in the sky, whizzing by us all night. Smoking OG, getting high, feeling like we about to fly. Told you you can count on me, give you anything you need. Grab your hand and take the lead, show you what you wanna see. There's something about the way you move. Ain't no one do just what you do. Can't keep everyone away from you. Away from you. It's not like me to be lost in space, but you make me wanna see your face. There's something about the way you taste. Way you taste. Chilling with you makes me wanna lose it. I can't believe you here with me, you are my music. Nothing like you, I won't try not to abuse it. I tell you, you're my only drug, you keeping me lit. Showing you what is my desire, always by your side. So when you need me, I put out the fires. Never felt the feeling quite the strongest, something I admire. Taking hits of you, inhaling everything to get me higher. Fucking up the whole night, seeing all the city lights. Driving drunk, ain't gonna lie, we ain't never gonna die. Told you you can count on me, give you anything you need. Grab your hand and take the lead, show you what you wanna see. There's something about the way you move. Ain't no one do just what you do. Can't keep everyone away from you. Away from you. It's not like me to be lost in space, but you make me wanna see your face. There's something about the way you taste. Way you taste. Calling on a settled on.
I was about to say, it's not the same without the emotes. We need the dancing emotes. Where's Squishmallow? Damn it!
I'll tell you there ain't nothing better than this feeling. Calling you up is not a problem. Give you everything. I got you, got desires. I'ma solve 'em. We could chill out by the ocean, sipping gin right out the bottle. Mosey on down to the water, fucking you on full throttle. Watching comets in the sky, whizzing by us all night. Smoking OG, getting high, feeling like we about to fly. Told you you can count on me, give you anything you need. Grab your hand and take the lead, show you what you wanna see. There's something about the way you move. Ain't no one do just what you do. Can't keep everyone away from you. Away from you. It's not like me to be lost in space, but you make me wanna see your face. There's something about the way you taste. Way you taste.
As I said, go and follow Kirk if you haven't already. Yeah, our man is fucking talented as fuck. Kind of felt bad that I wasn't really showcasing his music as much. And then I also have Hang Your Hate, who is another we have another viewer here who has his son who has a band that is also fire. But I will be playing that tomorrow because I have got to go and hit the hay. But I appreciate you guys hanging out tonight and also following Kirk and definitely continue to listen to his music. I'm going to try to figure out which one I can debut like maybe on this space because I know that he will give the permissions for that. So if that's cool, I'll figure that out. But either way, guys, I appreciate y'all hanging out. I will catch you all tomorrow, normal time, 4 o'clock. Love y'all. See you all then. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. You're gonna watch this happen in real time. I gotta fix this. What happened? What happened? Check this out. Wow. All right. And then, check this out. We're gonna cue the Kirk music.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.